Everybody, I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's July 29th. 2024. It's Monday, 11:32 a.m. I'm a little late. I'm a little bit late, just a little bit. But you know what? I think a lot of you, I suspect, will allow that because we're back. I know after 48 long hours, long and tumultuous, sad, dare I say, hours of not having any political commentary on the weekend, we're back to doing politics. I call them politricks. Hell yeah, bro. How was bowling? What is that? Is this a bowling shirt? Is that why you're saying that? I don't understand the joke. But anyway, I'm live. I'm alive. And I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because today is a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. How do you miss the podcast filmed in your own damn house? It's because Cutie Cinderella has it out for me. Even though it's my birthday week, she wanted to do an episode without me. Just kidding. It's because that's the only day that Porter Robinson can do it. The one time where I'm not home, Cutie Cinderella's like, let's do podcast at your house when you're not there. Anyway, we'll talk about all of that. Did you try the tres leches? Not yet. I will today, though. You look like an NPC in GTA 5 today. Good. But yeah, folks. This is a part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the start streaming button and press the stop streaming button. This is for all the parasocialists out there who are like, Hasan, I haven't been tapped in. I haven't been locked in. I need to know what's going on in your freaking life, baby. And let me tell you, I will tell you that. I will tell you exactly what's going on in the world, in the universe of HasanAbi Piker. So, as you guys know, I ended the broadcast on Friday in an early note because I had to fly to Austin. Where is the shirt from? The shirt is from Teddy Fresh. Dude, my hair is getting too long. I need to get a haircut again. It's like we got stragglers and stuff in the front, making life hard for me. Anyway, I was Cammy at DreamCon. If the girl took a picture with you was there, I want to be friends. What? How many things did you bring to Croatia? I don't want to get stopped by the TSA. You'll be fine. Fly reacts to HasanAbi B-ball. Oh yeah. Yeah, I got that locked in. Don't worry. I got that. I will look at that in a second. We'll look at all the reactions. But yeah, I ended the broadcast. I flew to Austin. I flew to Austin. I got out 12 Austin time. Checked into my hotel that DreamCon had assigned to me. DreamCon had assigned me a hotel room. I checked in. I then went to a party because my manager was like, "Oh, there's like a sexy red party that they're throwing, and you gotta go, or you should pull up." And I was like, "Oh, that'd be great," because like my biggest fear as a content creator doing what I do is that, like, you guys obviously know when I'm memeing, you guys know when I'm being sarcastic, you know the full breadth of this commentary, of this content, and basically who I am as a person for the most part, especially if you tune in for a long enough timeline. But not everybody knows me like that. Many people only know me from, the highlights and sometimes the lowlights, right? So I'm always worried that, like, when I am hanging out with other content creators, like, I need to be off camera. Like, and just basically like link up with them and show them that I'm like a normal person. So let's be real. A lot of people here do not know when you're being sarcastic. Well, okay, that's true. But like, my point is, I like to hang out with some of these content creators, like, so they know I'm not like this uptight politics only, like no interest in anything else kind of dude. You know what I mean? Yeah. Pretending to be a normal person? Yeah. Pretending to be a normal person. As in, I am a normal person, but are you going to watch that 3-hour FD signifier about Drake and Kendrick? No. So did you hang out with Mark a little bit? But yeah, I've been a big fan of RDC for a very long time. Some of you may know this. Some of you probably don't know this. But yeah, I've been a big RDC fan for a long ass time, as y'all know. So it was really exciting for me to be able to participate in something that they're doing. When they asked me, when they basically asked me like, hey, do you want to do this? I was like, fuck yeah. In the midst of an election, cycle, like, luckily there wasn't anything too crazy happening, but you know, for me, I'm such a big fan that I was like always going to make up time for them, you know? And you caught the one weekend where basically nothing happened. Yeah, I got really lucky. Kismet, like nothing crazy happened this weekend. Even though, you know, every other weekend it's been absolutely nutty, as you guys know. So obviously, you know, I was very excited at the prospect. So I did that. I flew out to Austin. I didn't get to hang out with them at all, unfortunately, at the party, because they were all like in their own section. Like we were in a different VIP section that they were in. So I didn't even get to see them that much. So I immediately dipped. I was like, I'm 2:33 to be here right now. Like, this is crazy. I mean, it was jumping. It was wild. There was a lot going on at the club, but it was not for me. You know what I mean? So I left immediately. I went home. I slept. I woke up and I did an 8-hour stream, as you guys saw it. Some of you watched it. Some of you maybe didn't. It's Monday. There's a lot of news watchers in here. And I think it was awesome. Shouts out to Nick Pollum once again, NMP Lol. He is, you know, he is the man, the myth, the legend. He made it happen. It was incredible. It was like movie quality the entire time, through and through. It makes me want to upgrade my setup. Yeah, also Arthur as well. Like he went crazy with it. Will you watch the AMP Cypher? Yeah, later. I have not tried my tres leches yet. I saw the video where you and Mark grilled dude for now.
Fucking roll right now.
Yeah, dude, this is what I mean. This is why I said he was like not playing around at all. He was kind of mean to me. I think this is the one. But this was after the game. So yeah, I loved meeting all the fans. I loved meeting all the HasanAbi heads. It was incredible. When I first went to DreamCon, like people were joking in the chat that they were saying like, people were joking in the chat saying that, you know, this is the one con where you're not going to have any fans. Like you're not going to get mobbed. And I did legitimately think that, because like Twitch is very white and my community is very overwhelmingly white too. So in my mind, I was thinking like, oh, it won't be crazy. It'll be great. Like I'll be able to make some content, whatever. But like then we did get mobbed. And honestly, I mean, it was very cool. And you can see how excited I was that, like, you know, I don't know. I really like DreamCon. I think it's dope. Obviously I love anime, and as a Turkish boy loving anime, that's like one thing that unites everybody universally around the globe. And it makes me very happy to see so many people who are so invested in it. I've never seen Hasan this happy. I mean, come on, dude, of course. Like this was the best. Like this was so sick.
Yeah, I'll be looking out for you guys. I know, you're gonna finally, you know, let it out the closet. After I make it through. Well, you're gonna do it. All right? Yeah, I'll be looking.
Yeah. Marcellus said you were a solid force in the pain. They did what they asked of you. I would link clip, but I'm not subbed. Yeah, I had a role. I was a role player. And that's what I did. I played my role. I knew my plays. I wanted to win. So I can't clip, but NMP's thoughts on the stream.
Did you have fun on Hasan's stream last night? Bro, I'm not gonna lie. I had a blast on Hasan's stream, bro. Like, I had so much fun. Miriam, I don't know if Texas, does that work in Texas? Yeah, I really had a fun time on Hasan's stream yesterday, guys. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Like, I know everyone here be like joking with Hasan, but I swear, bro, Hasan is like such a great guy. Like, he's so nice to me. He treats me so well. You know, he's
love
such
Nick.
an awesome guy. Like, he's literally one of my favorite people. I'm not kidding. And, like, he's always done this too. Like, even from the beginning, like, he was just so nice. You know, he's such a nice guy. You know, he's just so awesome. And you know, I got to, you know, you guys saw me yesterday. Like, I'm not really much of a guy. Like, all like the new popular people were in that room. You know, a different person would be like, oh my God, hello, hi. But me, I'm just excited to be there, bro. You know, and if I meet people, I do. If I don't, I don't. You know, I'll sit there and stand around and watch. You know, I love watching. You know,
I was trying to get
we
him
did get to meet
active.
Jason, you know.
I was trying to get him like active and get him involved. You know what I mean? I wanted to get him to like link up with the people there. Cause he would just like kind of stay behind, but it was sick. Like I thought he would enjoy it. And I'm really glad that he did. I was worried, like, has he lost weight? He looks like it. Yeah, he lost a lot of weight. Why does he sound kind of surprised that you would be nice? No, Nick knows that's not what he's saying at all. I've hung out with Nick a lot. I love Nick. That's why I wanted him to be there. I knew that he would like, I thought it would be like a cool juxtaposition.
This is, dude.
What?
This is awesome.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah.
You're so cool.
Yeah.
This is.
Ball hogs on your team ran a fast break 90% of the time. Yeah, okay, we're not gonna. Maybe I'll get to it eventually. Not me finding out my little brother met Hasan before me through text. Yeah, that's. Yeah, he was dope when he said, "Can I take a 0.5 photo?" I thought he wanted to take it of both of us, and he just straight up snapped my.
Oh, just.
It was sick. Oh, my little baby, proud of him for asking, but also like he only knows Hasan as the guy I watch. I'll say this much about DreamCon overall. Like, so this is RDC World. It's a black comedy troupe. Okay. They're dope. They're hilarious. I'm sure you guys have seen their sketches. At this point, it's like far beyond, like the origins of RDC is just like, a couple of guys from Texas who like really like nerdy shit and do sports commentary, but mostly do like sketches about anime and stuff, right? And DreamCon has been their convention that they've been running for a couple years now. So, you know, I was really excited that I got invited this year. I was really excited to go. And I will say personally that I think personally, I liked it more than Anime Expo because Anime Expo is so massive. Like, Anime Expo is a lot of fun. I love Anime Expo. You guys know this. But it's like there's still like a level of corporate to it, right? Whereas DreamCon just very obviously feels more like a community around like one group of content creators. It was dope though. It was super, super sick. I bet it smells better too. Honestly, even Anime Expo doesn't smell that bad. Like, it doesn't, I don't know. When I went, it wasn't like that bad. There were pockets, but at DreamCon, no, it smelled awesome. Big conventions are so shit now. I love smaller ones, but it's not even that small. It's like, what is this? Thank you so much for going to DreamCon. It's so nice to see you around so many black people and seeing how many were fans of you. You usually always just hang out with other saltine wafers, so it was really nice to see. Bless Hasan. Yeah, no, I'm definitely. You're not wrong. I do hang out with a lot of white people for the most part. You think Lud had any fans there? Of course. Are you kidding me? Listen, if I have fans there, Lud has fans there. Our communities are like intertwined. So, my favorite clip of you from the B-ball. This is your favorite part of the stream? Bro, there were so many goddamn cameras. It's crazy. I don't even understand. You were getting glazed up too? I love that.
where you stand, this brother is fair and balanced. Give it up.
I love that they said no matter where you stand, this brother is fair and balanced, which is like that's epic. That's glaze at that point. Because honestly, that's like like I've never heard that one before. You know what I mean? I've never heard somebody be like, this brother's fair and balanced. Like that's cool.
Oh, that's HasanAbi? Bro, I never see what he looked like in person, like outside of a stream. We all know who the hell he is. Bro, he's jacked. What the hell? No glaze. Bro, I didn't know he was swole like that.
Yeah, I think people were kind of shocked at how big I am in real life, like around other people. You know what I mean? Like for them, it's like I'm the politics guy. So I think like what I say translates to the way people perceive me because I'm sitting down for the most part. So they just have like no fucking idea what I look like. That light did wonders for you, really showing off that brolic, no lie. I'm just like, all I'm saying is, all I'm saying is, people don't realize that. People think I'm like a tiny dude or just like a normal sized dude because I talk about politics. I heard there was someone, I think it was Nick who told me, there was someone who was like angry. I think it was Nick. Someone who was like mad. They're like, why the fuck is he so big? He just like, he's wasting that on politics. Yeah, Hasan filling out that much of his frame at his height is impressive. Hasan watching this grinning from ear to ear. Yeah. I thought he had to be a manlet for how big he looks, but he's like 6'4". Yeah. You met Connie? Yeah, she came up to me at the con at the expo floor. Why would they think that? Dude, I don't think you understand. Like, this goes a long way. When Ben Shapiro is like presenting himself as this like beacon of masculinity and like talking a big game like he's this fucking manly man, people just kind of hear that and make their inferences off of that. But when I'm talking about all this gay stuff all the time about how like, you know, we should be nice to marginalized people or police brutality is bad and wrong. People go, oh, you're gay. You're a gay guy. You're soy. You're like a woke soy guy who talks all the time. You must not be a fucking big brolic dude. You feel me? Here's your pig with Connie. I met a reliable media source. You met the, like, see, this is what I mean. Look. This is how it is. Oh, okay. Not looking at that. Never mind. Probably shouldn't scroll down on Twitter. But anyway, it's fine. It's okay. It was a brief blip. But yeah, it's just like people are like that on Twitter. People are like, what do you mean? He's gay. Like, and it's like, dude who wrote that is like a third of my size. You know what I mean? Do you understand though? I think that's like a perfect demonstration of like how people are perceived. Connie before the photo was so funny. Oh yeah, while I was taking photos. Another reaction to your interest, look at the comments.
Damn, this nigga buff. What the?
Give it up for HasanAbi!
Yo, what the hell?
Conservatives call leftists weak, but how do they explain Hasan? He got aura, not gonna lie. Weak-minded, weak-spirited. This is why I gotta do more normal shit in public around like other normal people. Because like this is just one of those things that conservatives can't contend with. You know what I mean? His favorite thing to do is work out. He has a personal trainer and a private gym he goes to every day. He'll talk about it forever too. It's not the size of his muscles that startled me. It was the length of those fucking things. Dude's the ripped slender man. He's incredibly unathletic though. Anyway, that's just cope. But like for a lot of conservatives, like they picture themselves in this like particular way, right? They picture themselves as this like big brolic masculine figure. So when they see someone like myself, they're like, and liberals are supposed to be these like soy people. Yes, I saw one of what my mods posted. If this was a black light and I was there, I would be glowing. Thank God chat is going so fast. It wasn't me? Huh. That's weird because you're a 65-month subscriber and that's the same. Okay, a lot of my mods are 60, like 3.5 year subscribers. I don't know which one it is. Yeah. Like the way I look, and this is like a part of it. This is a part of the commentary. This is a part of what I do because at the end of the day, I am a political commentator and I am an entertainer, right? So like a lot of you, oh, it's like ego. Like, yeah, sure, ego. But also you have to remember something, right? Like my physical appearance also plays a role in like breaking the minds of conservatives in many respects. And that is kind of deliberate. Like I want that to be the case. Because yeah, it's M HUD, by the way. Yeah, the name is super short. So obviously it's M HUD. Even though he's the one who presented it. But that plays a role. That like I always chat, pay attention to what Hasan is saying. Let's focus up. Oh, wow. Look at that. 3.5 year badge. Name length is exactly the same. I wonder who it was that said that. Could be Fizz. Similar length. I love glazing your ego is just funny as a trans woman. I love fist fighting your dysmorphia. No, it's not even. It's not even that. Like I'm trying to say, like people respond to visual stimuli, right? Especially conservatives who are basically on some lizard brain shit anyway. Their entire worldview is guided by shapes, sizes, colors. So in their mind, they have created this idea of like all leftists are a certain way and everything that they advocate for is like weakness in society and conservatives must be strong. And it's like, and this is unironically something that is pretty solid and pretty successful in terms of like propagandizing ideology. So that's why I always try to like show people that, you know, you can be a leftist and you can be normal and you can even like working out. It's not necessarily supposed to be that like there's nothing wrong with not doing any of those things. But, you know, it's like the opposite of JD Vance. Like the way JD Vance is seen, the way JD Vance is seen by the media and by the broader public across the board is that he is like legitimately an abnormal person. He's a weird guy. He's like doesn't fit in. Same with Ron DeSantis, right? Like these are the types of things that people care about. These are the types of things that people respond to. So my point is, I think doing stuff like this is really good because at the end of the day, and we got a lot of news to cover, by the way, don't worry. But at the end of the day, this is not something that people can just cast aside when they see it. if I'm behind a desk, people could just be like, nah, he's fake, he's soy, he's gay, he's whatever, he's woke. But yeah, when I'm in public in broad daylight, it's just going to be very difficult for right wingers to make this like to continue on with this narrative. Unrelated, but you easily could have had 7 to 12 points if you hit a couple of those other shots. Yeah, I know. I mean, if I shot 100% like I'm fucking KD in the first half of the Serbia game, yeah, I would. I hit 40%. I made 5 attempts. Made 2, 1 3-pointer, one putback. Missed another putback and missed the open shot because I didn't plant my feet. Yeah, dude, KD is, he's just the GOAT. He's so good. Anyway. You look scared in the beginning. Your shots were rushed. Yeah. Did you feel Duke Dennis aura? A couple things about Duke Dennis. He smells incredible. Okay, I will say that. But that's the last like glaze moment that I'll give to Duke. I mean, he's a cool guy. I don't think he likes me too much. Like it didn't. Maybe he just doesn't know me at all. So that's probably what it is. But he was really invested in the game. I will say that much. In the same like I get really competitive too, so I get it. I think like what? Silky said it was completely scripted. He said everyone was supposed to get a shot, but they played him. What? Duke doesn't know you. Don't take it personal. Yeah, no. Anyway, what is this?
I can't dunk. Not anymore. I used to be able to. I can't anymore. I'm 33. Bro, that is like there's gonna be a compilation of me telling motherfuckers how old I am today, and everyone just going, "Damn, I can't dunk."
It's true. Everyone went, "Damn." I love Phantom. Phantom is dope. Phantom is dope. I mean, you guys know I love Chris. Like, I love Rage. All those guys, they're all great. You know who I think was actually really fucking sneaky good, by the way? Like, the opposing team. Yeah, I saw what happened with Phantom. We'll talk about that too. Like on the opposing team, there were a lot of fucking studs. Like there were a lot of superstars, right? But Davis sneakily fucking popped off. Okay? I looked at the stat line afterwards, and he was actually like he was a sleeper hit. Because like everybody focuses on YPK Ray, who obviously, you know, give him his flowers. He's like 5'6" and can fucking dunk over people. Okay. I mean, he was catching flight half the time. Stop glazing Davis. Why? It's not even glazed, dude. Like, have you guys seen the stat lines? I want to look at the stat lines real quick. Hold on. Let's pull this up. And also the stat lines aren't correct I don't think. But you know, mine wasn't. They took some of my they gave me less stats than I actually did. So this is our team, obviously. Black Boy Max, 24 points, played really well, especially in the second half when we needed him the most. 3 rebounds, 1 assist. Marcellus, 20 points. Obviously, I mean, he's crazy. He like Marcellus and J-Dubs go to the NBA Summer League and do content at the NBA Summer League. So just understand that like these guys that I am playing with and these guys that I'm playing against are like significantly better than I am. And not only are they significantly better than I am, but they're also used to a level of competition that is significantly better than the level of competition that I'm used to. The only thing I'll say for our team is that I think we need a tighter D at the top of the zone. That's one. Number two, I think that we needed to run plays, but we just didn't have enough time to develop team synergy. And if you don't have that, it's going to be very difficult, right? Marcellus had more assists than this, by the way. I'm pretty sure, not 2, but like, yeah, our zone was a little leaky at the top, like straight up. It was just like at the top of the hour. It's leaky for those who are not subscribed for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, and you get to see an ad. You also, yeah, exactly. You shutting down YPK Eurostep in the 4th was dope. I mean, I clotheslined him a little bit. I saw you trying to step up screens, but everyone was just fast break spot up. Yeah. Here's the ad break now, by the way. Did you meet Cash Nasty? Bro, I was guarding him. He was supposed to be my matchup, but we did man. We didn't really do man though. You need to work on your cardio more. What's the beef between you and one of the RDC boys? Wait, what? Which one? Beef? I don't have any beef with any of the RDC boys. What do you mean? Zone is for cowards. Brother, we were a significantly larger team. We made that correct assessment that they were not going to get, you and Cash at 1v1? Yeah, I'm down. Zone at an all-star game is nuts though. Bro, what do you mean? The other team is fucking significantly faster. Even their big is J-Dubs, who I have like 30 pounds on. You know what I mean? Like on man, they're just going to fucking cut through every time. They're gonna break through every time. There's no, like a lot of our matchups would favor them if we did man, which they did. They swapped to man on their own. I think after I left, after I was swapped out, and they went on a 10-point run, changed the trajectory of the game dramatically. So, yeah, Marcellus played great. Obviously, Cam is also phenomenal. He had 12 points. I thought he had more. 8 rebounds, 1 assist. And with Cam, it's like he is literally a better version of me. He's taller than me. He's a better shooter than me. He has better fundamentals than me. So, like, that's the reason why offensively, I was like, I'm not going to be the most productive player. And in a team game, if it's 5-on-5, organized basketball and not pickup, your job is to get the ball your job is to create an opening for someone who is going to have a higher percentage shot. So for that reason, like I was not, I never saw myself as the person who was going to be like really productive offensively. AP, I think, was one of my favorites in general. He was a fucking dynamo. He just locked down on defense. Like he played a pretty significant role in the team. I think like a lot of people look for the highlights and they don't actually pay attention. A lot of people look for the highlights and they don't pay attention to like a role player that is like really important. He was a very good role player. He played phenomenal. He played phenomenal defense. EP got fouled with no calls. Yeah, I know. I mean, I didn't even talk about that, but they were pretty crazy with the foul calls. But, that's like, he's playing a big role there. Ray got 6 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists. Didn't get much play time, I don't think. But, I mean, this was like, we were playing to our size in that team comp. And we had you know, we had two pretty solid guards, like shooting guards as well. So he didn't get to pop off too much. And then you got me over here, 5 points, 8 rebounds, 0 assists, which I think I had 2 assists, but maybe I'm wrong. But like my goal, I had 2 assists, I'm pretty sure. But for me, yeah, the stats are a little broken because Marcellus, I think, had more assists as well. But for me, like my job was to be a role player. This is what was asked of me, or at least like in our team comp. In our team comp, my goal is to, you know, move the ball around, get rebounds, be a fucking massive presence in the paint. So it's as difficult as possible. It's as difficult as possible for like their bigs to get in. If their guard obviously drives in, I try to fucking stay in front of them. I had a couple steals too. Yeah, no, not one steal. I had one really good strip off of J-Dubs in the beginning. But you know, that was my goal. My goal was to play that role, and I think I did well. And then we have Ludwig. They're saying he's the most productive player per time played. Ludwig came in hot, 3 minutes, three rebounds. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people are saying he's the real MVP, and to those people I say, I agree with you. Okay, I see you, I hear you, I agree with you. I mean, his per 36 minute stats go, yeah, he played like 3 minutes and he got 3 rebounds. That's 1 rebound per minute. That's the White Mamba. Put some respect on it. Me and him were the DEI picks of the team. And, you know, we were just kind of there. There was a funny moment where Corday heated up race relations in America a little bit. I guess he wasn't clamping down hard enough on zone, or when they swapped to man, he got confused or something. I don't know. And Corday was like, get this white boy off the court. And I was like, damn. It wasn't even bad. Like, but Corday has some smoke for him. Everyone keeps saying Silky's doing too much. I think he's not doing enough. He was not doing enough. I think he needs to do more. Corday like the artist? Yeah. Let's move on. Okay. And then Corday had 2 points and 1 assist. And then midway through, he fucking swapped teams. And he played for the other team. So anyway, let's get to the other team. Let's talk about those guys. Obviously, YPK Ray. I mean, he's great. I love him. He's fucking hilarious. I hung out with him a bunch. Cash has the ball hog. He was great. He was unstoppable. Let's be fucking real. Like, just straight up unstoppable. What do you do? What do you do with a guy that just like, he just flies, he catches flight? Like, what are you supposed to do? He got MVP. He deserves it. I think he's like, I don't know. I don't know what else to say. It's not even Glaze. Like, he just, he was the bounciest motherfucker. Like, it was just insane. There were a couple moments where he would like come in and I tried to stop him, but he's just so fast. He could just cut. He could literally just cut in front of me in a moment's notice, like before I could fucking react, like way faster than anyone I normally play against. And, you know, he literally fucking plays in a pro-am league. He plays against pros. If he's cooking pros, of course he's going to cook me. I play against plumbers, okay? I play against accountants. I play against managers. He plays against, you know, he plays against like former pros and shit like that. That's just skill gap too high. Gotta be honest about it. One thing I will say is that like, it's not excuses. What do you mean? This is a genuine assessment of the massive skill gap between me and him. I'm giving him his flowers and I'm actually being honest about it. Like, there's nothing I can do. He is a significantly better player than me. He flopped a lot, but who cares? But also on top of that, he is just like, he was too lethal. He didn't get enough. In my opinion, they should have clamped on him up top though. Like he definitely was just like, it was like a leaky faucet. See, speaking of plumbers, like there was a lot of holes in our zone defense that he would just like manipulate through with ease. And then it's my fat ass on the fucking paint trying to put an end to his madness, and it's not going to happen. Your paint D was prime though. Great work. Thank you. This was Jonquil was the sleeper hit on their team. Okay. Football player. I thought he was going to be ass. And then, because like football players have a very specific type of gameplay. I've played with a lot of football players. I still play with a lot of football players. And they're like the classic, you know, they will foul you like crazy, right? And my man got a double-double. He's also a boomer, just like me, okay? He was bringing the ball up. He was playing point. I was like, the fuck is going on? Like, I can't believe he's like, why is he playing point? And I mean, he was really fucking good. Really good. I mean, look at that. 17 points. Like, yeah, Duke was there, the win man. Yeah, if you look at the point distribution on their team, you get a better assessment of like what was going on. But yeah, we had J-Dub, obviously. J-Dub also like, you know, does like content with the summer league and shit. He's 6'8". He's really good. He's a really good shooter. I mean, he's just great. He's a fucking phenomenal player. Again, another player with like massive skill gap between me and him. And I think I clamped on him pretty hard early on. But there's not much I could do. I think he thought that he was doing big dude moves on. He was insane to see the skill gap in real time like that. He put you in the blender on one play though. Who are you talking about? J-Dub? Didn't he tell you, bro, I try to push you and hit a wall? Yeah. Is J-Dub taller than you? Yeah, he is. Yeah, he tried to body me and failed to body me in the first quarter. But obviously, like, yeah, he put a crazy spin move on me one time. But like, dude, he is so much faster than me. You know what I mean? He stopped trying to post. Like, he stopped trying to like actually back me down and immediately utilized his ball handling skills and cooked me on I think it was a fast break. But anyway, Jada was looking for fouls in the res more than anyone and was taller than anyone else. Yeah, 16 points, 8 rebounds, 2 assists. Like, he's just great. Julian Newman, another great player on their team. From what I understand, he was an NBA prospect early on in high school. Like, he's just insane ball handles. But for me, it's like I stopped J-Dub a couple times, and I'll take that. You know what I mean? A guy who's this good, I got to strip on him early on. Like, are you kidding me? That's like, I will take that to the fucking bank. Okay? I will take that to the fucking bank every day. These guys are infinitely better players than me. Okay? They are in an entirely different level of gameplay. They have, like, their weakest aspects of their gameplay is still stronger than my strongest aspects of my gameplay. Yeah, so that's just like, they just have a super stacked team. Cash Nasty, rebound machine, 11 rebounds, 4 points, 1 assist. I didn't get to see much of him. Like, I didn't get to match up with him too much. I was supposed to be matching up with him, like, if we were to do man, if he was going to play a lot. But I feel like Duke didn't play him that much. Deshae, I don't really have any opinions on. I think, you know, like I said, Duke didn't really play them too much. But here's why I said Davis is the motherfucking... Wait, is this 7 or 1? Did he get 7 points or 1 Okay, I take back what I said about Davis. I thought he has 7.7 rebounds and 7 assists. I saw this and I was like, damn, this dude like played like that. Okay, I take back what I said. He got a triple single. Last but not least, Jason, the most underrated player on the team. Zero points, 1 rebound, 0 assists. But I swear you're going to have to get a new mic noise gate if you have to start dribbling practice while streaming. Yeah, he had like a collective total of 15 seconds on the field and 1 technical foul. 17 dabs, though. 17 dabs. Jason has been getting fucking cooked out here, okay? I feel bad. I feel a little bad for him. I destroyed him early on in the day when he tried to do a 1v1 without tying my fucking shoelaces, wearing my goddamn parachute pants. Then the CEO of Twitch, Dan Clancy, cooked him as well. From what I understand, like, I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's going on in Jason's mind. Okay, I still believe in him. I got a lot of belief in Jason. Perhaps I should not, but I still believe in him. I think he has like solid fundamentals. He just needs to work on it a little bit more, and he needs to work on his confidence. I think he just needs to stop challenging people and just work on his game a little bit. Believing in nothing. No, Jason is great. He's hilarious. He's good. I like all those new. I love all the new FaZe boys. They're all hilarious. I hung out with them after the game. We went to dinner. Jason said, "Never meet your heroes." Talking about Duke. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, I was memeing when I chirped at, where was it? Like when I chirped at fucking Duke. Oh, here's what Marcella said about me. Apparently,
surprised me. He was actually a solid force in the paint. He was solid, bro. It wasn't bad. He did exactly what we asked and expected him to do. King playing there. Ludwig. Okay. I thought Ludwig was like shorter in person, but I saw, I was like, okay, he's kind of built, he's kind of jacked. So I thought he was going to be, you know, a little more solid. Yeah, I don't know.
But yeah, I mean, what could I have changed? What could I have changed about my gameplay overall? Like I said, I should have set my feet. Classic fucking nerve. Classic nervous, unprepared, unprepared player. More screens. Bro, I don't think you guys are aware of how many fucking screens I was willing to set and how many screens I was setting. There was probably like 8 rolls where I was wide open, but it's just, I'm not going to, either people wouldn't use the screens, or if I were to set them, I would roll and I wouldn't get a look, but it's fine. but you know, there's not like it's everyone's out there looking for shots. You know what I mean? So it's not, you know, and my expectation is not to get like, call me Anthony Davis, just excited to be there. Just kidding. I'm nowhere near as talented as he is on the Olympic team. Just excited to be next to KD. I'm talking about what he said in an interview where they were like, or I mean, did I say Anthony Davis? Sorry. More like Jason Tatum? No. I was talking about Anthony Edwards. Not Anthony Davis. Sorry. Close enough. Welcome back, LeBron. And it doesn't even work. It doesn't even work for Edwards either, because he's fucking insanely good. But I was just talking about how he's like, he was talking about how who he's most excited to play with, and he was like KD as his favorite player. And he's like, I'm excited to play with KD. It doesn't matter if I'm sitting on the sidelines and watching him play. It doesn't matter if I'm on the field. If they want me to shoot shots, I'll shoot it. If I need to set picks, I'll do that. Whatever they want me to do. But was Dewey actually mean, or are you memeing? He wasn't mean, but he was very serious. There was one moment where he was kind of mean to me.
Oh, break that shit. Oh, break that shit. Oh, break that shit.
Like, I think people expect me not to ever play around because I talk about politics and I have like a more serious presence online. But I'm always like fucking around. I'm always being sarcastic. I'm always, cracking jokes. Whereas like the clips I've seen of Duke, like he's either like super serious or he's just like messing around, but he only messes around with his boys. So he doesn't get goofy like that. And I was like, when I first met him, I was, I was trying to cut through on the tension a little bit, but we were just, I don't think we vibed well.
I know where you go. I can drop ties in this bitch.
Dude, Hasan is a fucking massive ass.
Bro, those are XL shorts, by the way. Those were the biggest shorts they had. Are you going to be taking basketball more serious now? I mean, I love basketball. I've been playing nonstop, and I will continue to play basketball, obviously. And I want to do like a training arc potentially, maybe on the weekends or whatever. We'll see if we have time. But I would love to do like, I hit up Chris London, and I was like, I asked him if there's like a person that I could potentially work with, like a trainer, and he said he's gonna hit up one of his friends. I'm not gonna leak it, but he knows someone that he's linking us up with. Potentially, it would be cool. I think if I could get like me, Jason, Ludd, and Max to come together and do like a little training stream, I think that could be fun. What is this? Hasan's ass is so big and voluptuous, I could use it as a trampoline. That is insanity. It's so funny because when I was growing up, I was so insecure about my ass because it's so big. Like I was so fat growing up. And now it's like people like that shit. Well, obviously it's a little different. He's muscular now, but like even then. Hasan pressing Duke.
Yeah, you didn't even notice.
Yeah, he was kind of mean, dude. This is what I mean.
Actually, he did notice. Better on you. I know. I took it right off his neck. He didn't say shit. So if you had a chain on, I'd have took yours too.
Play all your players. I said, why did you listen? Because, nigga, hold on. I gotta get my muscle up.
Well, you can't. This clip doesn't show it at all. This is in the background. Where is it? There was another one, I think. There was a better clip. I think. If we can find it. Oh, here.
You did not sub anyone out.
Thank you.
The first half, you did it.
Yeah, I was like, I said you didn't sub anybody out. Like you were playing. I was like, you're playing fucking, you're playing the role of GM here, versus fucking Mark was playing for content, like wanted everybody to play. Which is true. I was also making fun of Mark too. I was like, Mark, you're but that is true. Mark wanted everybody to play.
$100% I did. Because Julian Newman didn't even start.
They literally came up to me and said, Mark, play all your players. I said,
everybody got even minutes.
Because, nigga,
hold on. You wasn't one of the players who was going to be playing.
What do you mean?
Yeah, he immediately goes, you weren't even supposed to be one of the players who's playing in the starting five. Which I think is like, yeah, he was like, you're not even supposed to be. And in my mind, I was like, what do you, like, that's not correct.
No, he had minutes. He started. No, bro. If you played the best lineup,
it's because it's my fucking
he wasn't
event, so I have to play it.
He said if you were supposed to play your best lineup, I wasn't supposed to be on his best lineup. That's what he said. Which is, I think, did he confuse me with Ludwig? Is that what happened? Like what? Yeah, no, he doubled down on it. I was like, what is he talking about? Like, yeah, I'm not that good, but like, I think I was supposed to be in the starting five. Like, but also, that still kind of proves my point. Which is that, yeah, like if he thinks that I was not supposed to be playing that much, then that means that, like, yeah, Mark was, and he played me instead. That means that, like, yeah, Mark was making a content play.
There, nigga.
You
don't gotta play. I got rules to fucking follow.
Yeah,
Make sure shit good.
Hey, Ray, I played all my players, right?
For sure. Wait.
That's crazy.
Ray, listen.
Yeah, Ray was out for 2 minutes. He would have benched you, is what it's saying. Yeah, on his team, I probably would have been benched on his team. Yeah, which makes sense. No, he's saying he played you instead because you were good. He's saying Mark did the same. No, he didn't confuse you, big dog.
Yeah, he big as fuck. Oh my God.
Why is this so loud? What? Did he just check my...
I look up and it's just dude.
He just doesn't think you were the best five on the team, maybe? Anyway, I don't know. You remind me of a key role player on the championship contending team not glazing. I mean, I was not that good. Let's be real. I was a mid-tier player. I did my role. I played my role. I should have just like, I should have set my feet before I took shots. That's it. Jason confronted Duke. What is?
No, he had like a minute and 30 seconds.
Yes, he traded. Hey, Jason, I want to let you know, sometimes you gotta understand the rules of the league. Never take advice from a nigga that didn't play. You know what I'm saying? I'm just letting you know.
I feel bad. I feel bad for Jason. He's not bad. Like, if you didn't care and use your side because you beat Duke in a 1v1, I don't know. I have no idea how he plays. I've only seen clips, and it seems like he probably blow past me, and he's pretty big, so he probably cooked me. I mean, he's an all around much better player than me, like not even a question. So he would definitely beat me. I think 0 chance you'd win. Yeah, he's very good. He's just a bigger and stronger Max. He got some handles, but he's just small and slightly above average shooter at that height. You have to be lights out. He also does, like, I think he strikes me as someone who doesn't like losing at all. He like takes it very seriously, which I understand. I'm the same way. For sure.
No, I think I got some play time, but they just wasn't passing the ball.
You wear 2 arm sleeves to score.
Oh, that's weird.
Oh, you ain't score?
Oh, I'm seeing it.
Why did you?
Yeah. He didn't even.
But yeah. Was Lud bummed for getting racially profiled? No, he was making the most of it. But yeah, no, I like that though. I'm very competitive too, chat. I'm the same way. I can't, like, I like to have fun, but let's be real, okay? I also definitely get competitive. So I get that. This was my best rip. Oh, that was a good one too.
There go Hasan. Whoa. Skirmish for the board. Off the backboard. Sal goes the other way. Start back at striking distance.
See, I'm going for I was trying to go over the pick there. I pass it off to him. Lights out shooter. It's not even a question.
You need a 4-pointer. Guys. Oh, Hasan.
5.6 rebounds, 2 steals, 2 out of 5 shooting, 40%. How's your stamina? People say I look tired, but I wasn't really. Like the first quarter, I should have never sat down, honestly. I should have never sat down because when I sat down so here's what happened. Wait, there's the play where I get the putback. I think it was in the first quarter. This one. It's 10-3, first quarter, 5 minutes in, okay? Cam shoots a three-pointer, misses. I grab it, rebound. I'm wide open, get the bucket. And then Duke called a timeout, okay? And in that timeout, Mark asked me, like, are you feeling good or do you want to sit out? And I was like, sure, I'll sit out. It's fine, because I wanted other people to play as well. And when I sat out after that first quarter, after that timeout, they went on a 10-point run. Team Duke went on a 10-point run, like instantly. And I think like we were just, it wasn't even his fault. Like I was the one who was like, yeah, no, it's fine. And basically we were figuring out our zone defense, and we had already figured out our zone defense. And like right as we had like gotten good team synergy, I just kind of cut into that. And I think it wasn't just me. I think there was two people that got swapped out. It was me and I think maybe Ippy or maybe Marcellus, I think. So then they went on a 10-point run and like completely cut the momentum, which was a really solid. It was a really solid timeout for Duke. Does Duke not like you, Sag? No. I'm not saying that at all. But yeah, I was definitely not confident in my skills offensively. Like I will recognize that and I will admit that. So news today, yes, dude, it's Monday. Obviously, I'm going to get to the news in a second. I haven't even blasted off yet for this reason, because I didn't want motherfuckers to be chirping at me after I blasted off. Oh, I met Sketch. He was dope. What would you do different? I think from the start, what we needed to do from the start was set picks. Like, there was y'all overreacted, dude. He was yapping. Haas played scared. All good. So what we should have done, in my opinion, was set two picks. I go up to the guard, whoever's playing point. I set a pick on whoever's playing point. I run a pick and roll while simultaneously the second, like number 4, sets a pick for Cam. Okay, trying to get Cam into a position for an easy 3-pointer. And we both facilitate pick and rolls in that situation. That gives us 4 opportunities. You have the guard who can drive in. You have me on the roll off of the guard. You have Cam that's going to be wide open on the 3. And you have whoever is rolling off of Cam's pick. So that's like, it's not necessarily like a complicated scheme either. It's not like that complicated of a play. It's like pretty basic. But if we did that, like if we just like, move the ball around a little bit more instead of like straight driving it down the paint every single time, I think we would have had a better shot at winning. But then there's also like 9-point baskets and shit. There's a lot of crazy stuff going on. You guys need to collapse your defense and force them to shoot from the outside rather than run my pass you one-on-one. Yeah, I think our zone defense was a little leaky. But overall, I think everyone played their fucking heart out, Yeah, the 1v1 sealed it for sure. But yeah, that's it. That's the last thing I'm gonna
What's
say.
going on, man? You keep this shit up. Nice to meet you.
How you doing? Good to see you, bro.
Good to see
Nice
you
to
as
meet
well.
you. Yes, sir. You streaming or you doing anything? Or?
Yeah, I'm streaming right now.
So you want to throw it on? Big rig over there.
Yeah.
Pretty good training, right? Yeah. Nope. You ready for basketball?
I'm ready. I mean, I got the chicken in me. We're about to find out. People are not really thinking that I'm that good of a ball player, so I'm gonna take advantage of that.
Yeah. No, I'm reffing.
Oh, you're rapping.
Oh, you're reffing.
Yeah, I might change the direction of the game depending on where the ball is.
That's good. That's good to know. You're reffing.
I gotta.
What's going on, man?
Yeah, I was really happy to meet everybody. Everyone is so sick. Everyone was dope. Everyone was awesome. The 1v1s were so whack because there was already a bunch of 1v1s based on how people were ball hogging and playing. I mean, it's fine. I'm not even remotely complaining. I'm unbelievably happy about everything that took place. It was fucking awesome. It was sick. Let's blast off and let's get to the freaking news, baby. Yeah, it was dope seeing everybody. It made me very happy. Everyone was awesome. I love doing shit like that. I love doing normie content like that. You know what I mean? Nice to see you with RDC and AMP. I know it's two different audiences, but it was dope. I mean, I like everyone in all of those in you know all those groups. They're all great. Anyway, let's blast off. What are we gonna talk about? We have so much. You still have the wrong title on the DreamCon VOD. I don't know how to fix that, so I don't know what you want me to do there. But in any case, let's get it started. We're an hour and 30 in already. Republicans are weird. Is still weird. Kamala's chances look much better now. Trump says this is the last election you have to vote in. Lebanon tensions high after strike. Venezuelan elections. And insane Israel pro protests. Pro R word protests. Twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Yeah, we're gonna do John Oliver too. John Oliver had an insane pop off, which is not unexpected if you know anything about John Oliver. It's you know, it makes sense. The media just brushed Trump's words off and didn't push back against the Republicans or broadcast. Yeah, I don't know why, but they'll talk about it eventually because like everyone on TikTok was talking about it. And I think that like that usually does end up changing political discourse a little bit. Did the Macia send a playlist? Or no? Steven Crowder's on a new level of racism, which is like kind of funny because it's not the new level of racism. It's I think the old level of racism. But oh, he did. Here we go. Let's blast off. Oh, and the SCOTUS stuff. Oh yeah, fuck. There's a lot to talk about, man. There's so much to talk about, but we'll get to it. Israeli January 6th. Yeah, they're doing crazy shit out there. But we're not going to start off with that. Obviously, we'll start off with a little bit of domestic politics, and then we'll get to it. Elon posted an AI Kamala ad, but
We're gonna bring in.
here, let's start with Harris topping Trump in favorability ratings. Yes, I put the Venezuela elections in the fucking title. Shut the fuck up. And also in the blast off. Oh my God. Foreign policy leftists are so fucking annoying. They're like this all the time. Yes, dude. Yes. Don't worry. I'm going to get to your fucking Venezuelan election stories as well. Probably not going to like it either. Already mad? I know. Immediately, the fucking attitude is switched off. We were having fun, and immediately. Yeah, we'll do the fan, the Uruguay fan. New anti-Vance attack ad. Hey man, we just sat through an hour of parasocialism. Leave us foreign policy nerds alone. No, I will not. Okay, because I already mentioned that I'm gonna fucking talk about it, and you guys are being fucking annoying and reiterating it over and over again. Okay. Jesus Christ. When will you cover Venezuela instead of talking about nothing? Okay. Okay, dude. Here, take a week off, okay? Take a fucking week off. This is a smart move from the Harris campaign as well. She says she's going to attend the debate, whether Trump is there or not. Oh, last night I did the 6th iteration of this. Murat every year takes a photo of me holding up a cake, and it's 6 years in the running. And he'll post the photo. He'll take a photo of it and then put the photo in the cake of me holding the cake. We did this year's version of that. This was the cake from last year, or the photo of me from last year in the cake. Venezuela is not in the title of the blast off, to be fair. What is this? What is that? You motherfuckers actually don't know how to read. Okay? A lot of you just don't know how to read. A lot of you need to learn how to read the room. And some of you need to just learn how to read in general. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, this was real-time radicalization after meeting like the average Israeli. That was really fun. I think for me in particular, I saw this clip. This is a perfect demonstration of like how much Israelis just like negatively polarize people towards their own cause. Okay. It's just great. Anyway, let's start with Harris topping Trump in favorability ratings and also in the latest polls in many key states. I'm going to pee real quick.
And our political director and Washington bureau chief, Rick Klein, to break down the latest polls for us. Good morning to you, Rick.
Yeah, good morning, Robin. As Rachel said, this is an entirely different race than it was just a week ago. And one thing is for certain, it is close. We've had 4 major polls come out just since Joe Biden left the race and endorsed Harris. You have anything from a Harris +2 to a Trump +3, basically a tied race, all within the margin of error. We've also gotten some initial battleground state polling that's encouraging for Democrats, a tie in Pennsylvania. Trump up by just a single point in Wisconsin. That's better than Joe Biden was doing in both of those states. He was trailing in the 538 polling average right before he left the race. And it has been quite a honeymoon for Vice President Harris. Just in the space of a week. So a week ago, 35% of the country saw her favorably. Now it is up to 43. That includes a big jump among independents. She is now the very rare politician viewed more favorably than unfavorably, at least for the moment. On the other side, we've seen kind of the opposite happen for Donald Trump. Coming out of his convention and that assassination attempt, we talked last week, he had got to a 4-year high in favorability of 40%. Now it's down to the mid-30s, back where it's been for a long time. And J.D. Vance, this has not been a good debut week for him. The number of people who view him unfavorably jumped by 8 points in the space of a week. Look at that gap, 15 points underwater overall, Robin.
And overall, Rick, it does appear that with the voters, that they're more pleased with this current matchup than they were with the rematch with Biden and Trump.
Yeah, we've seen a big shift in that, Robin. Just a week ago, 14% of the country said they were unfavorably inclined to support either one of the candidates. They were.
J.D. Vance and Ron DeSantis are cut from the same cloth. It's the Sugar Man cloth. And it's so funny that is like supposed to be the future of the Republican Party, which is like a technocratic approach to Donald Trump's policy agenda, which is basically just like post hoc pieced together after Donald Trump says something, not realizing that like Donald Trump carries his base in a cult-like fashion, and it's not actually the sound policy making that is the reason why people like him. And it's a complete misread from the Republican Party. This is something that I've mentioned a bunch of times. Republicans don't realize that their agenda is just genuinely reprehensible and that people don't like it if you're just like a nerdy guy who is like being nerdy about your racism or being nerdy about your sexism. Like a little bit of like racism and sexism obviously plays well to the base, right? But you can't go beyond. You can't just like deliver detailed analysis in the form of scientific racism to try to justify your belief system, right? And I think that they are leaning into that because it's a genuine misread. I think that they just like bought Twitter. Elon bought Twitter and they just thought that they could like manipulate people into thinking this way. They thought that, you know, they were genuinely popular, not realizing that like all of the policies that they've pushed for are not necessarily things that people are desperately demanding. Like their base of support is not desperately demanding that you, I don't know, fucking dunk on a bunch of like random trans teenagers. Like most people just don't give a shit. You know what I mean? That's not like that's not a real thing that people are like desperate for, you know? Like even in the Republican Party, no one is like, oh yeah, I can't wait for penis inspection day in schools, dog. Like I love that shit. That's weird. That's just gross. Why the fuck do you care about this so much? And I think that they're just going to keep doing that, even though that exact mentality led to a awful, disastrous 2022 midterm outcome for them. And honestly, like the fact that the Republicans or the fact that the Trump campaign thinking that they were going to still run against Joe Biden went with like an easy base pick with J.D. Vance, even though it was like just an awful choice overall, is a clear-cut indication that they are too far gone and too lost in the sauce to change course, change trajectory, change their messaging. I've said this before. I've said this time and time again. I said this in 2022. I said this on multiple different occasions for the past couple of years now, that the Republicans personally forgot how to run in a post-Trump world. They forgot how to run like good campaigns. They forgot how to appeal to normal people and have mistaken their own success in state legislatures for genuine popular momentum and broad support for some of their most violent policy agendas. And it's really weird. They're just getting really fucking weird with it. And it's not just me saying like, oh, Republicans are so fascist. Like, they are literally just leaning into that. And I don't think they understand that, like, there is a level of how tapped in the average normal, you know, possible Republican Party voter is, and how grossed out they will be when they constantly see like America is run by cat ladies who don't have children, you know? Like, that's not going to work, man. That's weird. Like, you're just fucking weird. I don't know how else to describe it.
These 18 states.
This is a Vox video from 6 months ago that explains how they're doing that. Okay, we'll look at it in a little bit. And it is odd because, like, JD Vance and Ron DeSantis are so similar on that front. JD Vance and Ron DeSantis are so similar on that front in the way that they are leaning into Trump's culture war narratives, but actually trying to push policy. If you remember, I talked about Little Rhonda quite a bit when he was chosen as the pick to replace Donald Trump by the Republican Party. Establishment Republicans thought that Donald Trump was too volatile and potentially was going to be poison for the broader electorate. And at the time I said, in 2022, I said two things. Either they continue leaning into this weird shit and they lose the elections going forward, or they successfully radicalize a large enough base of support beyond the MAGA cult into being just as insane, into being just as like genuinely, openly mentally ill. If you remember at the time I said like either people are going to become like transvestigators across the board, like every Republican that would otherwise be living in like the suburbs with like a real job or whatever is going to become like this Matt Walsh style transvestigator and like have their brains absolutely get broken by this kind of 24/7 news cycle, like constantly pumping out this fucking narrative over and over again, or they're going to negatively polarize towards that sort of thing and either stay at home, not vote, or vote for the Democratic Party, right? And I think it seems to me right now that the Republican base of support is still kind of crumbling. Like, I don't think they've picked up additional people that are brain rotted, or at least in enough numbers as the people that they still hemorrhaged from the base of support. Okay? Do you feel me? For those of you who don't know, when you get to the transvestigation stage, I've said this quite a bit as well. There is like a level of brain rot that everybody has. Earthquake? I didn't even feel it. What the fuck? In Simi Valley? It must have been a real small one. You know what will really help? A middle ground video? Okay. We need to be careful about roasting JD before the Ohio ballot date, or else Trump might replace him 10 days ago. Dude, that would be chaos. Are you kidding me? If Trump swapped out JD Vance right now, that would look so disordered. I think he's locked in. He has to be. Just like some of you are locked into debating me at the top of the hour so you can serve the 3-minute ad break, Trump is basically destined not to see a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, but instead destined to run this ticket with JD Vance by his side, right? Apparently, Elon Musk and other billionaires from that group and his son told him to pick JD Vance. They fucked him over. Yeah. Donald Trump Jr. is plays a big role in this as well. But subscribing at the top of the hour will play a big role in this for you if you no longer want to see the ads at the top of the hour. Like I said, for $6 or for free with Twitch Prime, you too can subscribe at the top of the hour. Or maybe you can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. May Poontang, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. And Daily Donut, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. It's kind of wild. It's kind of breaking my brain to watch Democrats' strategy shift from when they go low, we go high, to Republicans are a bunch of weird pedophiles in the span of like 3 weeks. Yeah, I mean, it's great. It's awesome. It's smart. It's fucking good. Ryan's brain is breaking because like it's good instincts, and Democrats usually never do that. I said this since day one. I've been a fucking big time advocate for this since day fucking one. This is literally what they should be saying since 2022. Okay, they should have been running this before 2022. But it's correct. Where is it? I mean, I posted about this as well. Let me see if I can find it. I think it was after Walt said something too. Yeah, I mean, look, I said going for the weird vote. Americans with children should face the consequences of the reality. Where the fuck is Waltz? Yeah. This rhetoric is correct and will win over lots of people. Republicans have objectively become a weirdo party. They're super focused on random groups of people that aren't doing harm to anyone. They're too sweaty about it, too moralizing, too online. It cost them big wins in 2022. And I stand by that. I stand by that. About the vibe shift, I watched and read about 24 focus groups in the last 10 days, and overwhelmingly everyone knows Trump. And either you love him without reservation or feel ick about him, no in between. Almost all swing voters are open to her now, and everyone wants to see Kamala, what Kamala can do. They all give her a clean slate / break from Biden. Yeah. When you were calling the months in advance, did you think Vance would be this bad? I mean, I said he was one of the worst picks he could have gone with. Yes. For all of the reasons that are in full display. I just didn't know how negatively people would respond to him. But yeah, no, this is precisely the reason why I said he's a fucking horrible pick. A lot of people immediately go, oh, but like he's more competent than Trump. He's going to be scarier. It's like, no, dude. No, he was less popular in his state. Guys, when you're picking for a VP, why the fuck do you go to a lock like Ohio? Ohio is a red lock at this point. Is no longer a fucking swing state. Okay? Ohio was a red lock. And not only was Ohio a red lock, bro, get someone to make a comp of you predicting things like swapping Biden out being good and show the DNC how good your political instincts are. I don't think the DNC gives a fuck about how good my political instincts are. Let's be real. Because, you know, if it were up to me, I'd swap out a lot more. But like I told you guys, a guy like JD Vance that is less popular than Donald Trump in the state of Ohio is a ridiculous pick to begin with. Like, Donald Trump outperformed JD Vance in the state of Ohio, okay, by 3 points. Not only that, but also JD Vance was on a ballot with the fucking governor, okay, of Ohio. The governor of Ohio is a much more moderate Republican. Red states oftentimes will have, like states in general in the gubernatorial race only care about who the person is. Party affiliation goes out the window. But the governor of Ohio is a significantly more moderate figure in the Republican Party across the board. And also, in general, he was like significantly more moderate than JD Vance. Okay? He outperformed JD Vance on that same ballot by 20 points. 20 points. Was it a different ballot? I thought it was on the same one. I might be remembering it differently. The wine is barely moderate. Dude, for the modern Republican Party, the wine, especially with like any red governor in a red state that did some kind of fucking, some kind of like COVID restrictions is moderate. Any governor in a fucking red ass state that isn't like as aggro as like punishing women for getting abortions is going to be considered a moderate. Okay? I thought it was on the same ballot. So overall, the point is not that like Trump should have picked the wine as his VP, by the way. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just using that juxtaposition to show you how bad of a pick JD Vance was, even in the state of Ohio, a state that you don't need to like pick up any additional support from anyway. That's why this pick was ass. David Sachs, Elon Musk, and Tucker Carlson, with the exception of Tucker Carlson, listening to David Sachs, Elon Musk, and Donald Trump Jr. is the dumbest fucking thing you can do. I'll find the clips where you 100% said if the Republicans lean on this trans hate, they're going to come across weird to the average voter. Yeah. A compilation of your locks. Imagine Metal Gear Solid 3 look like that. Oh, look at this fucking socialist wearing a... Okay, these are silly locks. These aren't like... I don't think these aren't like political things that I've mentioned. Anyway, it looks like they didn't pick JD to win the election, but the lockdown and MAGA future, none of the reasons listed were to help win Ohio. Yeah, but you don't understand. There is no fucking MAGA future with JD Vance either. Okay? I think the only real reason for JD Vance was he's the bag man, as someone in the chat also correctly pointed out. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, he brings in tech bro support. He brings in the big bag, a big old bag from a lot of right-wing VC funded, VC backed Silicon Valley weirdos and losers. Okay? And that's it. Like, and I think it was dumb. And even Burgum would have been better, honestly. But yeah, the fucking MAGA supporters or weird narrative is solid. Like, it's because they are, and they should be called weird. Because like when you present them as like a genuine threat to American democracy, you're giving them, I mean, it's not untrue, but you're giving them too much credit, and that actually plays solidly to their base. But if you actually humiliate them, you cut away on that narrative a little bit that they're big, strong, scary guys, because they can always run on that and be like, oh, they're just afraid because we're going to do great things for America and we're going to be owning the libs. But when they're the ones getting fucking owned for being humiliated on the timeline and being humiliated in general, all of a sudden, some of the normies see that and they're like, I don't know if I want to be responding to this. Like, I don't want to be associated with this shit. Which is something that I've done for years and years. I mean, this is a big principle. This is why I do Hogwatch. You feel me? Like, I love that I love that these guys are letting their fucking freak flags fly on the timeline and being associated with this image that they're fucking insane because they objectively are. Okay? Look at that. Like 4G Auto Blow is legitimately like a gross, weird person. Okay? Like the Republican Party used to uphold this image of like elitism and all this shit. And now they got dudes with face tats. That image is edited. Bro, he does have a Trump blow up though. I don't know if is that actually edited? He literally does have a Trump blow up doll. And he also does look that way. Like that part is not edited at all. So you feel that this is a bit reminiscent of how liberals behave towards conservatives in 2016 that it might backfire? No. In 2016, liberals behaved towards conservatives as not as though they were like weird and gross freaks, but instead that they were like I mean, they were right, by the way. Liberals consistently talked about how, Trump would be awful, and they talked about Trump quite a bit, to a degree that gave him a lot of play, but Donald Trump had no track record that you could point to. And Donald Trump was significantly more moderate on a lot of issues in 2016. Liberals cared about the decorum and how uncivil the Republicans were. The Republican Party at that point was still, the last time the Republican had ran in that situation was fucking Mitt Romney. A Mitt Romney to Donald Trump swap out was obviously genuinely changing the trajectory of the Republican Party, but people still thought about the Republicans as like, there was still enough people in the base, the normal Republicans that live in the fucking suburbs and shit, that thought the Republican Party was the old Republican Party. They were still gross, violent weirdos overall, but they hadn't gotten this gross on, in front of a broader audience. And also Trump did not have the disadvantage of having run and successfully won the presidency and been the president for 4 fucking years. Everybody knows. Everybody knows what it's like to live under a Trump administration. People don't like the way that they felt under the Trump administration. Okay? Maybe some people have like rose-colored glasses in the way that they look back at that. There's always like a nostalgia component. Maybe they remember the stimmies that they got, right? Some people definitely remember the stimmies that they got, and the stimmies were good. It's never bad, right? It's never fucking bad to give money to people. People love that shit. Biden is live. Is he? Is he alive? Where is he live from, dude? Oh, he's in Austin? Damn, I should have stayed. I should have stuck around to see the GOAT in action. I mean, it's going to be boring as fuck. I don't really care about President Biden delivering remarks and commemorates the 60th anniversary of the Civil Rights Act. Like, I don't really care what he has to say there, but in any case, let's continue on with this.
Where you call them the double haters. Now that number is cut in half. And check this out. The enthusiasm gap that Democrats have worried about, at least for now, entirely erased. Democrats enthusiastic about Kamala Harris's candidacy, just like Republicans are for Trump. And this is a striking number. 49% of independents say they are enthusiastic about Kamala Harris. Compare that number to Trump's, and you see how this race has been turned on its head, Robin.
All right, Rick, our thanks to you.
Here in the U.S., there are new signs of strength for the Kamala Harris presidential campaign, including new poll numbers and a growing financial haul. Meanwhile, former President Donald Trump is turning up the heat on her with a series of personal attacks. Nancy Cordes is at the White House. Nancy, tell us more.
Good morning, Michelle. The Harris campaign says it brought in $200 million in the first week of her candidacy. That is a record. It's also touting more than 170,000 new volunteers. Now, the campaign says that this is a sign of pent-up interest in the race as the party converges around a new message about the Republican nominees, arguing they're weird.
Are you actually excited about Kamala? What is this, brother? I'm just giving you what is going on. I'm giving you what the actual battlefield looks like. Okay. As far as Kamala Harris goes, I have my reservations. I've talked quite a bit about what I think she could possibly do that would fuck up the bag that she currently has. Okay. I'm offering you analysis on what, and I'm telling you what is going on the ground, and I'm telling you what my potential picks are, my potential predictions are. Okay. And a lot of what I've told you was 100% correct. I told you that a lot of the double haters just hated how old Biden was, that the Democratic Party's platform across the board wasn't the issue. It was actually who was saying it that was the issue. And I showed you at the time the poll numbers for down ballot Democrat senators, okay, outperforming Joe Biden by 10 points in some of these key fucking states. I told you this over and over again. Just like I told you for years that Biden is too old, he would be a one-term president, and that was ridiculous to drop the incumbents advantage and many of the other complications that come with having a really old president. And yet, since 2019, I've been fucking saying this, and nobody wanted to listen to me. I'm glad that the Democratic Party got together and got their shit in order and actually did something smart for once. Did something competent for once. Okay? But in terms of my my own personal opinion on Kamala Harris, like I said, I need to see more. Obviously, she is still very much responsible for a lot of the actions of the current administration from where I'm standing, especially in terms of like what's going on in Gaza. Okay? And I need to see a change in not only messaging, but like actual action from her on that front. I am a firm believer that Americans don't necessarily give a shit about foreign policy, okay? And I think Trump recognizes that, or rather, Americans not only don't give a shit about foreign policy, but Americans also are more pro-peace and like less war than we give them credit for. As long as war is happening, and like they don't have to think about it, they're fine with it. They don't give a shit. But like pro peace my ass. No, dude, you don't understand. When people are campaigning, think about how Trump campaigns. Think about how Trump successfully campaigned in 2016. He literally tried and successfully, in my opinion, outflanked Hillary Clinton as a warmonger. Understand that I don't believe Trump is a dove, okay? I'm saying on the messaging front, Trump presented a better message on how he was going to end wars and stop wars, and how Hillary Clinton had been a formative figure in America getting into all these fucking wars. People forgot this for some goddamn reason. You mean he made it seem like she was a warmonger? No, she was a warmonger, and Trump put that in full display. But think about that. What does that represent? What does that mean? What does that mean in terms of she is a warmonger? She is a war hawk. Okay? Americans in terms of the aesthetics, Americans are significantly more open-minded to a pro-peace message than a pro-war message. Okay? Donald Trump is currently running on no new wars happened under my presidency. Look at how many wars happened under Joe Biden. Now, luckily for the Democratic Party's prospects at this upcoming election, a lot of that stink is not on Kamala Harris. Okay? This is a massive W for the Democrats. They should lean on that and change trajectory, both on the narrative front and maybe even get some fucking solid wins. If some kind of commitment to a ceasefire, which Israel is never going to play ball, obviously, but if some kind of fucking commitment to a ceasefire and an actual ceasefire happens before this upcoming election, that would play phenomenally well for the Democratic Party. Okay? In terms of my own personal opinion on the matter, I think we need to see much more than just like a commitment to a ceasefire. But the reason why I talk about Trump's messaging is that even though Trump is not a fucking dove by any means whatsoever, and his actions in office prove that reality, he still presents himself as that. Why? Because Americans are open-minded to that, okay? Even if it's just for the aesthetics. And Democrats, whenever they fucking talk about NATO or talk about how many military bases we have, they are only talking to a handful of voters that care about the military-industrial complex. They're not talking to the broader Americans. Because if you were to ask, if you were to straight up ask average Americans, like, would you rather have 800 military bases all around the planet or free healthcare? I think that the majority of Americans, possibly by like overwhelming majority margins, would say, no, I want healthcare, and I want education, I want infrastructure. Instead of having 800 military bases, let's have 400 military bases and then have the other shit, you know? The only way that Israel could potentially do a ceasefire is if America says we're cutting aid until you fucking do the ceasefire. That's it. And the reality is because Americans don't give a fuck about foreign policy overall and have a tendency to at least respond positively to a less wars, please narrative, even when it's coming from psychopathic neocons like the Republican Party, who will then turn around and be like, yeah, we need to not go to war with Russia so we can go to war with China, which is fucking insane. Democrats lean into that and try to outflank them on the war hawk narrative. And also, simultaneously, they look like they're responsible for so many wars. They take ownership over it. That's not a good idea at all. It's a bad idea. I swear the staffers that watch you are the ones that convince Harris to run with the conservatives a weird narrative because you've been saying that shit for years, Lamau. I mean, maybe they just kind of arrived at that on their own. I don't know. I was talking to my normie friends this weekend, some of which are the classic, like, middle of the ground, don't pay attention to shit. And they fucking hate JD Vance. They objectively, like legitimately right-wing adjacent people, center right to right-wing adjacent people, heard the JD Vance cat ladies quote and were like disgusted by it. Okay? They heard that and were like, that's so ridiculous. It's so gross. So I'm telling you, they're going along with very, very weird vibes, and they're becoming normie repellent, more so than even 2022 somehow. They're scaring the hoes. You can't do this like sweaty groiper 4chan shit, okay? Because in broad daylight in public, things are very different. When you're on the main stage, things are very different. I'll give you an example from my life, right? People clip shit out of context all the time. People talk about how fucking soy I am all the time, right? But if I'm like standing next to a normal human being, there's a difference there. You can't actually cut that narrative. It cuts across that narrative. What people can see in the real world is very different than what plays well online. Online, you can make the sweatiest, fucking weirdest, grossest arguments, especially if you're like, if you tap into the right algorithm, it will present you with a false reality. And it will cause you to think that your advocacy is actually more popular than it really is to the median voter. Anyway. My right-wing adjacent friends are so obsessed with trans people, Twitter has literally broken them. Yeah. Huh.
We are going to win.
Vice President Kamala Harris didn't just rake in campaign cash this weekend. She also experienced a polling surge. In a new ABC News Ipsos poll, her favorability rating rose to 43%, up from 35% just a week ago. Among independents, it shot up 16 points, as her opponent, Donald Trump, saw his drop by 8.
She has no clue. She's evil.
Trump tested out a series of new personal attacks this weekend.
I'm running against a low IQ individual. Kamala Harris is deadly destructive.
It's so funny that he's running with this when, like, the Republican Party, like establishment Republicans who are psychos themselves, like Mike Johnson, for example, recognize that that is not a smart play. Mike Johnson immediately was like, yo, cut this DEI shit out. Stop calling her a slut. Stop calling her fucking low IQ. You guys are, this is not a smart play. But they can't stop themselves. That's the one instinct they have. Okay? Is she a scary attorney general who loves locking black men and women in prison? Who is like clever and devilish and very radical? Or is she a dumb phony? Is she a dum-dum who doesn't deserve her position of power at all and was a DEI pick? These things, like, you have to figure out at least one of those two angles. They try to do this with Joe Biden too. They would be like, Joe Biden is so old, he doesn't know his ass from his elbow. And then when he would pop off and have like a unique moment where he could, you know, deliver like an uninterrupted message, they would turn around and go, look at how evil and scary he is. And you can't do both. Which one is it? Is he actually a clever devil? Or is he a fucking dumbass? It's crazy.
Destruction of America's borders is completely and totally disqualifying for her to be president.
Harris had this response at a fundraiser in Massachusetts.
And you may have noticed Donald Trump has been resorting to some wild lies about my record, and some of what he and his running mate are saying, well, it's just plain weird.
She got some backup from potential running mates.
If he wants to see a bum, he ought to look in the mirror.
Who held events on her behalf around the country.
We're not afraid of weird people.
Dude, I love that he's like trying to look younger. He's trying to look younger. You see that? Yeah, his biggest weakness is that he appears much older than he actually is. This is classic fascism, though. They need their enemies to be weak because power equals good, but they also need them to be scary and all-powerful because the threat needs to be real. No, I know. My enemy's both weak and strong. I know. But, like, narratively in the moment, it just, like, doesn't make sense. You got to lean on to, like, whichever one is the more successful strategy. And because they don't have, like, an adequate line of attack against Kamala Harris, they haven't been able to figure out which side they want to lean on. And worst of all, they just keep saying over and over again, that like Kamala Harris is fucking dumbass and she's a DEI hire, she's a whore, she's a childless woman, all this psycho shit. And that's not good narrative. At a certain point, like with respect to Donald Trump, that's what the Democrats did too. They keyed in on his own personality over and over again. A little too much, right? They just kept leaning into Trump's personality. That's what Hillary Clinton did. Wait, saying weird doesn't mean you're saying you're weak? No. What?
No. We're a little bit creeped out, but we're not afraid.
They also went after Trump for this unusual plea he made to Christian conservatives.
Christians, get out and vote just this time.
This one was crazy. This bar, we got to cover this extensively, okay? I'm going to cover this extensively. He went on a Turning Point Action, he went on Turning Point Action and just fucking banged, okay?
Just this time. You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years, you know what? It'll be fixed, it'll be fine. You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians.
The Harris campaign said he
Like, what the fuck do you mean, bro?
was signaling an end to democracy.
Like, what does that even mean? Why did you say that? Even when I saw that, I was like, what the fuck? Is he all right? Like, is his brain all right? What the fuck is going on? He also said, I'm not Christian. Yeah, that part is like, I think he said, I'm a Christian, but it sounded like he said, I'm not Christian. That, like, you're not going to get a lot of play there. I think, like, Republicans are not going to hear him saying, I'm not Christian. Okay? It doesn't make sense. Why the fuck would he say that anyway? Why would he say, I'm not Christian? Maybe at most a Freudian slip, you know?
Republicans weren't sure what he meant.
I think he was just trying to make a hyperbolic point that it can be fixed as long as he gets back into office and all that.
I think he's obviously making a joke about how bad things have been under Joe Biden.
Trump's running mate, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, gave this.
Yeah, no, you guys are doing great. Great way to defend those statements. It's like, that is a completely nutty ass thing to say, okay?
Explanation to CBS News.
So I think he's saying, get out there, make sure this election matters, because if you don't, the next 4 years, we may not have a real election if the Democrats give illegal aliens the right to vote.
What?
It's important to note the Democrats have not suggested that undocumented migrants should get the right to vote anytime in the next 4 years. Democrats went after Vance all weekend, actually, for his past claim that childless cat ladies run the Democratic Party. And even some Republicans said privately that they're worried his comments will further erode Trump's support among women. Michelle?
It's so funny to be like, oh, it's just a joke. Oh, we're just joking. And then the Republicans are like leaning into that. I genuinely feel like this is how some leftists and how some rad fems, rad libs in general are like, when Republicans would be like, you guys are hysterical, blue-haired, joy killers, woke scolds in general. You don't want to have any fun. You don't want to have anybody have any fun whatsoever. And then some people will hear that and be like, no, that is literally me. I think that the best way to possibly moralize everything, the best way to show how fucking real I am and how committed I am to my own personal political ideology is to show you how much I fucking despise normal people having fun and like wear that on your fucking sleeve. It's something that I obviously hate and have spent the past 5 years of my professional career ripping into the leftover, right? And because I think it just plays really poorly. Like, nobody gives a shit. The only thing people have are their fucking treats. So why are you trying to take people's treats away? Okay? It's just dumb. And that is basically what the Republicans are doing on the other side. Okay? They're annoying. They're fucking loud. And they're really, more importantly than anything else, gross. Okay? They're gross. They're sweaty. They're really fucking sweaty. And they love moralizing about their own worldview, about how, like, you have to abide by their standards. I think that is something that Americans broadly do not respond positively to. Okay? They don't. They think it's fucking odd. The whole point of this entire project is that you get treats and you get them cheap. Okay? We just kind of we kind of drown ourselves in commodity consumption. It's a big part of this project. We're the largest consumer engine on the planet. Okay? We want treats and we want them cheap. So when you're constantly fucking chirping about all this other shit and you're constantly being like, no, cat ladies are not having enough babies and we got to fucking restore the baby making machine that is the modern American, whatever. Like, if you say shit like that, they're going to be like, what the fuck are you saying? And that's the thing. Republicans have completely fucking leaned into that. Like, no, we are actually Christo-fascist weird dictators. I don't know why. Okay? But that is precisely what they're running on right now. And it's very odd. They're leaning into it more and more. The more people are calling them fucking weird, the more they lean into the weirdness. Doors unlocked. Doesn't J.D. Vance calling Kamala childless for raising her husband's child just alienate every adoptive foster parent? Yes. There was a really good... Here, we'll watch the tone shift and then we'll talk about... There was a Trey Gowdy introduction that was like blistering.
Democrats are now embracing some weird messaging when it comes to the Trump campaign, and we mean that literally. As Politico puts it, allies of Kamala Harris are shifting their characterization of the Republican presidential ticket from being a threat to democracy to just plain weird. Take a listen.
The thing that these guys hate, by the way, is obviously being like humiliated. They hate that the most. And they also hate the spotlight, right? What does a 4chan poll loser hate more than anything else? Behaving in extremely online ways in broad fucking daylight. Okay? They might actually foster a lot and garner a lot of attention and a lot of support in their own hug boxes. And they might lead them to thinking that they have a lot of momentum, right? But it's just like that story of the dude who called on 4chan for the assassination of the fucking cop in Florida, okay? It's just like David DePipe. It's just like a litany of these archetypes that are just constantly, permanently online, zero sunlight, neck bearded, living in the mother's basement, and constantly fucking chirping, and have like a bunch of different like Groyper accounts, you know, Himmler's Tit 1488 and the like. And while they get 60,000 likes on Twitter, even the average Republican, when they see that guy, go, ew, you're fucking gross. And oddly enough, the Republicans like have leaned into that guy, thinking that that guy is the median voter. But now, when you're running a general election, you can put the spotlight on guys like that and be like, this is your guy? This is the guy you're trying to appeal to? That's weird, man. That's a weird ass thing. That's a weird ass way to fucking present yourself. You feel me? Does anyone have that Trey Gowdy clip? Yeah, this is 4chan user accused of threatening to kill Florida sheriff gets arrested at mom's house. No, this is the one. This is the exact one I'm thinking of.
Come on down this way.
This is what you look like. You might be able to present yourself as a Chad against the Democratic Party or, you know, whoever your opponents are, your socialist opponents are, as like soy face. But when the spotlight is shined on you, you look like this. And then all of the other dudes in the same fucking circles that you're in will turn around and be like, oh, that's not us. That's just some gay guy. I bet he's a secret Democrat, actually. You know what I mean?
For the incident that you're aware of what's going on?
Yeah, I think I saw you there.
What you talked about, yeah.
Right.
Okay?
Okay.
So we're going to go back to headquarters. We'll do everything. And we also have a search warrant to search a resident for electronic devices.
Okay.
What's upstairs? Your computer?
Yeah. Can I get a
shoes?
Yeah, shoes and a sweatshirt.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll get that for you.
Well, pat him down. We'll have a seat, and then we'll go up to your room.
Where's your cell phone right now? It should be upstairs. On the.
And this is a copy of the search warrant.
Yeah.
It's for his room. We're gonna get computer devices, phones, whatnot, and that'll come with us. I'll write you a receipt so you have everything that we took. Okay.
Like, look at this, bro. This is it. This is like peak online moderator, dude. This is how they operate. That's why it's like embarrassing to like key in on this as like your fucking base of support. Kamala's Project Special K makes Project 2025 look like daycare. She will force women to get abortions, send military to kidnap poor Hondurans and make them live in your homes. She will start 800 new wars. God help us. Like, I think he's trying to make a joke about, you know, what Democrats say about Project 2025 there. I suspect he's trying to fucking make a joke there, but it just like it just reads as like weird. Look at this person at a Nazi rally in the UK to yeah. I mean, this is, yeah, behold the master race ass shit. Always. When you're this invested in right-wing narratives, like, you know, it's not just the way you look, okay? It's not just the way you look. It's the way you carry yourself online, and it's the way you carry your political message, right? You just look like a fucking gross weirdo to the average person. Now let's take a look at this ad that they just came out with on the weird shit.
Us MAGA Republicans banned abortion, but that's just the start.
That's just the start.
If Trump gets elected, we want the government involved in all aspects of your sex life.
Way more involved.
Way more involved.
When you have sexual intercourse, it should be illegal to use contraception. No pills, no condoms.
Your genitals are reserved for procreation.
If you freeze 12 eggs, you should be required to have 12 babies, or else you're a serial killer. And I'm definitely not a serial killer.
Are you?
My son monitors.
I mean, this is not the best ad, I don't think. I get what the fuck is going on
my
here.
Porn usage to make sure I'm not self-pleasuring.
Just like Speaker of the House Mike Johnson. That's true, you can look it up.
Don't you think that's normal?
Yeah, I do.
It's normal for your son to do that.
You should have a family member monitor your porn use too.
Because pleasuring yourself is very, very naughty.
I'm voting in November.
I'm voting in November.
We're all voting in November. Are you?
Because what happens in your bedroom is up to me.
Is up to me and my son. Also, mouth stuff is a sin.
Too much. It's too scuffed. I don't know what there's a bad energy. I'm not gonna lie. There's a bad energy emanating from that ad. It just like gives me weird vibes. I know that they're trying to make the the Republicans look like that, and they are like that. But it would play better if they just showed Republicans doing that in general. You feel me? Just show Mike Johnson. Tim Pool clips. JD Vance. Are you racist?
Listen to the guy. He's talking about Hannibal Lecter.
Just a warning to chatters. Mike from PA pointed out that's a scam pack, just so you know. Yeah, I don't really like the fucking ad that much. I'll be honest. It's a swing and a miss for me, but Rare Hoss, wrong moment. The ad was great. It'll work. Nah. No, the ad, I don't think the ad plays that well. Yeah, you don't have to make up dudes and play that role when the dudes are right there.
And shocking sharks and just whatever crazy thing pops into his mind, that is weird behavior. And I don't think you call it anything else.
I think Donald Trump, I know him, and he's probably sitting and watching the TV, and every day, Vance, it comes out, Vance has done something more extreme, more weird, more erratic.
It's not just a weird style that he brings. It's that this leads to weird policies.
You may have noticed Donald Trump has been resorting to some wild lies about my record, and some of what he and his running mate are saying, well, it's just plain weird.
Joining me now, Theron Johnson, former Southern Regional Director for Obama's 2012 campaign and a Democratic strategist. Susan Del Percio is a Republican strategist and MSNBC political analyst. Okay, Theron, what's with the weird?
Well, I'll tell you this, Chris. You're right. A lot of surrogates, the vice president herself has chosen to use this word. And I think it's a good way to describe the former president. Now, one thing that I know for sure, there are probably 10 other words that they want to use that could describe the former president. But weird seems to have a sort of tone to it and it's sticking. It's many Democrats believe that there are unorthodox things about Donald Trump before he even ran for president. But we remember.
Dude, can you imagine how fucking stupid the Democratic Party's strategy prior to this was? Which was, we need a strong Republican Party. Why can't we have a strong Republican Party? As though there is any such reality where there was a strong Republican Party, or that it would be a good thing to have a strong Republican Party. Like, think about how fucking stupid they were for so long. Like, it just fucking, oh my God, I cannot. It's just.
How he ran early on to destroy the Republican Party. Yes, he won in 2016. And there were a lot of weird things that he said while he was president in his 4 years. And so it's got to be something that the polling data shows resonates not only with Democrats, but it also resonates with working class Americans. And this is what this race is going to come down to, is that working class Americans of all races have got to figure out who they want to vote for in this race. And I believe that Kamala Harris and her team and the surrogates are honing in on this message, because I will challenge any Republican to have a debate with me or any other Democratic strategist, and we can write down at least 25 things that the former president has either said or done that can be classified as weird. But that's not ultimately what the campaign is going to focus on for the duration, but it is something now that I think that is resonating with the base and those working class Americans.
I think, Susan, that Theron used an interesting word, which is tone, right? Something we know that voters, particularly those middle voters, have talked about. They talked about it 4 years ago. They're talking about it now. Let's hear, conversely, some of the things Donald Trump has said.
She was a bum 3 weeks ago. She was a bum.
A bum.
A failed vice president and a failed administration. So now we have a new candidate to defeat the most incompetent, unpopular, and far-left vice president in American history. She's a radical left lunatic. She has no clue. She has no clue. She's evil.
Evil, lunatic, incompetent, bum, as opposed to weird. Does that speak to those voters who, frankly, are exhausted by the level of vitriol in politics today?
Well, Donald Trump sounds plain old bonkers. I'm going to add that as one of the words we can use in addition to weird. And the problem for Donald Trump is the campaign may have adjusted to a Harris candidacy, but Donald Trump hasn't. He hasn't figured out what to say about her. He keeps trying these lines, and they're not going to work, Chris, because at this point, he's got to go for the middle. That's where the fight is. And he's not going to get, especially independent women in the suburbs, with that kind of language.
I mean, you talked about this again, Theron, as, you know, being part of the tone. I don't think it's necessarily a coincidence that that many Democrats were using that same word at the same time. But honestly, what do you think it buys Democrats? What does it buy the campaign, and for how long?
Well, it reminds Democrats that we cannot underestimate a Trump candidacy. I'm not saying that we took him for granted in 2016, but there were many people, including myself, that thought that Hillary Clinton was going to win that race. And so we learned from our mistake. We saw 4 years of him doing the name callings. I mean, what you just showed, Chris, is only a snapshot into what the former president has said about not just Vice President Harris, but other women who he has attacked along the way. And so, again, it's a phased approach. It's driving up momentum. It's a very sort of politically correct way to describe the former president's behavior. And I think you'll hear more harsh words used to describe him as the campaign goes on, and definitely at the convention. But again, I go back to what my colleague just said. We know that the goal here is 270 electoral votes. Her choice for vice president by August 7th will play an added role into that. But ultimately, there's got to be data that shows how do you motivate the base, but more importantly, what are those moderate, independent voters, those working class Americans of all races want to hear about this man, and just compare the two. You can say a lot of things about Vice President Kamala Harris. Yes, they're going to talk about how she laughs, and they're going to talk about her being a woman. The sexism will be on Front Street going forward. But ultimately, I think that the American people is looking forward to the future. And who's the best person to continue what Joe Biden has done for this country and make it even better going forward?
Yeah, one of the interesting things, I think, in this campaign is how memes that people on the right used, they thought, to attack Harris actually have been sort of adopted, especially by a lot of younger voters, which we know they can be unpredictable, right? Mm-hmm. So she seems to be changing her social media narrative. Let me play for you a TikTok that just went out.
Hey, Kamala, what are we going to say to Donald Trump in November?
Bye, bye, bye.
Melissa Ryan, who has worked in digital strategy for progressive campaigns for Democrats, told NBC, "This is a reversal of what I saw in 2016 when it felt like Trump had just taken over."
I hate it. I hate this. It's so fucking cringe. Don't do this shit. Like, be serious, man. Be serious. Be fucking serious. Be serious. Be serious. Don't run this fucking 2016 ass like Hillary Clinton. Look at all the fucking liberal elites. They're all on board with us shit. Please just fucking run a normal campaign. Oh my God. Everybody remembers the Pokemon go to the polls. Like, what are we doing? Be fucking serious. Don't try to lean into the memes too much. Just let it happen organically. Oh my God, dude. I think Americans want like normal, competent leadership more than we care to admit. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think that the Democrats should be like, look at how many fucking Hollywood celebrities love us and like we're hanging out with them. Just be like, listen, I'm running for president, okay? I'm not running to fucking win daytime Emmys like Donald Trump. I'm the motherfucking president going forward. Okay? What you should do in that circumstance is you'd be like, here are the things I want to do. Here are the things they want to take away from you. Here are the things I'm going to defend. And here are the things I want to do. Just be like, look, They're weird, and they're constantly talking about culture war shit, and they don't actually care about putting money on the fucking table, okay? Putting food on the table, putting money in your pockets. You feel me? Like, Americans care about not seeing the top of the hour ad break. They want to have more. They want to have more disposable income so they can use it at the HasanAbi broadcast. That's what Americans give a shit about. You feel me? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and Americans are like, God damn it, dude, I don't want to see that. Hot take, that TikTok was cringe in a good way? No. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky.
Over the internet. In 2024, who wins the...
I disagree. Kamala's already seen as a fun auntie. This just solidifies that. I don't think it's going to affect her. That TikTok wasn't for you. It was for the younger audience. What? You think younger... No. That TikTok is the most millennial coded TikTok of all time. The fuck are you talking about? You're so unimaginably wrong, dude. I know you're trying to call me old here, but that's crazy. What the fuck? Bro said Gen Z, and then they fucking showed In Sync. The younger audiences are, the less they give a shit about voting. That's number one. And number two, the younger the audiences are, the more fucking clued in they are on like marketing. When something smells wrong, they hate it. It comes across as cringe and inauthentic. And I think that that ad and ads like that, just like the Hillary Clinton campaign of 2016, had a lot of cringe and inauthentic moments that I think really grossed people out. Beyond the fact that, like, obviously Hillary Clinton was seen as a demon for good reason.
The internet, how important is it?
Well, who wins it in a positive way is Vice President Harris. She's going to keep out there with her message. And it should stand out that she's nearly 20 years his junior. So when we talk about the future, younger people, seeing Donald Trump on TikTok just really doesn't work. So
but
there's
also,
that.
there in some of these, I think there's a question of who's having fun. And it seems like...
Wrong. Wrong. Donald Trump is an organic content creator. Many people don't know this because you were probably too young. But Donald Trump used to post vines on the regular. Okay? He knows how to make short form content. He knows how to fucking tweet. He knows how to also make and he has a pretty solid team in terms of like social media. Donald Trump's hanging out with the fucking Nelk Boys before he ran for president. Like, you guys probably don't know this. But yeah, Donald Trump used to make vines all the time. No, he is like more organic on there than Kamala Harris is. Straight up. I'll stand by that. And people being like, oh, Kamala Harris is having fun on TikTok. Like, no.
People are looking
and
for
who
fun.
Are energy and going forward have something to bring. And just to follow up on what Theron said, you know, Harris gets to introduce her vice president by August 7th. That's going to be a lot of media and a lot of press. Then she rolls into a convention on August 19th, and that's going to dominate. And just a month later, Chris, people start voting. So this is going to be really difficult for Donald Trump to break through.
And a moment.
Okay. I want to show you guys one of the most devastating intros I've ever heard on Fox News about someone they're about to have on the broadcast, and that someone being the vice presidential candidate for the Republican Party. Okay? This is legitimately like blistering. Listen to what Trey Gowdy, consistently the worst haircut in Congress, had to fucking say about J.D. Vance before interviewing J.D. Vance.
In a moment, we'll speak with Senator J.D. Vance. We have never met before, but we have many friends in common who tell me that he is smart and he is talented and he is more than capable. None is perfect, no, not one. That's what the good book says. And the American people are forgiving if we ask. Let's welcome GOP vice presidential candidate Senator J.D. Vance from the great state of Ohio. Welcome, Senator, and thank you.
Wait, where's... No. This isn't it. Where's the intro? Bro, listen to this shit.
Many times, and you should too, in full. I've watched that interview many times, and you should too, in full, and draw your own conclusions. When that interview surfaced, two things leapt to my mind. Those of us who talk for a living make mistakes. We say things that in hindsight we might phrase differently or better or not at all. And then I thought about a stormy day at Reagan National Airport where I met two women desperately trying to get home to South America. I was trying to get home to South Carolina. We spent the whole day together, finally making it to Charlotte, and then somehow we got them on a flight to Houston. They were headed to visit family in South America before returning to their new home called America. And when we parted ways, they said they'd like to pray for me as their way of saying thanks for the day spent together. And I assured them it's too late to help me. But I do have a friend who's expecting, and she got some tough news about her unborn child. Would they please pray for her instead? And they did, and they still do to this day. They're Catholic nuns, childless, dedicated to God, love this country, living lives of service to others. And it's not just Catholic nuns. Some of the finest people I know don't have children. Teachers and guidance counselors and lawyers and doctors, and they love other people's children enough to teach and guide and protect and minister to them.
Yeah, you didn't see that coming, did you? He fucking... A lot of you went, oh, my man's just yapping, he's weird. And then he just swerved into a direction where you were like, what the fuck? Bro, that is crazy, dude. That's like Kendrick Lamar shit.
Children, teachers and guidance counselors and lawyers and doctors, and they love other people's children enough to teach and guide and protect and minister to them. Some people choose not to have children. Others desperately want them, but they can't. In a moment, we'll speak with Senator J.D. Vance. We have never met before, but we have many friends in common who tell me that he is smart and he is talented and he is more than capable. None is perfect, no, not one. That's what the good book says. And the American people are forgiving if we ask.
Dude, he literally, like, that's an insane opener before this intro, before this interview. That's how he introduced J.D. Vance. By absolutely fucking daggering him.
Thank you for joining us. I've heard from many women, most of whom are conservative, and they would very much like to vote for President Trump and you, but Senator, they are disappointed. So nuns and priests aside, do you agree that there are people who very much love this country and are invested in its future, but they also happen to be childless?
Oh, of course I believe that, Trey. And if you look at the full context of what I said, it's very clear the Democrats have tried to take this thing out of context and blow it out of proportion. Which
That's weird because it seems like you're saying Trey Gowdy took it out of context as well. You also doubled down on it on Megyn Kelly last week, which was crazy. So I don't know if you are actually, if you are legitimately trying to run the they took it out of context line.
Which is what they always do, Trey, because they don't have an agenda to run on themselves. And if you look at what the American people are most concerned about, Trey, it's not an out-of-context quip that I made 3 years ago. It's the fact that Kamala Harris, the border czar, opened the American southern border. It's the fact that the Democratic Party has become explicitly anti-family in some of their policies. In fact, you just heard Kamala Harris in a Surface clip recently talk about how it was a bad idea to have kids because of climate change anxiety. So really what I'm trying to get at here, Trey, is...
Yeah, no, that was good. That was a good deflection. He's like, now that I said I was clip chimp, let me turn around and clip chimp Kamala Harris. Not gonna work, big dog. The narrative is set in, especially considering that you fucking literally doubled down on it last week.
Is that it's important for us to be pro-family as a country. Of course, for a whole host of reasons, it's not going to work out for some people. We should pray for those people and, of course, have sympathy for them. I still think that that means we should be pro-family, generally speaking, as a party. And I think that our country has become particularly hard for parents, especially under the policies of Kamala Harris.
All right, Senator, I want to ask you about the other part of that again is making news, but I'm not asking you because it's making news. I'm asking you more because people are calling me who very much would like to support you and President Trump. Dr. Connie Rice does not have children, neither does my friend, your colleague, Tim Scott. George Washington did not have biological children, and neither did James Madison. So I think you will agree with me that direct offspring are not necessary to be fully invested in the future of this country.
Of course not, Trey. I do think that being a parent actually has a profound effect on somebody's perspective, and we should honor and respect that. But there are a whole host of people who don't have children for a whole host of reasons, and they certainly are great people who can participate fully in the life of this country. And that's not what I said, Trey. If you look at what the left has done, they have radically taken this out of context and, in fact, aggressively lied about what I've said. What I do think is true, Trey, and this goes to the heart of what I was talking about 3 years ago in those comments, but it's going to be something I continue to talk about, is that the left has increasingly become explicitly anti-child and anti-family. They've encouraged young families not to have children at all because of concerns over climate change. They've suggested that people who do have children are somehow being selfish, when I think being a...
This, by the way, is not going to work because the Democratic Party's signature legislative agenda item right now is expanding the child tax credit, which the Republican Party, alongside Joe Manchin, tanked, right? That's why I fucking hate Joe Manchin, by the way. That is and I've said this time and time again, the fact that Joe Manchin was a spoiler on the Dem side is insane because it kind of cut into the Republican Party is objectively anti-child expansion of child tax credits. But even then, a singular Republican could have turned the outcome around on that front. They still can, as a matter of fact. It's still in the docket. That's a thing that the Republicans could currently vote on if they genuinely were on board with it. Okay? So the idea that this is not something that Biden has advocated for or that Kamala Harris is currently not advocating for is silly. They both have, and they both continue to do so. So claiming that the Democrats are anti-child and that you are actually pro-child or pro having more children when you have tried to add additional taxes to those who already pay more taxes because they don't have dependents to claim is ridiculous. When are you going to face the facts? Kamala voters are just cat ladies? Yeah, good one. It's a disastrous way to navigate through this space. Okay? It is a disastrous way to try and appear as though you are even somewhat normal. It is utterly objectionable. It is reprehensible. It's not fucking normal. Here it is. Schumer making Republicans vote against the child tax credit. The bipartisan package includes an extension of the expanded child tax credit, which could lift 500,000 children out of poverty, according to estimates. It almost certainly does not have enough GOP support to pass. Big help to vulnerable Democrats. Look at that. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened, chat. But I think the Democrats got hit in the head or something, like they all collectively fell and then accidentally arrived at competent leadership. I genuinely don't know what the fuck is going on with the Democratic Party, but this is like so not like Chuck Schumer. This is Mitch McConnell behavior. Like, I don't know what is going on here, but this is good policy and good politics. Very unlike, it is very uncharacteristic of the Democratic Party. Okay? I don't know what's going on. I don't know how this is happening. Biden also seemingly is picking up steam on the SCOTUS attacks. Let's take a look at that. SCOTUS is also a deeply unpopular institution right now.
In his first address after the tragedy, President Johnson said, and I quote, "Nothing could more eloquently honor President Kennedy's memory than the earliest passage of the Civil Rights Bill." That's what he said. As a kid coming up, I always admired President Johnson for his public service, whether it was a school teacher in South Texas, master of the United States Senate, historic vice president and president. His philosophy was simple. In a great society, no one should be left behind. He'd say, "It's time for us to come to see that every American gets a decent break and a fair chance to make good." And as Andy Young said, President Johnson.
Yeah, of course he's glazing Johnson, dude. Literally fucking had to resign for his unconditional support for objectively unpopular war, while simultaneously he also had to resign and is also advocating for an unimaginably unpopular war.
A defining moment that has since opened doors of opportunities for all Americans.
Also, they both have big ass dicks.
Sexual orientation, gender identity, religion, national.
I know he's at the LBJ library. Chad, shut the fuck up. Let me make a joke, please.
Act and the Fair Housing Act. These three landmark laws he signed are remarkable in their scale and their scope. Taken together, these three acts have made this nation fundamentally more fair, fundamentally more just, and most importantly, fundamentally more consistent with our founding principles. For real. And we're a better nation because of them. We must be clear. Their work, our work, is not done. It's not done. We do not celebrate these laws as part of our past, but as critical components of our future. President Johnson understood what President Lincoln understood in his own time, that the courts would determine the scale and scope of our laws. Over 100 years after the Emancipation Proclamation, President Johnson vowed, in his words, to do this job that Lincoln started, by challenging the court to live up to its constitutional responsibility. He did that by nominating Thurgood Marshall as the first black justice of the Supreme Court. And by aggressively defending civil rights throughout the courts. But now we live in a different era. In recent years, Extreme opinions that the Supreme Court has handed down have undermined long-established civil rights principles and protections. 2013, the Supreme Court in Shelby County case gutted the Voting Rights Act, opening the floodgates to a wave of restrictive voting laws that have seen states across the country pass. In 2022, the court overruled Roe v. Wade and the right to choose that had been the law of the land for 50 years. 50 years. The following year, the same court eviscerated affirmative action, which had been upheld and reaffirmed for nearly 50 years as well. And now, there's an extreme movement and agenda called Project 2025. Well, by the way, they're serious, man. They're planning another onslaught attacking civil rights in America. For example, Project 2025 calls aggressively attacking diversity, equity, and inclusion all across all aspects of American life. This extreme MAGA movement even proposes to end birthright citizenship. That's how far they've come. End birthright citizenship, which if you're born in America, you're an American citizen. That's how extreme these guys are. This issue and so many other civil rights that Americans take for granted are likely to come before the court in the years to come. And most recently and most shockingly, the Supreme Court established in Trump versus the United States a dangerous precedent. They ruled, as you know, that the President of the United States has immunity for potential crimes he may have committed while in office. Immunity. This nation was founded on the principle there are no kings in America. Each of us is equal before the law. No one is above the law. And for all practical purposes, the court's decision almost certainly means that the president can violate their oath, flout our laws, and face no consequences. Here's what Justice Sotomayor, Supreme Court Justice, wrote in her dissent, and I quote, "Under the majority's reasoning, the president now will be insulated from criminal prosecution. Orders a Navy SEAL Team 6 to assassinate a political rival. Immune. Organizes a military coup to hold on to power. Immune. Takes a bribe in exchange for a pardon. Immune. In every use of official power, the president is now a king above the law." Just what Justice Sotomayor wrote in her dissent. Folks, just imagine what a president could do in trampling civil rights and liberties given such immunity. The court's being used to weaponize an extreme and unchecked agenda. This decision is a total affront to the basic expectations we have for those who wield the power in this nation.
They swapped this motherfucker's drugs out? What's going on?
They are expected to be wholly accountable under the law. The president is no longer constrained by the law, and only limits on abuse of power will be self-imposed by the president alone. That's a fundamentally flawed view and a fundamentally flawed principle, a dangerous principle. On top of its extreme decisions, the court is mired in a crisis of ethics. These scandals involving the justices have caused public opinion to question the court's fairness and independence that are essential to faithfully carrying out its mission of equal justice under the law. For example, there are documented reports of a decades-long effort to reshape the judiciary, including the Supreme Court backed by shadow special interests that also support Project 2025. Undisclosed gift to justice is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars from wealthy benefactors who have interest before the very court they're contributing to. Conflicts of interest from those connected to January 6th insurrectionists, and a blatant attack on nominating and confirming justices of the court itself. Do y'all remember when Justice Scalia died in February of 2016? And the Republicans blocked the president's nomination, President Obama's nomination, to fill that vacancy for nearly a year by making up an entirely new standard that there be no confirmations of the court during an election year. But then, when Justice Ginsburg died in 2020, Republicans rushed through the President Trump's nominee at the very same time votes are being cast in an election that Trump would lose. It's outrageous. I know I don't look it, but I served in the Senate for 36 years, including as chairman and ranking member of the Judiciary Committee. I've been told that I've overseen more Supreme Court nominations as senator, vice president, and president than anyone in history, anyone alive today, I should say. I have great respect for our institutions and the separation of powers laid out in our Constitution. But what's happening now is not consistent with that doctrine of separation of powers. Extremism is undermining the public confidence in the court's decisions. As soon as I came to office, I convened a bipartisan presidential commission on the Supreme Court of the United States, comprised of leading constitutional scholars, both liberal and conservative, to provide recommendations on potential reforms to the court. I've been careful in these deliberations because these are serious, serious decisions. In the face of increasing threats to American democratic institutions, I use the Commission's analysis, and today I'm calling for 3 bold reforms to restore trust and accountability.
It's kind of crazy that they're like finally using the broad unpopularity of the Supreme Court, which is like received its worst marks as an institution, to literally finally turn around and like hit this on partisan angles. You had a fucking right-wing supermajority, dumbass. Like, why didn't you fucking do anything?
Constitutional amendment called "No One Is Above the Law" amendment. It holds.
What?
And I mean this sincerely. It holds that there's no immunity for crimes former president committed while in office. I share our founders' belief that the president must answer to the law. The president is accountable in the exercise of the great power of the presidency. We're a nation of laws, not kings and dictators. The decision can be boiled down to the title of one case: Trump versus the United States. The court asserted it was making a ruling for the ages. That isn't true. The court made a ruling for one, a former president. No other president in our history has asked for this kind of immunity for criminal actions. And no president, no former president, not me, not one, has and should have been given any exception to this with such immunity. The second thing I'm asking for, we've had term limits for presidents of the United States for nearly 75 years after the Truman administration. And I believe we should have term limits for Supreme Court justices of the United States as well. In fact, the United States is the only major constitutional democracy that gives lifetime seats in their high court. Term limits would help ensure that the court membership changes with some regularity. That would make timing for the court's nomination more predictable and less arbitrary. Reduce the chance that any single presidency imposes undue influence in generations to come. The bipartisan commission I convened analyzed various term limit structures. Based on their report, I believe the best structure is the 18-year term limit. That would help ensure the country would not have what it has now: an extreme court that's the product of an attack on the confirmation process that's been weaponized by those seeking to carry out an extreme agenda for decades to come. By the way, these guys mean it. These guys mean it. Project 2025 is real. They mean it. Third, I'm calling for a binding code of conduct for the Supreme Court. Supreme Court's current ethics code is weak and even more frightening, voluntary. Any code of Congress must be enforceable. Under the reform I propose, justice would be required to disclose gifts, refrain from public political activity, recuse themselves in cases in which they or their spouses have a financial or other conflict of interest. Most people don't realize that Congress passed a law decades ago that says all federal judges, including Supreme Court justices, have to recuse themselves in such cases. But the current justices insist on enforcing that requirement themselves without any public oversight or compulsion. See, that's their decision. They don't have to tell us how they made it. That might work if the court was actually enforcing those requirements, but they are not. The court is not self-policing. The court is not dealing with the obvious conflicts of interest. We need a mandatory code of ethics for the Supreme Court, and we need it now. My fellow Americans, based on all my experience, I'm certain we need these reforms. We need these reforms to restore trust in the courts, preserve the system of checks and balances that are vital to our democracy. They're also common sense reforms that a vast majority of the American people support, as well as leading constitutional law scholars, progressives, and conservatives. I look forward to working with the Congress to implement these necessary reforms. A number of members of Congress are here today. Let me close with this. President Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act of 1964 just 2 days before the 4th of July. He said in that bill signing, and I quote, "This is a proud triumph, yet those who founded our country knew the freedom would be secure only if each generation fought to renew in largest meaning," end of quote. That's what I've tried to do throughout my career, inspired by the cause of civil rights. That's what got me involved initially. My state was a state that was segregated by law. We were one who, only reason we didn't fight in the side of the South, we couldn't get there.
Yeah,
serious.
I like it. If it's retroactive, Alito, Thomas, and Roberts are gone.
A county councilman. I'll never forget, I had a good job with a big trial firm. And,
not that it matters, because I don't think that it's gonna happen. But
study for the bar for 6 months before you're allowed to take it. And in the meanwhile, I was studying for the bar. That's when Dr. King was assassinated. We're the only state in the nation, city in the nation, that had the military stationed on every corner with drawn bayonets for 10 months, insisting, because we had a very conservative Democratic governor. In those days, when the Democrats won, they could
I low-key
choose to
don't
be
think this is
part
a
of
bad
Southern
thing.
Governors or Northeast Governors Conference.
okay, he's just talking about history shit. Exclusive: the White House didn't consult Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Dick Durbin and other key congressional Democrats on Biden's proposal to dramatically overhaul the Supreme Court. I'm not kidding. This is a good thing. Because what the fuck has Dick Durbin done? What the fuck has that goddamn charlatan done at the Senate Judiciary? He should have been doing this already. He should have had long, drawn out, televised, highly explosive committee hearings in the Senate Judiciary Committee where he brought up Supreme Court of the United States justices and called them out for literally lying to Congress when they were being appointed. He should have done that with the ethics investigation, with the ethics violation investigations. He didn't do a single one of those things. He was just out there jorking his peanuts, okay? I don't give a fuck. Now, Biden is obviously doing this because this is good for his legacy, okay? This is good for his legacy. This is good for, obviously, like, the Democratic Party's reelection chances in general. But, like, This is a good legacy move overall. And I think that's what he's going for now. He's going for a legacy run. I don't think it's gonna pull through. Having said that, however, you know, it's not a bad thing to advocate from the bully pulpit. That's it. What? Details on how the term limit works if you want to know. I figure it won't pass, but I like the details. Okay. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but your explore more posts are psychotic. Or my explore more posts are psychotic underneath the fucking thing that you just linked me, the Imgur link that you just linked me. But here. The proposal is very close to one White House proposed in the Senate. Basically, the current president appoints a new justice every odd year, non-election year, and the longest tenure justice served is moved to senior status. Every justice will serve 18 years before being moved to senior status. Senior status means you are still Supreme Court justice, but you can only hear cases from original jurisdiction. Appellate jurisdiction, all appeal cases would only be heard by the newest 9 justices. Ooh, wait, this is like expanding the court without expanding it. Is July 29th? Imgur posts exclusively weird stuff today? Wait, really? The court's original jurisdiction is a set of cases that can be brought before it directly rather than on appeal. The Constitution doesn't allow Congress to change the court's original jurisdiction, but it does allow exceptions and regulations to its appellate jurisdiction. So this means if an original jurisdiction case comes up, 15 plus justices will hear that case. These are rare, but in normal cases we are used to the Supreme Court hearing would only be the most recent 9. Additionally, if a justice dies before they serve their 18 years, the Senate proposal has the current sitting president immediately replace their seat to bring the court back to 9. They would not skip their next odd year, and if it's in an odd year, they get 2. I think this is good. It's basically a way to pack the court without saying you're packing the court, which has, I think, a lot of political capital attached to it. Obviously, I don't think that like this will pass either, because why the fuck would the Republicans allow such a thing to happen when they have a solid, sexy ass, young ass super majority? You know what I mean? So you would need a constitutional amendment. The only thing you could do would actually be the pack the court. Yeah. I mean, I don't even necessarily think packing the court is a bad idea, like, or a bad thing to advocate for. But at least the Democratic Party is like on the aesthetics front. I think that they're leaning on the unpopularity, the genuine. Oh my God. Kaya is snoring so fucking loudly right now. Hold on, let me see if you can hear it. No, you can't hear it. Never mind. Hold on. I'm trying to. It's not. The microphone is not picking it up. Let me see. She stopped snoring now. The the best part is lawyers on Twitter, so grain of salt, say this doesn't need an amendment or worse is law. And to sue to overturn this, if it passes, will be near impossible. Who would have standing? Would Clarence Thomas sue the court to sit on the bench to decide in favor of himself? I mean, maybe.
Phrase.
Let's see what Kat's saying at Mother Jones. DEI. On DEI. The 5 is reacting. Hogwatch. Wait, they're doing a reaction stream? Bro, they're trying to be me so fucking bad. It's crazy.
Laid out a plan to break up the Supreme Court and then told a lot of great stories from the 70s. You had something you wanted to say before he so rudely interrupted you, Brian Kilmeade.
Well, I just think he just made the Supreme Court even more political if it's indeed possible. And he brings up Project 25 and
Okay, he said Brian kill me. I'm not kidding.
John Roberts, the Supreme Court justice, saved Obamacare. And I just think he had an opportunity to balance it out. But it's a campaign speech that he was probably going to make only.
He definitely said
Kamala
Brian kill me,
Harris
right?
was this great leader of the future. Probably wasn't in the original copy that he was going to say last week because he dropped out on Sunday. It's a little disappointing, but now the Supreme Court's going to be dragged through it. And I think that every time these Supreme Court justices, instead of walking around with pride, they're going to walk around feeling like they're a target.
And I just want to say something about it too. I mean, he started this. He talked about fundamental fairness, and you know that they're going to undermine the.
His name is Brian Kilmeade, not Brian Kill Me. That's the joke. That's why I say Brian Kill Me, Brian Kill Myself, as a substitute. When I want to say similar things, maybe I say, "Oh, I'm Brian Kill Me."
This guy just says one thing.
He gave his eulogy.
Yeah, he gave his eulogy. And then the other thing, they keep talking about making sure that these Supreme Court justices have an ethics guideline.
Wait, you guys,
so do my air staff.
Wait, you guys literally thought his name was Brian Kill Me? Oh my God, I'm so fucking irresponsible with my platform. I've cultivated an entire generation of people accidentally saying Arkansas, jalapeno poppers. You know what I mean? And now thinking that the name is actually Brian Kill Me. A lot of you motherfuckers probably say Obabe, or not Obabe, sorry, Brandon. Like all of these like different things I say as a joke. You might do Obama or Obummer, but more importantly, you probably say Brandon. I never refer to Joe Biden as Joe Biden anymore. I always refer to him as Brandon. It's kind of crazy.
Agenda couldn't get any more ridiculous. The party rallying behind Kamala Harris by leaning into the word weird to attack Donald Trump and his running mate, J.D. Vance. An apparent
come on, Janine, tell us how not weird you
attack
are.
Against Trump if she were ever to face him on the debate stage.
Well, it's just plain weird.
Oh, they hate it. Oh, this is good.
I mean, that's the box you put that in, right?
It's not just a weird style that he brings. It's that this leads to weird policies.
That is weird behavior.
More extreme, more weird, more erratic.
I mean, on the other side, they're just weird.
The 32 ounces of weird.
Donald Trump and his weirdo running mate.
And by the way, they are weird.
It is bizarre. It's weird. It is weird.
J.D. Vance, just dumb Vance, is pretty weird.
J.D. Vance, brushing off the attack, says keep him coming.
It doesn't hurt my feelings. Look, the price of admission, meaning the price of getting to serve the people of this country, is the Democrats are going to attack us with everything that they have. I think it's an honor.
And the media's honeymoon with Kamala is far from over. New York Magazine is out with this cover of Harris and her Democrat cheerleaders titled, "Welcome to Camelot." Camelot. All right. Okay, so I'll start with you,
weird.
Brian. They're changing. I mean, we were extremist, we were radical, and now we're just weird. Why are they softening the terminology when we needed to be deprogrammed? We were a cult. Now we're weird.
I could give my opinion. I'm not sure what's behind it. I wasn't in part of that think tank. But I will say this. The whole democracy is at stake was not working. But saying that Donald Trump and he's going to overthrow democracy wasn't working. The trying to put him in jail.
That's not true. It was a
working.
very successful landing. It was a very successful line of attack.
So let's make him weird. And I thought that Donald Trump Jr. put out a couple of videos that said, I'll give you weird. Kamala Harris giving her pronouns before a big speech to Chris Cuomo before a major thing. And to talk about some of her stances when it comes to AOC, saying that we should start taxing people 80%. She's like, you know what? That's a good, innovative idea. That's kind of weird. Also, I think outside Jesse, most of us are weird. Most of us, outside Jesse, most of us have a little bit of thing that's a little non-traditional. And I think by calling people weird, that'll make them more relatable.
Is this Dana, a part of their effort to appeal to Gen Z because, you know, they may buy into that?
Yeah.
No.
Maybe.
This is literally, dude, no. This is actually an appeal to the
What I think is weird
suburbs.
is not thinking for yourself and just listening to the bat signal and saying, okay, today we call them weird, got it. And then everybody does it. I think it's so bizarre. I'd rather just think for myself. I also think that it's amorphous language. It's like, well, weird can be good, right? I guess. But I've also thought online it's been pretty interesting to say J.D. Vance is weird. And then you click on the picture and it's some like craziness on the left. So I don't know where this is all going. I think that both sides are trying to land on how they want to define each other now because the race is different.
Well, could it be, Jesse, that people are just tired of the name calling? And
I'm not tired of it. I love the name calling, Judge, and I like laughing, but I guess we're going to have to go with, what's the new one? Crazy? It's hard to keep up with, but these are good. Listen, I think probably November 6th, the Democrats are going to look back at this landslide shellacking that they just got handed and think, why did I waste 3 days in late July calling the Trump people weird? The only way Kamala Harris has a shot.
Because the policy prescriptions and the positions you have are gross.
From Joe Biden.
They're gross. On social issues, you guys are weird as fuck. You literally are not even remotely interested in like running a competent administration, a competent campaign. Yeah. You think they'll start saying Holocaust Harris is a super last ditch effort? Oh my God.
I agree.
Maybe. Probably not.
Demolish Joe Biden for 90 minutes. I didn't see him weird. When I saw Trump go like this, fight after surviving a bullet, I didn't think weird. Most people don't see Donald Trump.
That's not what they're talking about, big dog.
You can play it all day. Look at the Biden White House. You got cocaine, you got rabid dogs, you got secret Parkinson's doctors, you have Dylan all up in that place. It's political projection. They leaked something. Trump was going to call her weird.
Dylan? Oh, do you mean Dylan Mulvaney? Thank you for proving the fucking point. There you go. Thank you for proving the point. That's precisely what people mean when they say, oh, remember that one trans influencer that was on a singular Bud Light can? Remember that one trans influencer that was on a singular Bud Light can that moved discourse for an entire month where Republicans were shooting at Bud Light cans? Remember? That was weird. That is what we mean when we say y'all are fucking weird. And I'm glad the Democratic Party is finally listening to that. Let's see what my liberal darling has to say.
A very good week in terms of coverage, but she's just flat out had a good week. She's done really effective rallies, her team of surrogates, and that's where weird comes from. It comes from Governor Tim Walz from Minnesota, who has a very plain speaking way about him, and he was giving an interview, and he said they're just weird, and then it caught on from there. And I think that people are sick of the vitriol. They are sick of hearing that it's the end of the earth if X thing happens. People did live through 4 years of Donald Trump and came out the other side of it.
Waltz started their weird narrative, and it's good.
Don't feel that he's the existential
Well, let's be
threat.
real. It's not Waltz that started it. I would say that myself, the Chapo boys, like, we've been saying this for fucking years. And Waltz is the guy who, the first time I've seen, like, a Democrat in a position of power actually utilize that language and deploy it against the Republican
Trump
Party.
supporter. The late, great
We have
Hannibal
literally,
Lecter
like, normal
doesn't
people that
resonate.
are not in the Democratic Party have been saying this for quite some
About
time.
batteries. Like, Donald Trump is not a normal human, and I guess it's only Jesse that is normal in all of this.
Should we like pull up the tapes of Kamala Harris?
So,
and
but you can
Spain
play that
and weird. I mean, I just think that it's
You want to talk batteries?
But if you-
I mean, you guys
I don't
spent
wanna talk
$10
batteries.
trillion.
I wanna-
You installed 8. That's weird.
What I want to talk about
That's not what's weird.
is that
That's weird.
whatever the strategy is now, it is
No, weird is like you saying they brought Dylan to the White House and assuming that people know what that is and some people will know what that is. We know what that is because we're brain rotted. Like, I'm clued in on what the fuck these guys talk about on a regular basis. I watch their shit all the time. That's why I know how fucking weird the Republicans are. Bro just name dropped a singular trans TikToker from 8 months ago by her first name. That's it. Not even like her last name. Just said Dylan in the White House. Okay? And the expectation is that, like, that's how hyper Oh, dude.
Mocking
Wait, let's continue.
Christians and the Last
Let's continue.
Supper.
Show us how fucking weird you are more. Show us how weird you are with this culture war shit, dude. Oh, they're mocking Christians by doing artistic demonstrations. We want to ban them? Go ahead. Make my fucking day, dude. Okay? The Republicans forgot that their like worst policy positions are just genuinely fucking gross. And like, you're supposed to do dog whistles, dumbass. I think Donald Trump unshackled that to a certain degree, but he at least has like he is telegenic enough and charismatic enough to the base to be able to carry that conversation. But when you guys do it, you do it too analytically. You do it too critically. You do it in a way where you're too nerdy about it. You're doing the Elizabeth Warren style, JD Vance style, Ron DeSantis style, like, let me show you how the sausage is made about the racist process that I go through in order to advocate for the fucking horrifying things that I advocate for. And people, when they see that, when they scratch the surface and see what's underneath it, they go, ew, that's gross. This is why the Democrats are finally calling what Republicans are doing weird. Okay? It's a really good way to you know, basically say you guys are being fucking racist without saying the word, or you're being really transphobic without saying the word, because if you go, oh, you're transphobic, then it alludes to the hysterical, like, blue-haired social justice warrior tropes. But when you just say it's weird, you're like a normal person, and many other normal people also feel this way, right? And it's a positive way to reframe the conversation. It's positive for the Democrats. It's a strong way to reframe the conversation without immediately being like, ooh, that's racist. Ooh, that's bigoted. Ooh, that's whatever. You're disarming them. Because there's a immediate, you know, multiple centuries backed retort for when someone says you're racist. White people hate being called racist, okay? Especially when they have racist ass opinions. They think it's worse than being, they think it's certainly worse than saying the N-word, right? But when you say they're being weird, it's a little different. It's new. They're like, wait, maybe I also kind of feel like these guys are being gross. Even if they technically agree with the broader ideological positions, this is what I've been trying to fucking explain to people. There is a level of permissible misogyny and permissible racism, right, that is broadly popular in the Republican Party's base of support. That's why Lee Atwater talked about not being able to say the N-word post-civil rights movement and changing the discourse around other things, policy positions that basically dog whistle, that put black people on a worse position overall that white people will definitely vote on. These guys unshackled the dog whistles. They're doing bullhorns. And yeah, Trump to a certain degree is good at making that work, especially with respect to like immigration, especially when there isn't a solid counter narrative on that immigration front, then they can get away with it. But on these other issues, especially on abortion, especially on issues that pertain to women's bodily autonomy, the moment that you come across as misogynistic, the moment that you come across like you're restrictive on what women want to do, the moment that you lean into the Handmaid's Tale or Handmaid's Tale, whatever the fuck it's called, the Handmaid's Tale narrative, and say, no, we do want to do that, you're basically fucking making the rest of the country look at you and go, that's odd, bro. Why are you doing that?
Taking home the gold medal for being woke. The spectacle meant to showcase the greatest athletes in the world, according to reports. Instead, featured drag queens appearing to act out scenes from The Last Supper, depicted by Leonardo da Vinci, one of my favorite painters. After viewer backlash and calls to boycott the games,
by the way,
Olympic YouTube page wiped out from the video page because it was getting pretty roundly criticized. Paris 2024 spokesperson apologized, saying they didn't mean to offend anyone. Data, there's no way they could have watched the rehearsal and thought, this will be perfect.
You mean
for
they
the
didn't
Olympics.
watch that and go, wow, this is weird?
Yeah, probably not.
That's the thing. I also just don't like it that it took away from all the athletes. They've worked so hard their whole lives for this moment. If you think back to the London Olympics, they drew upon, remember they had the Queen parachuting into the opening ceremony with James Bond. They had a Spice Girls reunion. They had Mr. Bean. They had Chariots of Fire. The French have a rich history to draw on. They just didn't use it.
And even Russia and...
Yeah, calling everything woke is also weird. Saying like, oh, they're doing gender. Democrats are doing gender. Democrats are doing woke. Woke culture has ruined society. They're doing gender. Like, yeah, this shit is weird, bro. It's art. Like, stay in your fucking lane. You know what I mean?
Okay, you should take in some of that culture. I mean, listen, am I really shocked that
like no normal person's gonna watch this, or no fucking right-wing person's gonna watch this and be like, well, my takeaway from this is that it's awesome. Of course they're not. It's just art. It's not supposed to be for you. It's not supposed to be like this like fascist depiction or fascist understanding of art that is supposed to be like completely shackled and completely restricted and whatever the fuck. This is not politics. No matter how hard these dipshits try to turn it into politics, it's not. Okay?
It was a spectacle for sure. I watched it. I was very excited by the whole thing. I mean, the Marie Antoinette thing was incredible. It was so fun. Mocking... No one?
Right.
Did
Nothing
you
like
hear
to be
it?
beheaded.
I
missed that part. Nothing like a royal being beheaded to lift you up. All right, Judge?
I
What are you defending Marie Antoinette? What the fuck?
Camaraderie and, how we're all basically in this together. I mean, they're tone deaf. They insulted 2 billion Christians, okay? And, you would think.
Boo, boo, woke. This is like SJW shit. This is real cancel culture. Conservatives love doing this.
And they ended up
killing you insulted conservatives. Nobody gives a fuck. Okay? Nobody cares. Oh, you're insulting me.
Because they know
I'm
what
Judge
happens.
Janine
Christians
Perot.
turn the
You're
other cheek.
insulting
Who are the ones that are
Christians. Don't
sabotaging
do it.
the Olympics. It's
Right.
not the Christians.
4 rail lines blown up. We
I'm
still don't
so
know what's behind it.
offended as a
The Congress, one more
Christian.
thing.
Oh.
You'll never know.
I know. We've got to go.
Damn, they have so many fucking ad breaks, dude. They're way worse than me at the top of the hour. At least I only serve you a 3-minute ad break at the top of the motherfucking hour. These guys literally keep doing every 3 minutes. They keep doing an ad break. You get one ad break with me at the top of the hour, one secret one in the middle of the hour, and honestly, you can avoid it by subscribing. Think about how much better that shit is. CPAP support group, they know their fan base. Paris Olympics organizers say sorry for offense, but insists the opening ceremony did not depict the Last Supper. Who gives a shit? The interpretation of the Greek god Dionysus makes us aware of the absurdity of violence between human beings. Like, who cares about this? What the fuck is wrong with you? I think we should do that a lot more. Like, I think I do it all the time. People get very mad at me. Like, even remember, one of the conversations that I used to have with right-wing conservatives, including with Christian Walker before he turned woke, was when he just got like real fucking gross about trans people. And my first instinct in that moment was to be like, why do you care? Like what are you doing? Like, why are you being fucking weird? Why are you like ruining the vibes? You know what I mean? He's woke now? Not necessarily. He's kind of woke now. Not all the way, but he's a little woke now. Did you guys not know this? And people got mad at me. Remember the famous the famous Catboy yelling sequence happened as a consequence of that, because people, specifically very sweaty debate lords online, interpreted my my conversation with Christian in a very negative fashion, where they were like, "Oh, you're getting owned by him because you were calling out how fucking like weird he was about like bringing up trans people for no fucking reason." But that was wasn't Cowboy before that? No, that's after. If you look back, if you go back and watch that debate without like the weird framing from, you know, people like Destiny or Vosh, you will literally see what I was doing there. You will see what I was attempting to do there. That messaging is successful for a broader audience. Okay? Habibi, this is disrespectful to Christians. Why defend it? What? First of all, I don't give a fuck. Okay? That's number one. Number two, this has nothing to do with Christians anyway. Shut the fuck up. It's a scene depicting Dionysus, the Greek god of wine. It's not the Last Supper. The fuck do you mean? What is this shit? Christians don't give a shit broadly about this stuff either. It's like right-wing losers who care. Anyway. Do you understand though when I had a conversation with Christian Walker and he like started chirping about trans people and like really fucked the vibes up? One of the first things I did was to immediately be like, why do you care about this so much? You care about this more, and you've heard me say this time and time again. You care about trans people as a transphobic person more than trans people do. You constantly have it in your fucking mind. Okay? You constantly have trans on the mind. That's like literally the only thing you talk about and the only thing you think about. And you're tapped into like any movement happening in the trans space when they are just, they're marginal. Like they're literally such a minuscule percentage of the population, and you're constantly fucking attacking them non-stop. And to me, that's just odd. That's an odd thing to do, especially when you're like trying to hit that on the angle of like, you know, sports, like athletes, like high school athletes and shit like that. This is not a thing that you would ever personally bring up in any other circumstance. As a matter of fact, most people that do that are the same people that make fun of women's sports. And we saw that with Brittany Griner, for example. And I think it's good to just, it's a very Bill Burr style way to deflect. To just be like, why? Why do you care about this? Like, what does this do to you? Okay? What does this fucking do to you? And the same principle applies here as well. The same principle applies here as well. Why the fuck are you so mad? It's art, dude. It has nothing to do with you. You know, look away. Turn the fucking TV off if you're that butthurt. Okay? It's not even about you. This has nothing to do with Christianity in general. And you're just being really sweaty for no fucking reason. And you're trying to be controlling for no fucking reason. Americans despise that shit, okay? They despise moralizing, and they despise people who are what? Iran is some of the French ambassador, the offensive representation of Jesus Christ during the Olympic ceremony. Proof this is a right-wing issue. Iran is some of the French ambassador. Yeah. Maybe that's why like MAGA cons, MAGA conservatives, or sorry, MAGA communists will choose to be angry about this as well. That's another great take, actually. AHX introvert. When a trans person is murdered, it gets wide news coverage. Most normal people look at that and go, wow, that's bad. Not like right-wing weirdos who celebrate the murder. The hyperfixation on trans people just turns normies off. They don't care and have other more important things to deal with. Exactly. Exactly. That is actually a phenomenal distinction to make between someone who is like so locked in on insane right-wing sentiment in an echo chamber versus like the average right-winger. That's why in terms of the trans issue, I always talk about like how the normative position in society broadly is that most people are definitely transphobic, right? And everyone knows this. Trans people know this. Trans people themselves have internalized transphobia before they come to terms with their gender, right? Like it's a very normal thing. It's unfortunate, but it is the reality, right? But most people also simultaneously are not constantly fucking thinking about trans people because they're like, why the fuck would you do that? Like, why would you do that? Why would you regularly be like, what are trans people up to? And then they also like weirdly deify trans people where they're like, trans people are like the best athletes of all time. They're so fucking good. They're so fucking good. They're so good at being athletes. And that's why we have to deal with them. We have to deal with them. Everyone could be trans at any given moment. And it's like, dude, you just broke your own brain. Like, why did you do this to yourself? Just let people live, you know? Be fucking normal. And once that advocacy, once those opinions turn into like a legislative agenda, then comes restrictive legislation, like anti-trans legislation that was born out of the trans panic in these past 4 years at the state legislatures, like in places like Ohio, where they started doing like penis inspection day, right? Which hasn't been really implemented as far as I understand, but like was a bill that they passed. That kind of shit actually harms cis girls significantly more than trans girls. Okay? Like, obviously, it has an outsized way of hurting trans people. That's the whole point. But there's like fucking 4 trans people that are competing in high school athletic competitions. There are a fuck ton of cis girls that are participating in it, and now they get to do penis inspection day. And this is something that Republicans don't comprehend or think about until it happens. It's just like the fucking abortion conversation. Republicans were on board. They thought that this would not harm them. Okay? They never comprehended a world in which like maybe their daughter might need to get a fucking abortion, or their wife might need to get an abortion after trying to carry a pregnancy to term, but having an ectopic pregnancy. And now that shit is restricted and doctors are too scared to offer this medical service. All of a sudden, it becomes your fucking problem. That problem comes to your goddamn doorstep. And now you're like, oh, fuck. Who would have thought that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break? Who would have thought? Before you know it, you're staring down the barrel of that 3-minute ad break, and you're thinking to yourself, maybe I should have. Oh, did I already serve it? I didn't. I forgot to serve it. So I'm going to serve it now. I guess I segued it and I forgot to run it. So I'm running it now. Double baited. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Age and they haven't had the ability, like for instance, Jazz Jennings can never have kids. Jazz Jennings also, and this probably part of your studies, can't actually feel any sexual feeling of any kind.
Do you have any idea how weird this sounds right now? Like, why are you obsessing with a stranger's genital pleasure? That's so weird. That's so bizarre.
That was very weird yourself.
You guys are all weird.
No. So I'm talking about adults who engage in activities, which is a large portion of the global economy, whether you like it or not.
Sure.
Sex sells, they say. And when I say this person will never have this ability, you go, how weird is that?
It's weird for you to fixate on a stranger's genital pleasure. That's...
Yeah, it is. Dude, I've been riding this fucking wave. I've been riding this wave for years. I'm so glad that this is becoming more prominent in terms of like how to deal with these fucking freaks. Oh, it's so good. He's like, no, you're weird. It's normal to care about someone's genital pleasures. Go ahead, dude. Make that argument. Make that the most prominent display for your fucking campaigning. Okay? Go ahead. Double down on that shit. Double down on that shit. Here it is. There it is.
Zeroed in on a very...
Like, the question I used to ask Republicans in the first couple of years of the Trump administration, the trans administration. See, I got trans on the mind. The first couple of years in the Trump administration, I would ask Republicans all the time. Back then, I used to debate them, right? Like on Discord. One of the questions I would ask them is like, have you seen tangible benefits to your life now that Trump is in office? Or do you still have the same old material problems? Okay? Did the pothole down the road get fixed? Did life become more affordable? Do you feel like you make more money now? No, none of those things changed. They just duped you into voting for them by, bringing up this narrative. That's it. That's it. That's literally it. That's all they do. And many people actually came to terms with that reality. They recognized it. They were like, all right, well, yeah, maybe a lot of the stuff that actually impacts my life are not being changed, because Republicans use that as a previously very successful mechanism, and now increasingly becoming less successful mechanism to get voters to vote for them. Okay? Like, if you laser in on this shit, ironically enough, they could just take advantage of like the unaffordability crisis and Biden inflation, but they still can't stop themselves from fucking leaning on this dumb shit. Okay? They cannot stop themselves from just being like, no, we gotta fucking eviscerate every trans people. It's like, it's 0.01% of the population, dude. Like, what do you think you're gonna do if you quote unquote deal with it? If you, in the words of Michael Knowles, eradicate transgenderism, like what do you get in that? What do you get in that situation? You get nothing. Your life didn't change. You just killed a bunch of trans people. Okay. Like, do you understand? It's fucking insane. Yeah, you got dead family members and a bunch of people who are upset. You just did something unimaginably cruel and unimaginably immoral, unimaginably violent, and you got no benefit. You're just doing harm for no reason.
Very, very effective attack vector against Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris.
Oh, they're going to do that. They're going to keep doing like the fucking trans panic shit.
Will now have to answer for the idea that that teachers in California are not allowed to tell parents when their kids are medically transitioning. So let's pretend you are a 6th grade teacher in Orange County, California, in Huntington Beach, California. You're a 6th grade teacher, and a kid begins to identify as Steve instead of Susie. As a 6th grade teacher in Huntington Beach, California, you are not allowed to call up the parent. You are not allowed to notify the parent. This is pure, unadulterated Marxism.
Bro, I'm not going to lie. If the parent is oblivious to their children being trans, like, they're bad fucking parents. Like, what are we talking about here? Like, what do you mean? State interference must occur here. Like, no, it's like, it's supposed to be protective. Good luck explaining that to, like, obviously the broadest subsects of American population. You can't. But, like, what the fuck are we talking about? Did he say Marxism? Yeah, this is a fundamental plank of Marxism.
This is pure, unadulterated Marxism. The destruction of the nuclear family as we know it, where parents are no longer even allowed to know that their kids are being called by different names, receiving medical treatments. Kamala Harris is in favor of this. Kamala Harris and her gang of California radicals and mobsters have been pushing for the state to have more power than...
Yeah, he said medically transition, which is impossible without parental consent and prior knowledge. Like, what are we talking about? How does he think this works? You think just one day, all of a sudden, you have Hunter Schafer, that's your daughter. Okay? One day you're like, what the fuck just happened? Is that how that works? just like a wand, like a switch just flips and then boom, gender, Marxist gender, pure unadulterated Marxist gender happened.
Then parents. President Trump exploited this and attacked it. And every Christian in the country, you better understand that if Kamala Harris becomes president, she will nationalize this California law and make it so that the state can kidnap your child under trans-related.
That's not the law. The law is teachers can notify. They don't have to.
Issues. Kamala Harris seeks to kidnap your child via the trans agenda.
Bro, this is crazy. Like, okay. Charlie Kirk just said this unironically.
These is like literally the berserkers. They have been slapping fucking rocks, okay?
Hold on.
Training goes on the internet within the Democratic Party's the motherfucking K-hive.
He literally, hold on.
Balls to the fucking wall.
I'm trying to find the. This is from September 25th, 2020. This is 4 years ago. This song came out of one of my rants making fun of the Republicans.
Kamala Harris wants to vaccinate your children in the ass to make them all autistic and homosexual. She's working with the deep state. Come, more like Kamala Harris. She wants to make you never come again, but not in a puritanical good Christian way, but in a weird, freak-like liberal kind of way. Welcome to the cum zone.
Dude, I made a joke about Republicans attacking Kamala Harris on this front like 4 years ago. And now they are unironically doing it. That's awesome. That's just great. They can't help themselves. No. You misunderstood. I said, fuck your feelings. My feelings are very important and must be handled gently, like a tiny baby hummingbird. This whole their weird argument from the Democrats is dumb and juvenile. This is a presidential election, not a high school prom queen contest. It's also a tad ironic coming from the party that preaches diversity and inclusion. Win on policy if you can, but cut the crap, please. Bookmarking this for future use. To bully someone, you mean grow up? This you? Bro. Big ass F word piece of shit. Like, that's awesome. And that's from 58 minutes ago, too. Like, he fucking popped off on that. That's great. Huh. Do you see Turkey might invade Israel? Yeah, right. All right, let's go back to the hogwash thing. I, for one, am a little worried. I will admit, I, for one, am a little worried, I'm not going to lie, that hogwash is becoming more normalized. I don't like that much. I feel like they're taking my toys away. Okay? In some respects, I'm like, okay, that's great. Like, I'm glad that, the Democrats are actually like fighting back a little bit. Having said that, however, you know, this is my thing. I'm a bit of a hipster on this front.
Alex Castellanos, one of the brightest political commentators I know, and he's made the point that the burden on the vice president is to prove to the American people that she's a serious person. Margaret Thatcher didn't giggle. Golda Meir didn't giggle. When you look at the polls, fair or not, many Americans, and again, this may not be fair, but I'm just telling you what the polls show. Many Americans think that the vice president is a little bit of a ding-dong, that she's not serious.
Well, this ding-dong, Senator, has risen in the polls, and I'm wondering if the strategy to focus on her laugh or the former president calling her nasty and crazy really promotes that push to show she's not up to the job. Does it look petty? Does it say to judge her on this level looks like a strategy that could backfire on Republicans? By all means, get her on the issues that matter, like you've talked about abortion, to clarify what this Supreme Court push might be about.
Two books that have been much discussed. All Boys Aren't Blue. And I will quote from it. I put some on and got him on his knees. And I began.
Clean version? Oh, this sucks. Bro, you can't do the clean version of this. The whole point is it's not clean. You know what I'm saying? Hold on here. Listen.
Thank you, Mr. All boys aren't blue. And I will quote from it. I put some lube on and got him on his knees. And I began to slide into him from behind. I pulled out of him and kissed him while he masturbated. He asked me to turn over while he slipped a condom on himself. This was my ass, and I was struggling to imagine someone inside me. He got on top and slowly inserted himself into me. It was the worst pain I think I have ever felt in my life. Eventually, I felt a mix of pleasure with the pain. Close quote. All boys aren't blue. The second is another much discussed book. I'm sure you're familiar with it. It's called Genderqueer. Okay? Let me read an excerpt from that. Quote, I got a new strap-on harness today. I can't wait to put it on you. It will fit my favorite dildo perfectly. You're going to look so hot. I can't wait to have your cock in my mouth. I'm going to give you the blowjob of your life. Then I want you inside of me.
There are a litany of different artistic depictions of a multitude of different parts of the human condition, readily available in public libraries for anyone who wants to consume it. The idea that you would turn around and find these excerpts to read them out loud publicly in an attempt to try and justify banning books in general is fucking insane. Okay? Public libraries, school libraries, who gives a fuck? Okay? That's it. Straight up. I'll stand by that all day, every day. Making this a prominent, pivotal part of your campaigning is so insane to me. And yet, that's what the Republicans do. It's odd. Yeah, I mean, how many public libraries have Song of Ice and Fire on the shelves or 50 Shades? Exactly. 50 Shades of Grey. Or any, like Game of Thrones is the most popular. Game of Thrones is the most popular fucking HBO show of all time. Okay? Its books are readily available in school libraries. There are depictions of sexual acts, both gay and even incestuous. There are depictions of rape in books that we read for middle school and high school. Literally, like A Tree Grows in Brooklyn. I can't remember now because my memory is awful. There are depictions of that shit in the Bible. And this fucking guy is going, dude, what are you doing? You can't be reading any of this stuff. There's depictions of murder. To Kill a Mockingbird is an American classic. Yeah. And no, genderqueer was not on the reading list for kids, on the NEA summer reading list for kids. It's on the recommended reading list for educators, adults, so they understand gender and sexuality better. The National Education Association and Teachers Union recommended it to educators as summer reading, not to the kids. And this isn't the depiction that he's reading from anyway. But it is what it is, you know? People just set this narrative.
End quote.
Atlas Shrugged is mostly just 200 pages of people having sex businessly. This is their second Bible.
But to focus on this other stuff just looks dumb.
Well, what I was going to say, Neil, if I could finish my thought, when you look at the polls, fair or not, what the polls, the crosstabs show, is that those Americans who have an opinion of the vice president think that, number one, she's a bit of a ding-dong, and number two, that she is a member of the loon wing of the Democratic Party. She's a San Francisco
that member
Democrat.
of the loon wing.
Yeah. Mr. If you have a problem with the police, call a crackhead. The ding-dong and the loonies. Mr. Depictions of getting the ass fucked and receiving a blowjob, read it out loud and did a softcore audiobook readout in Congress is over here being like, they're ding-dongs.
Senator, that I'm not, casting aspersions either way. That member of the loon wing is now, dead even with Donald Trump in one battle state ground after another. Now, I'm not saying that might last. I am saying that this loon is surging, and if the Republican approach to her is to treat her like a loon and a cackle, and she is just an empty suit, I wonder how far that'll go.
Well, I'm sorry if that offends you, Neil, but I'm just telling you what the people of America think.
I'm just telling you what the polls are showing right now. Now, if you think they're short-lived and they're not going to last, and you're okay with this approach of talking about her laugh and nasty and disrespectful and all this stuff that Donald Trump has said, you don't think part of that is going to kill you at the polls?
I'm telling you what I think the American people think right now, based on the polling that I've seen. And let me say it again. I think that fair or not, and it may upset you, but fair or not, the American people think, those who have an opinion of the vice president think that, number one, she's a little bit of a ding-dong. She's not a serious person. They've had one vegetable in chief. They don't want to know. She believes in strength, our national security strength through weakness, that if we just sit down with our enemies and have a cup of hot cocoa and give them a hug, that they'll be nice to us.
The accent right there, Louisiana. All right. The chatter that was asking said, not American. What kind of beautiful accent is this Senator John Kennedy presenting here? And it's Louisiana, baby.
I don't know if she suggested the cup of hot coffee. You raised a number of very clear issues, substantive issues that could be debated. I guess all I'm saying, for all the problems and calling her a loon and all that, and I get it. I know it's political season and that happens on both sides.
I didn't call her a loon, Neil. You're putting words in my mouth.
Okay.
I said she's a ding dong. I didn't call her a loony. I said she's a ding dong and a loon. I didn't say loony. I said loon.
She's a member of the loon wing of the Democratic Party, and there is a loon wing of the Democratic Party.
What's the difference between the loon wing and being a loon? The only reason why I'm saying it is, if that is so, and you have a lot of American people who have now taken another look at her, and maybe it's short-lived, to your point, Senator, she is running even with Donald Trump, and I'm just wondering about the approach you're taking, and it's very artful, don't get me wrong, and you raise a lot of substantive issues. It's going to come back to bite your hinds, isn't it? Aren't you concerned about that?
I'm telling you what I think the American people think. It may not be what I think, and it may not be what you think, but this is Washington.
Then what do you think the polls that shows that she's running even with Donald Trump, regardless of what either you or I think?
Well, the polls that I have seen, the most recent polls, you can't just look at the top lines, Neil. You've got to look at the crosstabs. And if you look at the crosstabs,
they're saying she's a loon. A loony. A Looney Tune. Loony and Toony. That's what they're saying. The crosstabs are saying this. Let me tell you what the crosstabs are saying. They're saying she's a ding-dong. 100% of Americans think she's a ding-dong.
And really drill down and see what people think. Let me say it again. The polling that I've seen shows that many Americans think that the vice president is not a serious person. As I said, that she's a bit of a ding-dong. And number two, that she is a member of the loon wing of the Democratic Party. She's a San Francisco Democrat. She's just like Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, except without the bartending experience. She is
Ocasio-Cortez.
Do you worry how that, Senator?
Wait, is this the same clip?
Do you worry how that comes across? And maybe you draw no distinction between a female candidate and a male one, and that's fair game. But that this could hurt you with female voters with these type of comments.
Well, let me say it again.
Sure.
The vice president is a candidate for president of the United States. I don't care about her gender, Neil. Maybe you do, but I don't. I don't care about her race. I care about her
Then
competence.
why call her a ding-dong?
And I'm telling you what the polling shows. I'm telling you what the polling shows. Right. And it does. And I'll be glad to sit down with you and walk you through the polls.
Please do, because I never know when it's constructive to call people names, Senator. On the left or the right. But
I'm sorry that it hurts your feelings, but let me.
I want to see the ding dong poll, dude. We gotta see the ding dong poll. You don't understand. I saw the polls. 98% of Americans say Kamala is a ding dong. They were polled on it.
Let me say it again.
Senator, you keep bringing it back to my feelings. My feelings matter a little. All I'm telling you is if you think you can gain this November calling people names, I don't know how far that goes, left or right, but we'll see. It's still early, to your point.
Your feelings seem to me like they matter to you a lot, Neil, and I'm trying to be objective here. Let me say it again.
Are you really?
That's so funny to be like, I'm objectively calling her a ding-dong and claiming that Americans are calling her objectively a ding-dong. You can say it again, over and over again.
Really being objective, Senator? I just think you've got a bash-a-thon, a name-calling at her. If you call that being objective, I don't know. But, Senator, I do want to thank you for coming.
Well, thank you for having me, Neil. I hope you have a better day.
Yeah, so do I. Hope you have a better day. We'll have more after that.
I mean, Fox News, but yeah, that's Neil Cavado. It's not like... It's early. It's early in the day. Okay? That's different. You have to remember, this is like... Fox News polls are reliable and solid. And Fox News reporting earlier in the day is also like it's like closer to like a normal news broadcast with obvious right-wing leanings. The other guy that was like that is obviously Chris Wallace was another guy like that on Fox News, Chris Wallace, and then he left. Also here, here's Newsmax having a wonderful time with the JD Vance stuff.
Using that term weird, by the way, we continue to point that out. Kamala HQ, that's her campaign on X, just put out 3 minutes ago.
Dude, I feel like when someone calls Twitter X, I'm not kidding. I feel like it reveals a lot about like what their worldview is. You know what I mean? Is a red flag. Like there's a pretty high likelihood that you're talking to a conservative. I have been fortunate enough not to see a single person, by the way. Okay, not to be around a single person who unironically calls it X.
A quote from J.D. Vance of him saying, "I certainly would like abortion to be illegal nationally," unquote, from J.D. Vance. They quoted him.
I'm a journalist, and our style or prescribed language of things to say is X, and it hurts me. I feel like journalists get around that, though, by being like X, formerly known as Twitter, in parentheses. Or maybe that's the style Bible of certain outlets. But I always see that. They won't just like let it be X. They'll always put in parentheses, formerly known as Twitter. Some style guys have switched to just X now. Dude, don't give up. Don't give up on it. Don't fucking do it.
Now I got it.
All right, let's finish this.
Him on that, the Harris campaign, and calling it, "This is weird behavior." Weird. Everything about, again, Vance is weird. Does Vance actually have a problem? And then how about the campaigning using that term weird for Republicans? Using that term.
Do they have a problem? Trump Jr. said tweets weren't referring to it when he was coked out with Vance. Yeah. JD Vance really made his values clear. He does not see women as equals. Let's see what my goat has to say about JD.
Now I gotta take a minute to talk about the guy who joined his ticket a couple weeks ago. Oh, you heard of him, did you? JD Vance, yeah. He's really made his values clear lately. He does not see women as equals. He does not want everyone to have a seat at the table. He's scared of us. Because Democrats, we want everyone to have a seat at the table. I mean, even cat lovers and dog lovers alike. Now I got.
The Michigander accent is making my Ohio self feel some kind of way. Okay. Let's talk about the DEI narrative before we move on. Because I got some other stuff. We're going to talk about Israel, Palestine as well. Wait, oh shit. They were on the docket, but they're cleared from this. Oh no, never mind. Macy has changed the lineup. Okay. There's some fucking crazy ass shit happening in Israel. They're protesting outside of a concentration camp. Here, a little spoiler for you guys. They're protesting outside of a concentration camp, Sde Teiman, the one that was famously written about extensively in the New York Times. They're protesting for the rights of Israeli concentration camp guards to rape Palestinians. Now, when I say it like this, okay, when I say those words, in that order, you think there is no fucking way. No, that is exactly what's going on. You need to understand. They're not protesting outside the concentration camp to be like, you need to, surely you are being inflammatory is obviously what you think, right? What any normal person would think. Okay, CNN covered it. Yeah, sedate Iman. We talked about it before. Strapped down, blindfolded, held in diapers, and also anally raped by a metal rod. So much so that the person had to be hospitalized. Yeah, they're currently doing a January 6th style fucking hog riot. Armed militias are claiming to have taken over the military course. This was at 11 this morning. Israel's going through a January 6th like moment. We'll talk more about it as well. I'm not being inflammatory at all. We're going to talk about John Oliver covering Israel and calling what Israel's doing a genocide and how we got here. But before we do that, let's wrap this up with the DEI narrative.
I've heard the phrase DEI recently. It's the right's new descriptor for Kamala Harris.
DEI got us Kamala Harris as a vice president.
She is a DEI candidate.
She has proven to America why DEI doesn't work.
Now, this kind of talk is nothing new for the vice president. Throughout Harris's career, she's been accused of sleeping her way to the top, playing the race card, and lacking qualifications because of her race and gender. She even has her own birther conspiracy theory. But while those attacks might play well on Fox News or Steven Crowder's show,
she's like a biracial werewolf. Just
I've noticed she started wearing straightening.
That kind of overt racism is a bit much for a general election. So instead, right-wingers have taken to spamming their new favorite acronym when talking about Harris.
People get mad when you say Harris.
Well, let's be real. Some Republicans have dialed it back a little bit and saying DEI. Others, of course, are doing this. Steven Crowder fell off after beating his pregnant wife. Now he's posting this shit. Cringe. Kamala cosplays as a black candidate. I wish I could say that this is a new direction of racism for Steven Crowder. But it's pretty normal Steven Crowder stuff. Typical. How are his numbers nowadays? I don't know. I can't count that low. I forgot. He has fallen off so abysmally, so spectacularly. And we'll talk about that in a second.
Is the hood ornament of DEI.
Just wanted to show you where he's at, though.
Kamala's in the White House is because of the DEI deal Biden cut with Bernie to seal the nomination.
She very well might be the first DEI president.
Now, even with the euphemism, Republicans know this isn't a winning message. In fact, GOP leadership told lawmakers to stop making race comments about Harris. But even if they stopped calling her a DEI vice president today, the label has stuck in the current lexicon. And whether you heard it from Newsmax, Ted Cruz, or your boomer uncle, the implication is the same. DEI is black, or gay, or feminine, or disabled, or poor.
This woman who is literally a DEI hire.
The point is, DEI is the right's latest dog whistle, the alphabetical successor to CRT, ESG, and SJW. When said to the right audience, DEI means replacing white men with black women, hardworking farmers with communist drag queens. It's probably gonna make your kid gay, or at least a Chappell Roan fan. DEI is everything your estranged father is terrified of, but with a corporate-sounding label so he can say it in public.
What does that sound like? The witch trials.
Dude, Buttfeld needs to stop trying to drip out. Okay? You're not. It's not working. Stop. Stop trying to be drippy, dog.
except they replaced drowning with racial justice. You die by DEI either way.
Earlier this month, I talked about how the right would struggle if Kamala Harris ran for president. So this week for Mother Jones, I'm going to dive into what DEI actually is, its real definition, what it means to Republicans, and how it's evolved from previous dog whistles. In reality, DEI stands for diversity, equity, and inclusion. It often refers to inclusion policies, like the ones you'd see at companies or at a school. These can relate to someone's gender, age, sexual orientation, disability status, and a ton of other personal identifiers, i.e. diversity. The goal of this idea is to create an equitable playing field by accounting for institutional discrimination and disadvantage to give everyone the same chance at opportunity. Of course, this would include every person. Affirmative action was one of the first DEI-type policies. Title IX could also fall into this category. So while the term DEI is more recent, the idea is not. Simply put, don't discriminate against someone's race, gender, sexual orientation, or whatever else it would be dickish to hate. So that's what DEI originally meant, or at least what it was supposed to mean. But now it's in the hands of right-wing assholes. So like Pepe the Frog, fedoras, and the OK symbol, these losers have perverted another innocuous thing. Now to people like Tucker Carlson and Charlie Kirk, here's what DEI means. Woke society has prioritized skin color and sexual orientation over actual skills. This means a lot of jobs are being filled by incompetent candidates, who are somehow always prioritized over straight white men. Funny how that works. Oh, you have a black surgeon? Yeah, you'll probably die on the table. A woman is piloting your flight? I mean, I'd be worried. Oh, and if your law school just fell in the rankings, remember, it's the gays' fault. The really convenient part about all of this is you can apply it to anything, for any reason, without any proof.
That's why it works so perfectly. They did it, bro. They did this with Boeing. Like, Boeing plane doors were fucking flying off. They were like, oh, it must be a gay black pilot that fucking dropped the plane. It's like, no, man. No, the door blew off. Like, how are you saying it's a woman black pilot and that's their fault? We never punish people for hitting that line, by the way, which is odd. Like, the very same supposedly centrist drama farming fucking losers that routinely try to farm hatred off of my coverage over Israel-Palestine, despite not having any singular opinion on the matter beyond like Hasan's coverage is bad. He lies all the time, like farming fucking these like insane videos off of it. I don't hear them ever fucking covering this shit. And the worst part is I wasn't even wrong on my coverage with Israel-Palestine. As a matter of fact, every single thing I said was correct. And I've been vindicated into oblivion. Odd stuff overall. Israel's foreign minister is calling on NATO to expel Turkey. Who the fuck are you, bro? Who the fuck are you? What do you mean? Bro, you can't be outside the club. You can't be hating from outside the club. You're not in the club. Fuck you mean? Anyway, let's continue.
Especially the bad stuff. Let's just say, totally hypothetical, a ship crashed into a bridge in a major American city, tragically killing 6 and destroying a major route for highway and maritime traffic. Let's just say that happened. Sure, maybe it was because there was an electrical problem with the boat, so it couldn't stop. But what if we just blamed it on DEI instead?
It's time for autumn in Palestine.
A train derails. DEI. Crypto bros crash a bank. DEI. Boeing spends years prioritizing profits over passenger safety. DEI. But this tactic is nothing new. Remember 3 years ago when CRT was all the rage? Or 2 years ago when it was ESG? And grooming was pretty big last year. All of those words are synonyms for everything the right hates. They're dog whistles, or phrases that mean something different depending on who's listening to them. You hear DEI and you probably think of your job's HR department. But for your QAnon uncle, DEI is an activation phrase to send the most unhinged memes in the family group chat.
You die by DEI either way.
The right loves to use dog whistles, especially as society advances and becomes more inclusive and less.
I love that there's like a gaming version of this too, the ESG stuff, or what was it, Baby Mama Gaming or whatever? The one that like Asmongold has covered before and that fucking lolly YouTuber loves, that lolly VTuber. I talked about Sweet Baby Inc., Grums, all those fucking charlatans on the right. Baby Mama Gaming Lamau. I'm sorry, bro. I like, excuse me for not remembering what fucking flavor of the month the right is like getting fake mad at. You know what I mean? But yeah, their version is the ESG shit. They're like, yeah, BlackRock is making games gay. How do you know so much about lolly creators? Bitch, you think I want to know? Blah, blah, Hasan is right. Blah, blah, blah. I can objectively predict the future. God, we get it. You're a loser. Are you okay, chatter? This is a not Joe Biden spy. I'm joking. Chatter got bored. 33 months. I haven't responded to them. Anyway, where the fuck were we? Let's finish off this DEI video.
Welcoming to bigotry. A really good example of this is Richard Nixon's Southern strategy. Republican strategist Lee Atwater once explained that by 1968, using the N-word on the campaign trail would actually hurt you for the first time in, the history of the country. So instead of having a less racist agenda, Republicans just had to use more abstract terms like states' rights and forced busing. They weren't saying the slur, but they still got the message across to their supporters. These phrases have evolved over time. Welfare queens, globalist elites, Barack Hussein Obama, but they all evoke the same feeling, a hostility towards an other. And DEI is just the latest addition to this long, shitty trend. Because sure, you can hold 6 elected offices. You can have an entire law career before that. You can even be the vice president of the United States. But if you just add those 3 little letters, DEI, it is instantly invalidated by the assertion that every single one of your accomplishments is because of how society treats your race and gender, rather than despite it. I'm working with Mother Jones this election, creating weekly video content.
I don't understand the Asmongold. Hey, he got some decent takes. I agree. The one about the watching the lolly VTuber was just shocking to me in general. Or the sweet baby mama takes that he had. I think Asmongold shines in unique moments and with unexpected takes. This community yells at me all the time for saying that. Sweet Baby Mama, Sweet Baby Inc. is a consulting firm that gamers decided was like making games woke and gay. We should stop talking about Sweet Baby Inc. and start talking about Sweet Baby Dog. Baby dog. This clip is pretty funny. Okay, JD Vance complaining, blah, blah, blah. Who gives a shit? Suck my dick. All right. Stop talking about Sweet Baby Inc. and start talking about Sweet Baby Mamas, Lamau. I agree. Can't wait for you and Asmongold's monthly 3-hour chat We should do that soon. I'm down. What is this? Stellar Blade will be the downfall of Sony.
I pledge to sign the petition because my rights have been violated.
I pledge to sign the petition. The PS5 is basically the Auschwitz of game consoles.
First, they wouldn't release Dead or Alive Extreme 3. Then they made the main girl in Star Wars ugly. It is happening again.
Somehow, the social studies warriors return.
Now, Sony and woke consulting firm Sweet Baby Rays have...
Okay, dude, this is a joke. It's a joke, but like it follows the truth a little too closely. So for the uninitiated who might have like paid a little bit of attention, they think that it's real because the reality is that is what they were doing. Anyway, no, we're not going to do that right now. I don't care about this. All right. Let's hear what anti-Israel protesters reveal their hopes for Gaza and feelings towards Kamala Harris.
Israel to be dismantled.
Ceasefire first.
No, I don't see more hope. I actually see less hope.
From Lebanon to Palestine. There is only one solution. There is only one solution. Intifada revolution.
Anti-Israel agitators swarmed the nation's capital to protest Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's address to Congress. Why is Fox News not immediately calling these like anti-Jewish protesters? I'm shocked. How is Fox News more correct than like half of the fucking mainstream media? Mainstream media literally immediately was like, these guys are anti-Semitic. They're anti-Semitic protesters. They're all anti-Semitic. They're pro-Hamas. And they're anti-Semitically pro-Hamas. They're not like, they're pro-Iran. They want to do Iranian mullah-style governance here in America.
I would like to see a two-state solution.
Israel right now has to stop completely the bombing and killing of civilians in Gaza.
Israel should do whatever they want to do. It's their territory, it's their area.
Stop genocide, stop the fight, stop the war, stop bombing, stop killing people.
The only solution will be a peaceful dismantlement of the state.
If you go to Reddit, you'll see this was the biggest anti-Semitic attack ever. Guys, many people are saying these protesters did January 6th, which is worse than 9/11. So technically, this was anti-Semitic 9/11 times 100 because January 6th is 9/11 times 100. So technically this was 100 9/11s, but anti-Semitic 9/11s. Okay. Whereas October 7 was 1,000 9/11s, and that was also anti-Semitic 9/11s. Make no mistake, the apartheid, or just like with 9/11, America's actions in the Middle East have nothing to do with either of these actions that took place. Okay? These are infallible moral arbiters. These are states that are the most moral. They're police states. They're policing the world. Okay? And basically they've never done anything wrong, and people were just like, yeah, we just kind of, we hate you because we ain't you. That's what they said. They were jealous. They were jealous of all the freedoms that Israel has. Just like everybody else was jealous of all the freedoms that America had. That's why America had to invade and kill a bunch of goat herders in Afghanistan. You know what I mean? To just really show the rest of the world, how it's done.
Of Israel.
Israel needs to withdraw all troops from Palestine and end the occupation of Gaza and the West Bank.
Ceasefire now. We want the people of Israel to stand up against the injustice.
I want Israel to deoccupy. I want them to decolonize and leave. I do believe that it is okay for Jewish people to have their own state, but I don't think it should be at the cost of tens of thousands of lives.
I would like a one state. I'm part of the One Democratic State Initiative. We believe that
Everyone has the right to live in dignity in a fair and free society. Everyone should have equal voting rights. Everyone should have equal access to water, equal access to roads.
Look at how gross and anti-Semitic she is. Can you imagine the level of anti-Semitism to say that, like, Palestinians deserve water? Hello? Disgusting. I'm losing my mind. Wow. What's next? Are you gonna say that they also deserve equal representation? Like, what? Hello? This must be one of these Iranian-backed anti-Jewish protesters that they're talking about. It is guys, everybody knows it is objectively anti-Semitism to say that Hamas and Palestinians, which is all Hamas, by the way, including especially the babies, they're Hamas babies that need water. They don't need water rights. It's Hamas.
Should never be walls, and no one should be punished for the crimes of their ancestors.
I want them to get the hell out of Gaza, the hell out of the West Bank, and to stop all kind of apartheid against the Palestinian people.
Israel needs to have a two-state solution. Palestinians need to have their own right to freedom and their own rights, their own land, where they have their own protections. They cannot be under this occupation, this apartheid state anymore. The globe is united that this is an apartheid state that Israel is conducting, and they have to come to a two-state solution immediately.
The government needs to...
He basically quoted the ICJ, excuse me. Okay, excuse me. The ICJ, more like international communist Jew hatred. Yeah. Also Hamas. I tried. I almost went there. The Iranian communist judiciary. Okay, that's a good one. Yeah, that's better. How quick-witted? Okay, man. Okay. You'll be singing a different tune at the top of the hour when I serve you that 3-minute ad break, though. Oh, yeah. Oh, how quick-witted. Guess what, dude? Here's something that's quick for you. 3 minutes of ads. How about that? You like that? Well, fear not. You have a mechanism to defend yourself against the top of the hour ad break. It's called subscribing for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
To comply, and because this is the only good thing for them. And if they don't, the destruction is at the end. Just like any empire, you can only win so much with weapons, and then you will crumble. If you don't know history, then it's going to bound to repeat.
We want justice, you say how? We want justice, you say how? Stop bombing Hasan now! Stop bombing Hasan now! Stop bombing Hasan now! Stop bombing Hasan now!
Kamala Harris, we don't know what she stands for. So we're waiting to see what her stand is. If it follows what Joe Biden did, then she's no better than him.
I really hate her. I am both pro-life and pro-Palestine, and she is against both of those things. So to me, it's just she's just into a double genocide.
And she is not who I would like to be the Democratic nominee, but I mean, she appears to be better than Joe on the issue of Palestine and the genocide.
I feel bad for her because I think she's got a lot of baggage coming as a prosecutor.
I mean, I'd like to see her stand up and, support a ceasefire and finding a path towards peace.
It's giving me some hope, actually. Politics, they're just so crazy now, and I do think that Joe Biden needed to step down, and I think he needed to step down a while ago.
I don't think she's capable. We have North Korea, we have Netanyahu, we have Russia, we have China. She cannot stand up to them.
She has not been very vocal about this issue, so I cannot tell what her views are, but since she
a ceasefire and finding a path towards peace.
It's giving me some hope, actually. Politics, they're just so crazy now.
What?
And I do think that Joe Biden needed to step down. And I think he needed to step down.
Who I would like to be the Democratic view of Palestine and
because I think she's got a lot of baggage coming as a prosecutor.
Palestine and the genocide.
I feel bad for her because I think she's got a lot of baggage coming as a prosecutor.
I mean, I'd like to see.
She is against both of those things. So, and she is against both of those things. So, to me, it's just
no better than him.
I really hate her. I am both pro-life and pro-Palestine, and she is against both of those things. So, to me, it's just she's just into a double genocide.
And she is not who I.
That's sick. That's cool. That's cool. I like that. Why not? She said brand new person just unlocked. Iraqi wizard, bro, she's Muslim. Of course she's pro-life. Everyone I know is pro-life. Dude, what kind of fucking Iraqi are you? What do you mean? Islam is severely less restricted on abortion than Christianity is, or modern Christianity in the United States of America is. The fuck? Bro, I'm the worst Muslim on the motherfucking planet. And here I am educating a dude whose name is Iraqi wizard. Less restrictive, but still promotes pro-life. I grew up in Iraq, brother. Okay, I grew up in Turkey, where the fucking federally funded, government-funded public health system offers abortions to people. You know that, right? The fuck do you mean? The Islam opinion on abortion is like the Hillary Clinton take. Okay, which is that abortions should be free and uncommon, basically. Like abortions should be allowed, but not as common as it is. Which is already stupid, but who gives a fuck? You don't really qualify to be a Muslim. You just Muslim because you're born Muslim. You don't practice. Come on. Muslims are usually pro-life. No, that is... God, stop. Stop, please. Like, this is so stupid. My faith is not the issue here. What you're saying is objectively incorrect. It's declared haram? No, it's not. No, it's not. Like abortion is literally, abortion is legal. Like what the fuck are you talking about? With the consensus of the Muslim scholars? Oh my Lord. Islam is not restrictive on abortion as in comparison to American modern Christian interpretations. Okay? And I say modern Christian interpretations because abortion was not a point of contention in the United States of America at the point of its founding. Okay? It was so not contested. It's so a new phenomena, even in like the American Christian world, that like Benny Franks himself was literally writing methods of how you can do at-home abortions in his books. Okay? It was not even a thing that people considered or called in the fucking question. It is a relatively new part of American history, but because when we look at history with horse blinders, we do not have any capacity to understand that it goes far beyond the last fucking 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Okay? That's what I learned living in a Muslim society in Tunisia. Don't take offense, please. I learn new things from you daily. Yeah, Iraq is also an outlier among Muslim countries. It literally has more restrictive abortion laws than Iran, a theocracy. Yeah. It is entirely cultural. in the Islamic world to add additional restrictions. People are confusing their culture with Islam. Islam is pro-choice. There are schools of thought, but the largest consensus for the largest school is pro-choice. Yeah, what the fuck are we talking about? Dude is referring to Wikipedia. Muslim views on abortion are shaped by the Hadith, the words, actions, and silent approval of the Islamic prophet Muhammad, transmitted through chains of narrators, as well as opinions of religious scholars and commentators. The Quran does not directly address intentional abortion, leaving greater discretion to the laws among individual countries. Each of the four Sunni Islam schools of thought, Hanafi, Shafi, Hanbali, Maliki, have their own reservations on it and when abortions are permissible in Islam. A majority of scholars during the medieval age viewed 120 days after conception as a crucial dividing line in the development of the fetus. The time when the fetus became ensouled, becomes a living soul, and thus a live human being. Abortion before this point was permissible according to Islamic law scholar Abel Awad, but afterwards a termination of life. These views towards abortion are still referenced and used by several modern Islamic theologians. Theologians? I don't know how you say that word. And scholars. Did I say it right correctly in the first time? Yeah. Most Muslim countries literally have legal, accessible abortions, especially if there is harm to the mother's life, which means that most Muslim countries on the planet, including fucking Iran, have less restrictions on abortion than like a red state currently in the United States of America. This reality astounds and breaks the minds of even some of the biggest atheists in the United States of America. Because no matter what happens, if you're living in the Western world, you still have that Western chauvinist dog in you. Okay? Another Abrahamic religion that does not have restrictions on abortion is Judaism. Okay? And it's pretty funny when dumbass Americans will literally turn around and be like, what are we, a bunch of Sharia law lovers? We're restricting abortion. And it's like, bro, you don't know anything. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, can't believe we're operating like a bunch of Islamist fundamentalists and abortion lovers out here when it's like, that's not even a fucking point of contention. And also, even the religious interpretation of abortion in Christianity is actually contested, but I'm not going to get into that currently. When did Hasan become a wiki, Andy? We're addressing where some of this common misconceptions are coming from.
I would like to be the Democratic nominee, but I mean, she appears to be better than Joe on the issue of Palestine and the genocide.
I feel bad for her because I think she's got a lot of baggage coming as a prosecutor.
I mean, I'd like to see her stand up and, support a ceasefire and finding a path towards peace.
It's giving me some hope, actually. Politics, they're just so crazy now, and I do think that Joe Biden needed to step down, and I think he needed to step down a while ago.
I don't think she's capable. We have North Korea, we have Netanyahu, we have Russia, we have China. She cannot stand up to them.
She has not been very vocal about this issue, so I cannot tell what her views are. But since she was part of Biden administration, so I hold her equally accountable for all the support the Biden administration has given to Israel.
So we've seen that in the past she's taken a lot of donations from AIPAC. However, I've also seen that she seems to be a little bit less warmongering than Biden on the issue of Israel Gaza. So we're sort of waiting to see at the moment.
Israel is vowing to hit back hard after a rocket attack killed 12 children and teenagers in the Golan Heights over the weekend. Both Israel and the United States blame the Hezbollah militant group in Lebanon for the strike. Hezbollah denies responsibility. Deborah Pata visited the scene of the attack.
A funeral lament for the 12 children blown apart by a Hezbollah rocket.
The villagers of Majd al-Shams gathered in their thousands to mourn, as if embracing the long row of white-shrouded coffins.
The children were playing soccer just behind me when the sirens went off. They then tried to rush to the shelter. You can see it's pockmarked with shrapnel, but there simply wasn't enough time before that rocket slammed into the pitch. And you see these charred...
Oh, by the way, this is pretty this is a pretty interesting situation. This is a pretty interesting situation because it turns out Western media is capable of talking about a bombing attack, like talking about a bombing where like children are slaughtered with incredibly graphic terms. Yeah, it turns out that they can do that. Because I thought like this entire time, this entire fucking time, like they just were woefully incapable. Like they were just like weirdly restricted to cover this kind of stuff. Yeah, new journalism unlocked. This is a new skill in American journalism. Well, I guess it was an old skill when we're talking about fucking when we're talking about fucking Russia. Yeah. Also, classic situation where, of course, it's Druze children, and it's Arab Israelis who don't have the same access, who sometimes aren't even considered full Israelis. This is in the Golan Heights as well, which is annexed Israeli territory. I don't know what the actual details are. These are Syrians in Syria. Yeah, no, but they don't consider themselves, they're not even Israelis, they're Syrians. Yeah, they don't consider themselves Israelis. And the thing is, but Israel is using this as a way to gear up for a war in Lebanon, to be like, no, these are Israeli citizens when we love them and we care about them. Just like that one time there was a piece of shrapnel that fell on the fucking makeshift house of one of the, Palestinian citizens of Israel when Iran retaliated against Israel's original attack on the Iranian consulate. And then Israel was like, we love our Palestinian citizens of Israel, while they were like in the process of evacuating them out of their fucking homes for the 700th time. So I don't know. People are saying that this is like potentially a Iron Dome, but I doubt it. That was the Bedouin population. And then very quickly, as I said at the time, that like the likelihood that they got hit was because they don't have the same kind of Iron Dome coverage and defense. It came to be true.
An attack on a football field in the
Here, does this show the graphic imagery? I don't want to see it because it's really fucked up.
Israeli-occupied Golan Heights killed at least 12 children over the weekend. Israel's military spokesman referred to those killed as Israeli citizens, but when he did so, he was immediately interrupted.
These guys are not Israeli. They famously didn't accept Israeli citizenship in Majd al-Shams. There's an iconic picture from 1982 of them throwing their passports to the ground. Keep in mind, 90% of Golan Heights population was ethnically cleansed in 1967 and the years that followed. Majd al-Shams was one of those towns that stayed pretty much untouched. Every other town was partially or fully emptied.
Interrupted.
שבה אזרחי מדינת ישראל ממג'ד אל-שמס, קהילה, עדה דרוזית. הם לא אזרחי מדינת ישראל. אנחנו מחבקים אותם.
And when some Israeli politicians, including far-right minister Bezalel Smotrich, tried to attend the funeral of the victims, this happened.
Like, it's so obvious that they're like trying to act like they give a shit about these people.
So what is this all about, and how can it help us understand the Druze community that live in the highly contested Israeli-occupied Golan Heights? So this attack happened on the Druze village of Majd.
And more stuff about Golan Heights. Donald Trump permanently recognized the annexation of Golan Heights. It's Syrian territory that Israel currently occupies. Donald Trump made America recognize that occupation as just and legitimate, which was insane. But yeah.
Shams. And the 12 children who were killed were not Israeli passport holders or Israeli citizens. In fact, they were Syrian Arabs, like much of the Druze community who live in that area.
لتوضيح نقطة غير واضحة عند كثيرين، سكان مجد الشمس والجولان المحتل ككل يعرفون نفسهم باعتبارهم سوريين 100%. منذ احتلالهم عام 67 حتى اليوم رفضوا كل محاولات إسرائيل لسلخهم عن وطنهم الأم سوريا.
And most residents.
Trump just followed through on a promise made in the Clinton cabinet. Yeah, dude, I know. There's just like such a weird reason that like no other administration did that though. It's everything that the Trump cabinet did or the Trump administration did in terms of our dealings with Israel was, events that were previously set in motion that every Democratic and even Republican administrations would not touch for an obvious reason, because they knew that the tensions would inevitably rise if they were to do so. If they were to give Israel that bone that they were desperately looking for, that they would go crazy. Like, that's why Donald Trump was uniquely bad on Israel. That like these were prior promises and assurances made that always had gotten in prior administrations, both Democratic and Republican, continuation. Like they would be like, oh yeah, we're passing it down. We're passing it down. There were multiple things that he did, like the moving of the embassy to Jerusalem. This was another thing that they just kept pushing. They kept pushing back on. Donald Trump, on the other hand, was like, no, fuck it, YOLO, we love that.
Of Majd al-Shams absolutely refuse Israeli citizenship. Following the attack, many people were quick to point blame on who was responsible for the deadly strike. Israel, the US, and some Syrians blamed the Lebanese group Hezbollah. But Hezbollah claimed the strike was from a misfired Israeli Iron Dome rocket. The funeral procession...
Oh yeah, there's a Jewish settlement. There is a Jewish settlement called Trump Heights in Golan Heights. A planned Israeli settlement in the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights named in honor of Donald Trump. Dude, I don't think people understand how much Israelis love Donald Trump.
For the 12 killed children was attended by much of the Druze community in Majd al-Shams. The residents kicked out several Israeli politicians who tried to attend the funeral, including members of the Israeli parliament and in particular far-right minister Bezalel Smotrich, and as they kicked him out they shouted, "Get out of here, you criminal." Those living in the occupied Golan Heights are now a mix of Syrian Arabs and Israeli settlers. Syrians in the Golan taking on Israeli citizenship has become more common since the Syrian war erupted in 2011, but the vast majority reject it. Non-citizen Druze, who are a religious minority group, are regarded as having permanent residency status by the Israeli government, but can't participate in elections. Some members of the Druze community do in fact serve in the Israeli army. The Golan Heights is a strategic area that borders Lebanon, Syria, Israel, and Jordan. It's recognized as part of Syria but was occupied by Israel in 1967 and later annexed by Israel in 1981. UN Resolution 242 calls for Israel to withdraw from the Golan Heights and other territories it occupied in 1967, including
best democracy in the Middle East,
Gaza and the West Bank. But back in 2019, Donald Trump said the US should fully recognize Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights. Some Israeli officials who blamed Hezbollah for the attack now warn of a strong response, something they've done multiple times in the past 9 months. But Lebanon's parliament speaker said Lebanon absolutely does not want war. But now many people are asking the question, will Israel use this attack to further expand its war?
Yeah, I mean, look. is there a likelihood that this was a Hezbollah strike? I think so. I don't think it's like that. Like, there's no strategic reason for this, for Hezbollah to do this, but, you know, I know that Hezbollah has denied responsibility. There are some on the ground eyewitnesses, but I don't think this was highly unlikely. It was the Iron Dome. The explosion was far too big for the Tamir warhead, and the interceptor would be burning fuel right in until impact. So a glowing projectile with smoke trail would be visible in videos flying into the ground if this was the case, which it wasn't. I don't think even Israel wants the smoke of a second front without the U.S. being ready to go boots on the ground. No, they do. Don't they typically own up to it when they strike? Why deny now? I mean, it could be a misfire. Like, it could be a Hezbollah misfire. And they don't, because they didn't like actually strike Israeli targets, and instead ended up striking a bunch of Druze children playing football. So, like, in order to save face. But in terms of like this being a false flag operation by Israel, that is the other angle here. That's what people are saying that it is, or a potential interceptor, a Tamir interceptor, misfiring and like striking this target. I don't know. I don't think that's the case. Seems a little bit far fetched. The interceptor, I mean. They've claimed misfires before, though, and admitted when they were at fault. When Hezbollah did before hit civilians, he admitted it and apologized, which is honestly weird if they deny that. I don't know. I've been watching Israeli media very closely for the past few days, and despite trying, they just couldn't, for the life of them, find a Jablani Druze resident of Majda Shams that would actually call for the war. The few interviewees that they did were originally from inside the Green Line. Every signal from the Druze community has been a call for peace. But for those of you who are asking, like, Israel doesn't want the smoke from a two-front war, no, there's definitely a lot of appetite in Israel for a two-front war. I do not think that the Israeli leadership is thinking clearly about opening up a second front against a much better equipped enemy. Donald Trump is on Ingraham angle. Let's hear what he has to say.
She was watching. I asked her that. I mean, I wasn't there. I was on the ground. And when the world started to, like, you could talk to people, I said, so what was your feeling? And she can't really even talk about it.
Traumatized.
Which is okay, because that means she likes me.
No, she still
she
likes
loves
you.
me.
That's good.
I mean, let's say she could talk about it freely. That wouldn't be. I'm not so sure which is better. But she either likes or loves me, and that's nice. But I will say this, look, she was, when I went down, she thought the worst had happened, because I went down. And I grabbed my hand, and I saw it was, my hand was loaded up with blood. You see it in slow motion, instant replay.
Bro, this motherfucker is still talking about it, bro. I thought he wouldn't.
Just there. So this was covered live. They would have had instant replay and everything else, which they already do in this. But supposing the worst happened, you know, one man, Corey, was killed, hit horribly,
amazing man,
horribly in the head. And, you know, to guard it, he was guarding his family.
That's why how important it is to get to the bottom of why this was allowed to occur.
No,
I mean, he died.
No, he died.
You almost died.
He died instantly. Instantly. He was dead immediately.
Coming up, Trump responds to widespread social media attacks from the left on his vice presidential nominee.
Oh, that's going to be cool. I want to hear what he has to say about his, like, J.D. Vance. I want to hear him defend J.D. Vance.
Odd children's bicycles left behind.
These paramedics arrived 10 minutes later.
The whole scene was truly chaotic. People screaming, searching for their children.
We found only dead kids. It was
really hard to watch. I've never seen kids like that, and I've seen dead bodies.
Wait, what? You've never seen kids like that? I guess you haven't. Oh well, I guess that's fair. They don't show what they do to kids in Gaza and Israel. So that's probably why. I believe her when she says she's never seen kids like that. No, I'm telling you, I think it's literally because they straight up don't show images of Gaza. She's in the IDF though. Yeah, they don't. I mean, she's fucking working in Golan Heights. If she hasn't fucking toured Gaza, if she wasn't in Gaza, then she probably hasn't seen it.
But not like that.
Israel and Hezbollah have been trading fire since October 7, but it's feared this escalation could trigger all-out war. The US has called for restraint as Israel vows to retaliate, warning there will be a price to pay. But backed by Iran and with its massive arsenal of missiles, Hezbollah is a far more formidable foe than Hamas in Gaza.
Druze leader Walid Jumblat denies Hezbollah had anything to do with this. He would know he's a good ally to Hezbollah. Yeah, the thing is, like, it also doesn't make sense for Hezbollah to, like, directly target Syrian territory, specifically the Druze, who are not exactly pro-Israel by any means, by any metric. As a matter of fact, are openly anti-Israel and contentious. I'm not going to, I don't care about the one guy, the Walid guy, but, like, I'm saying from a larger, in terms of a broader snapshot of Hezbollah's actions, I think the last time that they actually recognized when they struck like a Palestinian citizen of Israel, like a Palestinian target on accident, they took ownership over it, but it was a long time ago. And beyond that, part of the reason why they would potentially deny this, even if they were accidentally responsible for it, Hasan, it's not true. Most Druze living in Israel support Israel and even serve in the army very commonly. This is in the Golan Heights. This is the one territory where, like, as Time Without an Owo was saying, they famously threw their Israeli passports. And even though they have permanent residency in Israel, they refuse. So you're wrong. Yes, there are a lot of Druze. There are a lot of Druze and Arabs in Israel that serve, not a lot, but like there's a decent amount of Druze and Arabs in the Israeli military. But this is not what we're talking about here. So I think that my analysis or my speculation, my speculation alert, is that it's most likely a misfire, but because the tensions are super high, and Hezbollah has been like targeting northern Israeli territory, and IDF positions deliberately, and in most circumstances, not even like directly targeting Israeli citizens and civilians, even though like obviously there's still fires that occur, and sometimes they do hit civilians as well. Overall, this would be the reason for why they don't. This would be the reason for why they don't take ownership over this attack and instead deny it. Because, like I said, tensions are very high. So that's my speculation on it. They have a tense relationship with the Druze. They make up a third of the Lebanese population, and although their leader Jumblat is pro-Hezbollah, many Druze aren't. And so being seen to kill a dozen Druze children next door in the Golan Heights, even if accidentally, is not good optics. Yeah. That's what I think. Exactly. Why would Hezbollah admit fault for accidentally killing a Palestinian Jew, but not the Golan Druze? What? Those were likely Sting missiles that are precision guided. None of that makes sense. No. Yeah, there is no reason. Elon Luz is such a liar, Lamau. There is no reason for. I don't even think there's a reason for Israel to fucking deliberately target and kill a bunch of Druze children there. I don't think that there is any reason for either party, like Israel or Hezbollah, to strike there. Do you know, dude, you know Israel amount? No, I think like if Israel was to do a false flag operation, I suspected they would do it in an area that is more like, in an area that strikes the chord, strikes at the heart of Israeli citizens. Like the Druze, I don't think is enough pretext for the rest of Israeli society. But maybe they would falsely claim them and be like, oh, they hit our soil, they hit our people again. Especially considering Bezalel Smotrich tried to go to the fucking funeral, even though he was yelled at. Ultimately, I don't know. Israel's war on Gaza live. Health Ministry declares polio epidemic in Gaza. Oh, here. Israel has promised that Hezbollah will pay a heavy price for a deadly attack on Israeli-occupied Golan Heights. Hezbollah denies that it carried out the attack. Hezbollah has admitted other accidental strikes in the past. But the United States and Israel are saying it's Hezbollah. Hezbollah is saying it's not us and it's Israel. We shall see. We shall see what happens if there's like any sort of independent analysis on the matter. What is this? The U.S. is leading diplomatic efforts to rein in an anticipated Israeli response to the deadly strike on Golan. To keep this episode contained, the U.S. is urging Israel not to strike Beirut, Dahia, or civil infrastructure in Lebanon. If they avoid civilians and they avoid Beirut and its suburbs, then their attack will be well calculated, Deputy Parliament Speaker Elias Bou Saab told Reuters. They would not do that. When has Israel done that? Not exactly known for making calculated retaliations. I guess with the exception of going up against Iran. That's the only time when I saw the retaliation be like somewhat more calculated and measured. Even though their original act that sparked the Iranian retaliation was not calculated. The security sources had earlier told Reuters that Hezbollah had pulled out of some key sites in South Lebanon and the eastern Bekaa Valley, but had not taken similar measures in Dahia. All 5 sources who spoke to Reuters on the diplomatic effort said they aim to achieve a calibrated approach similar to which contained April's exchange of missiles and drone attacks between Israel and Iran after Israel's strike on the Iranian consulate in Damascus. Why are you getting your news from Twitter? Wait, what? Why am I getting my news from Twitter? This is the bureau chief for Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan at Reuters, man. Like, this person wrote this article and they're breaking their fucking story here. Like, it's not, I'm not looking at like a random fucking Twitter thread. Dude, Wikipedia Andes are so fucking illiterate. Like, I don't know. This sequence of tweets is akin to reading a newspaper. You understand that, right? Like if I just like got a printout of a newspaper, like that's what it is. It's the same as reading the fucking article. It's just summarizing the article. It's breaking the story that the bureau chief for Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan at Reuters is breaking on Twitter. This is a real problem with a lot of people who just reiterate shit that they've heard from other dumbass fucking YouTube debate perverts, okay? This is the issue. When you try to, you know, repeat what you heard from like Bonarelli or some shit, and you come in here and you say it, you look like a dumbass, you know? Because he's a dumbass when he says that. Like, make up your own damn mind. Okay, come to your own conclusions. Don't just fucking repeat what some other fucking dumbass YouTuber is saying. Or worse, a dumbass kick streamer is saying. Also, it is rather ironic considering that like actual fucking journalists that I oftentimes collaborate with on a regular basis that I fucking bring to this broadcast routinely talk about the amount of effort I put in to making sure that like everything that I'm reporting on here and doing commentary on here is like at least well sourced. So I don't know Who's to say one random fucking cake streamer or, I don't know, all of these fucking actual journalists? Like, think, please. Think. You probably saw the Israel Twitter account post the All Eyes on Majdal Sham's AI image. They've definitely successfully used it to drum up support for war among Jews. Regardless, it may have been a misfire. Hezbollah fires on northern Golan have increased in months, but it's very unlikely this was an Iron Dome, in my opinion. There's no evidence for that, so please be careful, chat. None of it changes the fact that the community itself doesn't want these deaths to be used for war. Yeah. What? I haven't gotten to the Israeli riots yet. Hold on. And we'll get to Donald Trump trying to defend Vance in a second. But let's finish this up. I'm saying I don't know. Okay?
Where people are also trapped in a relentless cycle of despair. And just this weekend...
But one thing I do know is that the coverage on this immediately from Western media that is often very reluctant, very, very suspiciously reluctant to cover with active voice, they immediately were like, hey, what's up? This is definitely Hezbollah, and babies were murdered and mutilated, which they were. They were. However, that same tone never exists when it's an Israeli strike blowing Palestinian children to bits. Odd.
Israel issued more evacuation orders. Exhausted and furious, this is the 5th time we've had to move, says this woman. Where do we go? Thousands of Palestinians once again forced out of shelters into the unknown.
The United Nations says that now only 14% of Gaza is not under evacuation orders, leaving people destitute, homeless, and completely out of safe options to run to. Michelle?
Crisis beyond crisis. Deborah Patta in East Jerusalem. Thank
you. Yeah.
Israel's security cabinet.
Israel authorized Netanyahu's retaliation against Hezbollah as well. The Lebanon government condemns deadly rocket attack.
Whatever happened.
But it says it does not give Israel a license to kill. And now Turkey is saying that they might enter Israel to help Palestinians. Here's Erdogan, which is what led Israel to say that Turkey should be removed from NATO.
Erdogan says his country could intervene in Israel's war on Gaza. He was speaking to members of his party on Sunday. Erdogan made references to the 2020 conflict in Libya when Turkey sent troops to support the government. He also mentioned last year's operation when Turkey's ally.
He's such a watermelon salesman, bro. I mean, he's not doing shit. He ain't doing shit, okay? He ain't doing shit, big dog. Let's keep it at $150. Okay.
Azerbaijan took control of the Nagorno-Karabakh region. Erdogan says Turkey could do something similar in Israel, but didn't elaborate.
We need to be very strong so that Israel cannot do these ridiculous things to Palestine. Just as we entered Karabakh, just as we entered Libya, we can do something similar to them. There is no reason for us not to. We only have to be strong so that we can take these steps.
Well, let's bring in our correspondent, Sinem Korsiolu. She's joining us live from Istanbul. Sinem, what are Turkey's options here?
Elizabeth, first let me underline that we're a bit lost in translation in this topic because many international media outlets have...
Oh, here's Israel Katz, Minister of Foreign Affairs. Erdogan follows in the footsteps of Saddam Hussein and threatens to attack Israel. Just let him remember what happened there and how it ended. Bro, this is literally like when Saudi Arabia threatened Canada with their own 9/11. I'm sorry. There is no other way to read this other than we wanted him dead and now he's dead. Okay? Maybe that's not the case. Okay? Maybe there are obviously natural resources that America wanted. Okay? Such as oil. Specifically, Halliburton contracts. And Dick Cheney was a massive advocate for this reality for a long time. But having said that, this does unironically read like we wanted him dead and he's gone. And we will do the same to you. Which is kind of crazy. I don't know. I mean, do they want everyone to be actually, that's not true. If Israel did some shit like this to Erdogan, this would be the only way that like everyone in Turkey unites, just like after the fucking coup that failed. Oh God, they're gonna fuck this country up even further. I hate this. Don't get me wrong, I'd be happy. Part of me thinks that too, but the other part of me thinks that Turkey would become increasingly more like it would make Turks so unimaginably angry. Even those who fucking despise Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Like they would become something new. It wouldn't even be like ultra nationalist. It would be like super mega ultra nationalist. They would find a new version of fascism. Erdogan is legitimately a dictator that the people of Turkey hate, by the way. I don't know if you know this, but I'm Turkish, bro. I know. I hate Erdogan. So I know. But I also know my countrymen. Okay? I know how they would react. It's understandable, especially after the coup that happened and a fucking referendum that took place that changed the Turkish constitution and turned it into a presidential structure, which gave Erdogan more power. Okay? Why did that happen? That happened because everyone was like, there's a fucking coup. Like, there's an American-backed coup happening in the country. Turkish citizens are being murked. Planes are being fucking refueled in American military bases. And, like, Fethullah Gulen operatives are flying fucking F-16s and, like, you know, doing crazy shit. From the gray wolves to the grayest wolves. Yok amına koyayım, dursun bu seçimsiz giderse bizi sikerler abi. Yeah, aynen. If he were to be taken out by a foreign entity, oh my God, dude. Oh, especially as he's like losing his grip on power in Turkey. If he were to be taken out by a foreign entity, that would be the worst possible outcome. Because honestly, he's already on the way out. That's why he's doing all this Israel shit. He knows his influence is waning. He knows that he's like in his last moments of his administration, in his regime, and regime change is coming, and it will be democratic. But because of that, he literally is like increasing the pressure on Israel because he knows Turks overwhelmingly are pro-Palestinian. So he's just trying to capture the attention as best as he can and maintain his image as like the defender of the Ummah, which unfortunately many people outside of Turkey do believe he is. So, yeah. Bro, what's going on in the subreddit? It's like 50% normal fans wondering what's going on. 40% Maoist third world's calling everyone libs, and 10% actually lib the fuck up weirdos. I don't know. Why are you going to the subreddit?
Translated Erdogan's speech as if he said, we can do the same in Israel. So I have to underline that he gave the Turkish military support in the Karabakh and Libya wars as the reference, which were no boots on the ground strategy for Turkey. This is very important because Turkey has many military involvements, like military operations that it has conducted since 2019 in northern Syria, like the operation in Afrin and other places. And those were on-the-ground operations. Turkish military were involved along with the Syrian opposition fighter groups. But here he's talking about another example where Turkish army was involved in technology terms with its armed drones, but no boots on the ground. But Turkish military supported the paramilitary groups on the ground in Libya and the Azerbaijan military in Nagorno-Karabakh. So that's first what we have to underline.
Yeah, you know who else supported the Azerbaijan military? Israel. Azeri natural gas and oil go directly through Turkish pipelines into Israel, which powers like 30% of the Israeli grid. Fun facts about the complicated relationship between Azerbaijan, Turkey, and Israel. That's still very much in motion, by the way. He's over here being like, we're going to invade Israel. It's like, bro, you can shut off the power. Like, what do you mean? You could literally just do this and turn the fucking faucet off. Obviously, you can't. That would be, you know, insane, but you could.
We understand that he's trying to mean he has the strength.
Weird that Turkey, Israel, and Azerbaijan don't come together and join together against their common enemies, Armenians. No, they do. They literally do. That is a thing that they did. They did do that.
Power to do the same thing for Gaza, supporting the groups on the ground in Gaza. This is at least what we understand. But of course, this speech by Erdogan, I don't think that it was made by a coincidence. I don't think that he was trying to he was trying to mean something else, but he was trying to show that Turkey wants to be involved also politically in the solution for Gaza, because we have seen Beijing mediated between the Palestinian groups, and there was an agreement that Mahmoud Abbas would be recognized, his group would be recognized as the sole leader of the Palestinians. But now we are seeing that Erdogan is saying Mahmoud Abbas hasn't responded to his request, to his invitation to come and speak in the Turkish parliament. We understand that Erdogan wants to turn a new page on this debate and wants to be involved in the political solution process for the post-war in Gaza. Back to you.
All right, Senem, thank you for that. That's Senem Kosioglu live in Istanbul.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel.
Fucking watermelon salesman ass motherfucker. All right, let's talk about what's going on in Israel, because but before we do that, here's a really fun moment of an Israeli person radicalizing a dude in real time. Like in a matter of 41 seconds, you are going to watch how utterly repellent this Zionist man is, okay? And how immediately he just brings new people to the cause of free Palestine. It's one of my favorite clips I've ever seen. And it also so perfectly represents like the inability of most Israeli citizens, like their inability to just like be fucking normal. Look.
And what do you think about the game?
I thought it was a good game. I thought in the beginning Israel was better, but now Mali is is destroying them, I think. Israel is not bad. Israel is not bad, but I think
he's literally just like, Israel's not a bad team, right? Like Israel's not a bad team. Like, he's talking about soccer, right? He's like, Israel's not a bad team.
I think Mali is going to destroy them today. No, I'm just talking about football.
Yeah, he goes, I'm just talking about football. No politics here.
I'm just talking about football.
No politics here.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! God, I love this fucking clip, dude. It's so good. It's so fucking good. No politic here. He was speaking Italian. He's an Italian guy. Dude switched up positions so fast. He's like, bro, the Israeli team is good, but Mali is destroying them. I think Mali's going to destroy them. He's like, I'm not talking about politics, man. I'm just talking about the Israeli team, okay? And they were just so repellent and so fucking annoying that he just goes, nah, fuck it, free Palestine. Okay. He's not Italian? I thought he was Brazilian. Why the fuck is he wearing a Brazilian jersey?
It's destroying them, I think. Israel is not bad. Israel is not bad, but I think Mali is going to destroy them today. No, I'm just talking about football. I'm just talking about football.
No politic here.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
He's the one speaking Italian. This is so funny. Fuck you. No, he said vanculo. I think that's like a vanculo means is like, what does it mean in Italian? Fuck you, right? It's just like, it means get fucked in the ass. Okay. He's French. He said, how do you say fuck in the ass in French before switching to Italian? Like, why did you immediately, like, when a dude is talking about Israel in any capacity, why do you immediately be like, oh, I bet you're saying we're killing babies, huh? I bet you are saying that right now. I bet you're saying we're bad and we're killing children, huh? Is that what you're saying? And it's like, I mean, he wasn't saying that, but now he's thinking it. Like, why did you put that thought in his mind? You know what I mean? Why are you doing your very best to associate Israel with like really bad vibes? Anyway. Yeah, now that you mention it, actually free Palestine. It's so funny. I love it.
I think Mali is going to destroy them today. No, I'm just talking about football. I'm just talking about football.
No politic here.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
That's awesome. No politic here. Anyway, that was a wonderful moment. And I think like it's something that I've shown quite a bit. Like it's in every facet, honestly. It's basically in every facet of like Israeli society where you see it a lot. Oh, speaking of Israel, by the way, Prem Tucker talked to Rashida Tlaib's guest to Netanyahu's heavily applauded address to Congress. He's lost over 150 members in Israel's war on Gaza. My bloodline is being eliminated. I was taken aback about how excited people were for genocide, which is a wild thing to experience, I suspect, in the American Congress when Benjamin Netanyahu, the war criminal, addressed the American Congress and got an unimaginable amount of applause. Okay. Asked whether he had ever been contacted by the Israeli government regarding any of his 151 family members killed, Al-Madhoun demurred. They're going to call everybody Hamas. They call babies and embryos inside moms Hamas. So I just don't think I'm going to seek justice from those folks. Unless somebody forced them from the outside, he said. My information is online. They're welcome to reach out, he added. The only person that reached out while my family was being genocided was Vice President Kamala Harris. Harris had spoken with Al-Madhoun in mid-November. She also wrote to him after his brother was killed, which he says he appreciated. Look, when we're in politics, we're not looking for profits. You have to have people who acknowledge your existence, Al-Madhoun said. But now, even calling for a ceasefire and an end to the killing is being called political. Now that's interesting. What? OP is Palestinian American? Anyone not voting for Kamala Harris because Gaza isn't listening to the people in Gaza? Palestinians in Gaza warm to Kamala Harris, prefer anyone over Trump. An informational canvassing in Gaza showed the U.S. Vice President to be Palestinians' preferred choice as the next president. I mean, I don't know if it's like, you know, I don't know how reliable that opinion is. It's not coming from like the pollsters, the reliable pollsters that operate inside of Gaza. I don't know how much like the Palestinian population. Let's just say, I don't even want to talk about it actually. I do talk to Palestinians in Gaza. And they are not exactly aligned on this. Okay? But that's perfectly anecdotal. They're too busy trying to survive at the moment. Arabs are conservative. You think Palestinians are making fucking American social decisions? No, dude. There's one decision. It is who is most likely to avoid the genocide. Okay? And yes, I said avoid. Yes, it's the top of the hour. I know I'm going to serve it. I wasn't even trying to do a fucking ad break debate while talking about genocide. And I'm not. But I know everyone is going to start chirping at me. And I know everyone's going to, yeah, as I predicted, everyone started immediately going, what? Avoid? Oh my God. So it's obviously impossible to not do that. Have you talked to those teens in Gaza do the TikToks lately? Yes, I do. Yeah, Palestinians think American businesses need tax breaks. Yeah. Yeah. If you want to know what their what the Palestinians like immediate interest is, it is survival. Okay? It is how do we not fucking get ruthlessly slaughtered, mercilessly slaughtered with American bombs. Whichever president gives them any kind of hope, whichever presidential candidate gives them any kind of hope on that front, they will ride with. All right. So let's get to this insane fucking story about Israel. Before we get back to Donald Trump talking about J.D. Vance, which I think is very funny. So Israeli soldiers severely gang raped a Gazan detainee at Sdei Teiman torture camp. This is something that was broadly reported even in Western media. The case was so extreme, the victim had to be hospitalized and the IDF had to detain 10 of the reservists. Okay? And yes, we're going to talk about John Oliver in a second and his segment. I want to watch the whole segment. If anyone has the link to the whole segment, I would love to watch it. Before we get to JD Vance and stuff. But so as you guys know, Sdei Teiman is a concentration camp. That's where Palestinians in Gaza are through a protocol known as Dragnet, where every and any Palestinian that they have declared to be a terrorist is picked up, first of all, humiliated, stripped down to their fucking underwear, and then and postured around as though they are they're like all terrorists or whatever, when without any evidence whatsoever. and then they put them in this concentration camp. Okay, it's gruesome. It's horrifying. It's something that some Israelis have actually protested as well. Israeli coverage on it has happened even before Western media covered it. We covered it when Local Call did an investigative piece on it. I believe it was Local Call, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. So then Western media even covered it, as a matter of fact. No, I can't watch the whole thing. It's just, it's unavailable. I need to use a VPN. I don't have a VPN. I need a different link. So this is a very real thing that happened. The New York Times covered it. CNN covered it. Okay. Like all of that is, oh, here it is. Thank you. Thank God for Twitter and having no interest in maintaining copyrights. Love that. Okay. But the story doesn't end there. Okay. So they detained 10 reservists that were responsible for the brutal rape of a Palestinian prisoner. Israeli ministers then, including those in Benjamin Netanyahu's own Likud party, said that they should have a right to rape in Israeli parliament, in the Israeli Knesset. They got together and had a conversation about whether or not, and I know it sounds insane, I'm telling you right now, it sounds fucking insane when I say this, but it is 100% true. Okay? Here is Knesset member Ahmad Tibi from Ta'al saying to insert a stick to a person's rectum. Is that legitimate? And then a Likud, which is Benjamin Netanyahu's party, a Likud Knesset member says, yes, if he is Nukba, everything is legitimate to do to him.
אני לא יודע אם יודעים, אבל יש אירוע כרגע בתימן שמשטרה צבאית הגיעו לעצור חיילים ששמרו על מחבלי נוח'בה. והחיילים בשדה תימן, מתקן מעצר של מחבלי נוח'בה.
For the record, Nukba is like Hamas special forces. Having said that, however, they say Sde Teman is the Nukba terrorist detention center. This is not true either. Okay? Like, when they say that these are like the best like Hamas militants or whatever, one, it's still a war crime. Okay? You can't just like rape and you know, do torture to fucking you know, people, unless you're the American government, or I guess unless you're Israel, which does do those things. But yeah, here's time without an OVO. Thank you. Good thing to know before you start reading. 40% of Sde Teman detainees are re-released into Gaza after being held for weeks or months. When they say they are terrorists, know that many have nothing to do with Hamas. Also, yes, it was Yuval Abraham for Local Call and Hagar Shezaf for Haaretz back in January. We covered the story about Sde Teman in January when Local Call, which is a great Israeli investigative reporting magazine that broke so many of these stories that you've seen even circulate in Western media sometimes, cover Sde Teman and how barbaric it is, the conditions. The New York Times covered it months later, where we found out in detail how gruesome the conditions were. In June, the New York Times wrote this article. They obviously buried the fucking lead in terms of like using electric cattle prods to anally rape Palestinian detainees. You need to understand that. Okay? So just like there is a personalized aspect of the violence that they subject the Palestinian detainees to. Palestinian detainees that, once again, are re-released into Gaza, as in these guys aren't like the super terrorists that Israel claims that they are. Almost half of these Sde Teman detainees are re-released into Gaza. We have seen their personal testimony. We have heard their personal testimony. They are released in a gruesome situation where they talk about the psychopathic treatment that they received. Just mass torture, okay? It is a torture factory. It is a death camp. It is a concentration camp. That is exactly what's going on here. And the way that they try to package it is by saying, oh, these are Nukba. Like, these are the special forces of Hamas. Okay? They are not. That is also a lie.
נוח'בה, ומשטרה צבאית שם הגיעה לעצור כמה לוחמים שם שכנראה בגלל איזה שהם טענות של יחס למחבלי נוח'בה, ויש שם אירוע של התבצעות וכולי. הטרלול
This insanity that our country is having around the story is crazy and we need to stop it.
ואני חושב שצריך פה לתת דוגמה
I think we need to give a personal example here, and I call on the other coalition members to do the same. I'm getting up and I'm leaving here, and I'm not going to vote on anything anymore until this story and this insanity that there's someone in the prosecutor's office that thinks that it is possible to come and arrest soldiers for things that they're doing the Nakba terrorists is not over. Like, he's mad that prosecutors detained 10 Israeli soldiers at the concentration camp for brutally raping a Palestinian prisoner so badly that he had to be hospitalized. Okay? This guy is saying not the fucking brutal rape and torture is like unimaginable and unconscionable. He's saying the prosecution of the people that did the brutal rape is unconscionable. He's mad that like there's any accountability for the soldiers. And I'm really asking, and I think my coalition friends will do as well if they do the same as I do. We cannot continue as usual. And then the Tal Party Knesset member says to insert a stick in a person's rectum, is that legitimate? He says, shut up. Yes, if he's a nukba, everything is legitimate to do.
יש דברים שלא עושים.
Like, this is next level fash. Okay? Now, it doesn't end there. Okay? While this conversation is taking place, Israel's Knesset, currently on summer break, is holding an emergency discussion to defend the rapist IDF soldiers who were detained for gang raping a Gazan detainee. Israeli finance minister is calling the IDF rapist soldiers heroic warriors, demanding their immediate release. This is Bezalel Smotrich. He is a settler. He is incredibly fucking far right, even further right than Benjamin Netanyahu. The security minister is calling them our best heroes and calling their arrest shameful.
לצערי הרב, בשבועות האחרונים אנחנו שומעים על עוד ועוד מקרים שבהם לוחמי
Israeli journalists and public figures are also rushing and scrambling to defend the IDF gang rapists who severely assaulted a Gazan civilian, and the IDF had kidnapped to the Sdei Taman torture camp. There are wide calls for pro-rapist protests in Israel right now. So that was around 12 hours ago. And those wide calls for pro-rape protests, leave everything now and come protect our soldiers who are raping detainees. The Gazan gang rape victim was hospitalized with a serious wound in his rectum area. Israeli media is calling him a Nakba terrorist to cover it up, but every single detainee in Sdei Taman is a civilian, never charged or put on trial. Combatants are detained elsewhere. Israelis are now rushing. So then they rushed the Sdei Taman concentration camp for a mass protest. They're not there to demand the release of the unjustly kidnapped or systematically tortured / raped Gazan civilians. Those protesters are there to show the full solidarity to the IDF gang rapists. They did a pro-rape protest at the concentration camp. Like, this is like the Nazism that is leaking out of every orifice, okay, is just so insane. It is like comically evil, but it's not even comical. I don't even know how to describe it. Like, this is one of the most insane things I've ever seen. And I thought we had reached, like, you know, peak insanity in Israel. Turns out, nope, there is more out there. There is more insanity that could be unlocked. New, fresh hells that could be unlocked in this situation. The irony, of course, that these fucking inbred fucks don't understand is that the only reason why Israel is moving to actually detain some of the rapists, not all, but some of the rapists, is so they can actually stop the international organs of justice from adequately prosecuting Israel for their war crimes. Because you might be thinking, Hasan, what is going on? It seems like Israel never takes actions like this. And you'd be right, because Israel doesn't take actions like this normally. So why now? Especially without any additional coverage on this, with the exception of the articles that came out in June. That is because of a principle that the ICC upholds, okay, that normally is supposed to declare countries that have their own democratic process to not be prosecuted under the fucking International Criminal Court's jurisdiction. Okay? What is the term called? I'm forgetting now. Complementarity. Thank you, A-List58. That is what it's called. It's called complementarity. Now, complementarity means that if the country itself is at least making an attempt to, and this is created to shelter Western countries from, ever being prosecuted in the ICC, and only keep the ICC's attention on, in the words of potentially Lindsey Graham, ICC's attention should be kept to African leaders and also thugs like Putin, right? African leaders, Serbians, thugs like Putin. Those are the triple Monty, okay? That's usually how this is supposed to work. As a matter of fact, we have additional evidence on the principle of complementarity. Complementarity, I hope everybody understands that, okay? Are you paying attention? Complementarity implies that if the country where these crimes are happening has its own actual criminal justice system and supposedly an interest in a democratic process and due process in general and prosecuting their own wrongdoers, then the ICC doesn't step in. But the ICC has stepped in, right? Karim Khan, the prosecutor, actually applied for arrest warrants for Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Yoav Gallant. Now, we know that Israel knows this process. Why do we know that? Because Local Call and The Guardian conducted an investigation that we reported on this broadcast where they actually intercepted the communications, of the former prosecutor before Karim Khan that was besmirched by Israeli attempts and was surveilled round the clock. Israel intercepted her communications with Palestinians specifically so they could figure out exactly what she was looking into. Bensouda is her name, a Gambian woman. They intercepted her conversations with Palestinian authorities as she was conducting an investigation into Israeli war crimes, specifically so that they could start their own internal investigations on the wrongdoers inside of Israel so they could use complementarity as a defense mechanism. Okay? So they could say, oh, well, you want to prosecute us for war crimes? Well, we prosecuted those war crimes ourselves. So how can you do that? We obviously are on it. Not all of the Israeli war crimes were prosecuted, simply the ones that Bensouda was looking into in an effort to combat, in an effort to use complementarity as a shield. Okay? So remember that. So the reason why Israel even detained these rapist IDF soldiers is because they know that there is an ICC investigation being conducted as we speak. And if they don't actually detain or prosecute any of their soldiers, then the ICC can turn around and say, you're not actually prosecuting your own war criminals. We have to prosecute it for you. Okay? So these dumb fucks don't understand that what Israel was doing was out of self-preservation. They want to evade any kind of additional scrutiny from international organs of justice, which would blow the whole fucking case up and would, create another vector of pressure upon Israel, an apartheid state that is currently actively conducting a genocide. But anyway, but they don't think like that. They're like, IDF soldiers were doing rape. That's awesome. So then they did their own fucking January 6th. So, but it doesn't end there. Okay, so I showed you the conversation that took place. Dozens of Israeli settlers then stormed the military headquarters in Beit Lid in support of the suspected soldiers from the Sdei Taimon torture facility who are being interrogated after a Palestinian Palestinian prisoner was assaulted and hospitalized. Some of the Israeli settlers apparently were fucking armed. When are you going to cover Venezuela? The regime is killing a bunch of people. Why you never cover leftist regimes in Latam when they do something wrong? Yeah, Maduro, the peak of leftism. There are paramilitary forces shooting at people in Venezuela. Why don't you cover Venezuela? That's really interesting because one, it's in the fucking title. Learn to read, dumb fuck. Okay? I will inevitably get to Venezuela. Two, suck my fucking dick. Okay? Like, imagine we're talking about our greatest ally in the Middle East. Okay? And you're like, hey, why don't you stop talking about this apartheid regime that is actively doing a genocide? Okay? Or it's not in the title, sorry. It's on my it was on my blast off. It's not in the title because there's not enough space. But it doesn't matter. I'm gonna fucking get in. I'm gonna get to it. It was in my blast off tweet. There's broader political context here. Most Israelis blame Netanyahu for October 7. But what about his supporters? Well, among Bibis and Kahanas, the main narrative is that the traitors from inside theory, basically a shadowy leftist appointed legal and military elite, allowed the whole thing to happen to topple the government. Ministers of the Knesset rarely say it, but it's very common. It was a continuation of shit from the judicial coup, and fury at the military prosecutors happens in the same context too. Oh, that's awesome. They have their own deep state narrative. Of course they do. Why wouldn't they have their own deep state narrative? They're fucking hogs. So of course the Israeli hogs, the hog universality principle remains. It's always the same. The funniest thing is, like, who are they going to blame? The Jews? That's what we do in America. That's what our hogs do. Oh, dude. Our hogs are like, yeah, the deep state led by the Jews are doing this. And then what are the Israeli hogs doing? Other Jews? Like what? That's awesome. Okay. Here we say it's leftist. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Yeah. It's the leftist Jews, the bad Jews. That's what Ben Shapiro says too, so. Oh my God. Okay. Hog universality, baby, is a real thing, okay? It is global. It is real. It doesn't fucking matter. You can have an Islamist fundamentalist a government. You can have a Jewish supremacist fundamentalist government. You could have a Christian fascist fundamentalist government, and their supporters are always leaning in the direction of fascism, or just like are openly fascist, will always be like, ah, there's a deep state. There is a deep state. That's awesome. It's Hamas deep state. Read previous. The protest's over now, but I think the poetic beauty of this whole shit fest. Herzi Halevi said that these courts are the things that protect soldiers domestically and internationally. That is from The Hague. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's a microcosm of Israeli politics, a battle between the old regime that wants to whitewash crimes de facto with performative gestures to the international courts, and the new regime that wants to whitewash them de jure, that is by legalizing them. Mask off, it's barbarism now. Yeah. Self-preservation, not only from the United States, but also from our self-preservation, not only from Israel, but also the United States. Here it is.
Thank you, Matt.
Soldiers are resisting arrest. Lawmakers are rioting to say Israeli forces get to sexually abused prisoners. In February, I asked the U.S. about Israeli forces parading women's underwear allegations of sexual abuse. They defer to Israel's professional military standards. This also looks bad for America as well. Okay? And America knows that it ruins Israel's what like remaining fraction of credibility that they had. They don't really have any, but they don't have to. This is what Leibowitz meant when he said in 1967, the occupation will take us from a proud and rising nationalism to a messianic radical nationalism. The third step will be barbarism. The last step will be the end of Zionism. There are extreme psychological steps one has to make to justify such horrific and frequent violence toward the outside. The longer it goes on, the more this logic extends inwards. This is the third step, barbarism, and it's the beginning of the end. Yeah, 100%. As I've said before, time and time again, since October 7, the inherent contradictions, but paired up with the arrogance and entitlement and bloodlust that is a never-ending self-justifying cycle that must continue in Israel for Israel to continue being an apartheid state, that makes the average Israeli person like this incredibly bloodless fascist, is going to inevitably cause Zionism to crumble. Opposition leader Yair Lapid says, we are not at the brink of the abyss. We are in the abyss. All red lines were crossed today. Legislators and ministers who took part in the incursion of violent militias into military bases are telling the state of Israel they are done with democracy. They are done with the rule of law. A dangerous fascist group threatens the existence of the state of Israel. They are the best thing that happened to Sinwar and Nasrallah. If we don't stand up to them, the country will fall apart. So Yair Lapid also fucking famously said, if you remember, he's the centrist opposition, okay? He is the centrist opposition. Yair Lapid represents this old regime, says Time Without an OO. Yes, that's correct. Yair Lapid is the centrist opposition who literally, is that a W? No, because Yair Lapid is saying this while he simultaneously was also calling the ICC Hamas. Maybe he didn't go that far, but was like, this unacceptable. The ICC decision that would bring about justice to my major enemy, okay, my political rival, Benjamin Netanyahu, who I constantly talk about as though he's the spawn of fucking Satan. I am very mad. I am very mad that the ICC is trying to prosecute him as a war criminal. It's like, how do you do that? It's like the Democratic Party members being like, Donald Trump is literally the second coming of Hitler, but also, I am very sad about what happened where he got shot at. It makes me so sad. Yeah. Bro, he did what Dems do when Trump got shot? Yeah, exactly. So, How does the U.S. maneuver around this, given their interest in the region? Isn't the disintegration of Israel counter the reason the U.S. government props them up in the first place? Where does this head for regional stability? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, this is like, they're just letting shit go completely out of control. According to Benzion Sanders, armed militias are claiming to have taken over military courts. The mob is trying to free soldiers who were arrested on suspicion of brutally sexual assault of Palestinian prisoners. Just normal stuff, dude. Real cool and real normal stuff. Also, is there any coverage of this? Is there any fucking coverage of this in Western media? I have seen such little coverage of this. Damn near not a single fucking, like, everyone is talking about Netanyahu vowing to retaliate against Hezbollah after a lethal weekend strike. No one is talking about what is going on in terms of like the pro-rape of detainees protests that are happening. Oh, meanwhile, here's some good news. Very big deal of follow through, says Trita Parsi from the Quincy Institute. UK is expected to suspend arms sales to Israel. Officials say the decision is believed to be based on the ICJ opinion that Israel violates international law. I told you that. Like the ICJ decision was a big fucking deal because it complicates trade relations with Israel. It complicates any kind of like arms deal with Israel. Now, I don't know. New York Times today. Yeah, it's just not. It's not significant enough for the New York Times to cover the Israeli Knesset having a emergency meeting to talk about the wonderful benefits of allowing IDF soldiers to rape Palestinian detainees. Why would they cover that? Come on. Anyway, here's John Oliver talking about the West Bank. In some ways, it is even less defensible than the actions in Gaza, even though Gaza is a genocide. And you're like, Hasan, what do you mean it's less defensible? But it's like, in the eyes of those who do not pay attention to what the fuck is going on, for those who are not aware of the long 76-year history of Israel's apartheid regime, for those of you who are not aware of Israel's actions in Gaza or think it's like somewhat justified, right? Because there are plenty of people who do believe that. There is at least like some kind of counter narrative that Americans and Western media has launched against Israel's or for Israel's actions in Gaza. There is absolutely no defense in the West Bank, however, like none whatsoever. And a lot of liberal Zionists are aware of this. They are aware of this, and that's why they constantly fucking shit on Israel's settler expansion. And that's like what the deviation is in Israeli society in terms of like what in Israeli society, what it looks like to the Western world. That's why you also, in a very cynical way, don't see a lot of coverage from the West Bank from Western media. They don't cover it a lot because I think everyone kind of understands that when you talk about the West Bank, the equation is no longer even remotely complicated. I don't think genocide is complicated either, but at least like there's talking points that people deploy against Israel's genocidal ambition. There is no defense for the West Bank at all. Okay? There really aren't excuses there. There's no security rationale to completely forbidding an entire population from building anything in the 60% of the West Bank and continuously demolishing their homes without even trying to blame it on terrorism, while the settlers get tens of thousands of housing units a year. Yep. The West Bank is also the reason why I have no problem and have not had any problem for many, many years at this point calling Israel an apartheid regime. There is a singular solitary state there, okay? It's the state of Israel, and it currently occupies the West Bank, and it also operates all matter of trade inside of Gaza as well and restricts Gazan existence as well. That's why I say it's one state. That's it. Okay? There already is one state. It's just an apartheid state. I love when I bring in like just the most like minor sports reference into the conversation. Like just like a relatively popular sports reference. Jaylen Brown was snubbed in the Olympics pick, okay? Like that's it. He was the finals MVP, pretty good player overall. And I guess like he wasn't he wasn't like matching up with the team comp and he was overlooked. And they brought in another teammate, what is it, Derek White? Because he would be a better role player as opposed to JB. And the thing is like it's not that like crazy of a sports reference. It's a pretty obvious one. Imagine taking Tatum instead, then benching him. Okay, anyway, so it's basketball reference. It's Olympics, it's basketball, it's Team USA. It's like a super obvious thing that I don't know. It's like the lightest reference you can make to sports, and chatters are like, "What the fuck?" I can explain like. I will explain like investigative reporting from Israeli media from months ago in terms of like describing the complementarity principle and how Israel uses as a fucking mechanism of defense against like the ICC, and chatters are on it. But the moment that I bring up like a fucking one reference to NBA, they're like, "What is going on? I've lost the plot. I've lost the plot entirely. What the fuck? What is he referencing right now?" I'm so confused. Can someone help me, please? I don't understand the references he's making. It seems like he's speaking a different language. This is why I always say we are not the norm in this community. I hope you understand that, chatters. Okay? We are so far from the fucking norm. We are a very unique community. I love this community. I'm very fortunate to have a community like this that's passionate, educated, interested in global affairs. But like, if you ever, even for a brief moment, thought that we would be broadly representative of like the broader electorate of like American society, the median voter, anything like that, let me tell you, okay, we are not. Oh fuck! I had a stomach cramp. I got an ab cramp. Pretending Netanyahu is the problem is a pro-Israel scapegoat manure. Come on, bro. He just literally spent the entire 30 minutes. He spent the entire 30 fucking minutes like literally ripping into Israel by correctly addressing what Israel has done, which is unexpected from such a massive audience. No, up, get up. No, up. No, Kaya. It's no secret things have escalated exponentially under Netanyahu, even if the problem is much deeper. Yeah. Anyway, I like that this guy said, I was very disappointed to see John Oliver use the Holocaust inversion against the Jewish state is one of the most harmful and hurtful forms of anti-Semitism. It's so surreal that this is happening. This person literally has the purple, which I suspect is for standing together. Like, this is most likely, I mean, they're followed by the debt collective. Like, this person is probably like a very progressive person, which blows my mind. Here, okay, we'll do the Trump interview now. Hold up. I just don't understand how someone who's like so progressive minded in every other aspect of their lives turn into this like they don't say how it's anti-Semitic, just that it is. Yeah. The reason Never Again failed is because we refuse to tell the proper story of how the Holocaust and mythos of denazification by framing the Holocaust as wholly unique and existential. Yeah. I mean, that's the reason why even like super well-read, well-informed, and dare I say radical leftist figures like even Yuval on TikTok was getting blasted by a lot of people of color on TikTok for talking about the uniqueness of the Holocaust. Like, there are certain aspects of the Holocaust that are unique, but the major difference between the Holocaust and all of the other instances of colonial violence is that in some ways, obviously there was an otherizing that came from within, but it was seen as like Europeans doing it to other Europeans. It occurred in the heart of Europe. It was colonialism applied inward versus what like Belgium has done. You know what I mean? Versus what Germany has done. Versus what all European colonists have done in Africa. Because the reality is, like, in many respects, when you look at the long history of European colonialism, it's filled to the brim with mass extermination and wholesale enslavement of entire populations, subjugation, all of that. I forget which writer wrote about this subject specifically. This is not to undermine the worst aspects of the Holocaust, but instead, Hasan is also hypocritical, though, because he justifies soft codes Turkish genocides. If you could find a singular instance where I've done that, I'll give you, again, the $10,000 bounty remains. I have never done that. Like, I've never done that. I don't know why people always try it. Cyprus is Turkish kek. One, I've never downplayed or undermined Turkey's invasion of Cyprus. And secondly, that is insane to compare to like the other very obvious instances of Turkish genocide that occurred. Yet the left denies the existence of the Zionist lobbies and the grasp that they have over the media and other industries, and whoever points that out is, oh, this person isn't a serious person. Never mind. No, this is just a most likely Nazi. He also said kek, which is really, really embarrassing for you to do, chatter. Like, it's almost equivalent to how embarrassing this statement is. Almost. But that's great, man. Thank you. $10-minute follower, come on, Hasan. Why isn't it true? It's ironic they come in after like 30 minutes of coverage, almost to an hour of coverage with my commentary, that you just came in and you literally said the left denies the existence of Zionist lobbies. First of all, nobody denies the existence of Zionist lobbies. The only problem here is that you are attributing Zionism and Zionist lobbies to a specific subsect of American society or an international community of monolithic evil beings. Okay? Even in the video that we were watching, it showed very clearly that the largest, most prominent Zionist lobby in this country is not the Jewish one, not AIPAC, but instead Kufi. So, you know, it's just a dog whistle to be like, yeah, Jews control the media, which once again is not even fucking, it's not even like new. It's just literally the same shit that the Nazis said. You called this long ago? So long ago that Nazis would use anti-Zionist language to smoke screen their insane racism. I mean, they've always done that. It's not new. They've always done that. Anyway. No, I don't, but Zionist lobbyists are controlling U.S. foreign policy. Yeah, totally. It's not like homegrown American capitalists controlling American foreign policy. It's a secret third thing. Yeah. No, all of the guys, you don't understand. All the Protestant, all the Catholics, everyone else that owns capital and owns a piece of the American military industrial complex that greatly benefits from America's global affairs. All of those guys are actually secretly Jews as well, which is really funny because Nazis do that all the time. If you remember the Kanye West like 4chan Excel spreadsheet that he was like walking around with, prominent Jews in media, okay? I remember looking through that list, and this is a thing that like Nazis do regularly, where they will just like put like obviously non-Jewish people on that list, and they will be like suspected Jew. Like they'll literally be like, no, that guy is actually a secret Jew. Like half of the people on the list wasn't even Jewish. Even if every single person on that list is Jewish, it still obviously doesn't change the reality that this is motivated by capital and not some like monolithic bloodlust or I don't know, a secret way to control American society or whatever. Okay. But it's not even the case regardless. But it is pretty funny when they do that thing where they're just like, oh, well, this person suspected you, or, well, this person married a Jewish person. You know what I mean? They always do this shit. Amy Cesar wrote about Holocaust being colonialism turned in on itself. Anyway. Here's a clip you're talking about. I timestamped it.
The red are the executives that are Jewish at these companies.
Yeah, we found it. We found that list. They are not.
Do you think they stuck together when they heard what you said? Was that what happened?
Well, what I said is, hey, I've had experiences where it felt like I was being teamed up on, and I didn't realize that term would be considered to be anti-Semitic. So I had a mediation with Adidas today, and I think Adidas felt like because everyone else was
why is it that like I don't know what's wrong with society or what's wrong with right-wing ideology. Not every single right-winger is that way because of like obvious medical conditions that are occurring. And not every single bipolar person that gets off their medication becomes a Nazi. But it is odd that there are so many high profile instances of people just like panicking on the timeline and just like kind of losing control, losing their grip of reality, and instantly becoming far right. Like there's never a guy who's like, I'm bipolar, I'm not taking my medication any longer, and that's why I think we need to seize the means of production for the working class. We need to do Medicare for all. Like it just goes in one direction always. And I feel like that could be kind of fun if there was like a guy who just went nutso and then just became like a fucking socialist. Why is it that it's almost always right wing as fuck? Like, how come there's no manic motherfuckers out there who are just like, yeah, dog, like Mao was so on the money in terms of like how to deal with landlords and shit. You know what I mean? Cultural norms, yeah. Wasn't there that guy at Harper's Ferry or whatever? I don't know. But I mean, I'm not like hoping for that. I just think it would be like a unique instance if there was like a guy who, I don't know. Hold on. All right, let's get to fucking Ingram.
To our viewers to knee-jerk, conservative, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, chatters are saying John Brown, and I guess that's not wrong. Yeah, John Brown is a good example. Black Hammer, bro, Black Hammer literally is exactly what I'm talking about. Black Hammer is like led by a nutso who was an anti-vaxxer, COVID denier, also fucking unimaginably anti-Semitic charlatan. Like Black Hammer is like exactly what I'm talking about. I guess the only person you can point to, and no, Ted Kaczynski was a fucking massive anti-socialist. You're wrong again. Ted Kaczynski is another version of the exact same thing that I'm talking about. The only one I can think of is like possibly, I guess like John Brown. He had, he hallucinated himself as like, he saw himself as like this messiah figure. You know? His speeches from jail were pretty level-headed, I think. Yeah, but like, he literally did think that like God told him to abolish slavery. And he was the craziest white boy to ever do it. You know what I mean? Like he was one of those guys who's like, I'm not taking half measures. Okay. We're snapping dicks out here. And by God, did he do that? By God, did he just do exactly that? Okay. Hinkledinger, whatever the fuck his name is, he seems kind of crazy. Bro, he's another great example of this. He's literally a fucking Trump supporter. Like, that's, again, almost every single figurehead that you're referencing here is like straight up like pro-Trump, MAGA, right-wing in very meaningful ways, massively bigoted, anti-trans, anti-gay. Very odd. Anyway.
But some of it's coming from Republicans who I think want to go back to the days of open borders and perpetual war. How do you expect to use him in this campaign? And what can you say to our viewers tonight to reassure them that this was an excellent pick?
Well, first of all, he's got tremendous support. And he really does among a certain group of people that like families. I mean, you know, he made a statement having to do with families. That doesn't mean that people that aren't a member of a big and beautiful family with 400 children around and everything else, it doesn't mean that.
Wait, what? What?
To do with families. That doesn't mean that people that aren't a member of a big and beautiful family with 400 children around and everything else, it doesn't mean that a person doesn't have, he's not against anything, but he loves family. It's very important to him. He grew up in a very interesting family situation, and he feels family is good. And I don't think there's anything wrong in saying that.
Knee-jerk, conservative, et cetera, et cetera. But some of it's coming from Republicans.
Bro, I've never seen him flailing like this before. That's crazy. Look at what has happened to my goat.
To women out there watching,
I think
who may not have kids.
I think they understand it. No, I think they understand it. The Democrats are good at spinning things differently from what they were. All he said is, he does like, I mean, for him, he likes family. I think a lot of people like family, and sometimes it doesn't work out. And you know why? You don't meet the right person, or you don't meet any person, but you're just as.
Having to do a taped conversation on Fox News where you're not on message talking about, like, the 12 million Guatemalan migrants directly injecting fentanyl into the Abraham Lincoln statue has got to be Trump's worst nightmare. You know what I mean? Like, he wants to be on message. He wants to talk about the Guatemalans, okay? Right now, Guatemalans are pumping every American full of Adderall. Secret Guatemalans. You might think someone is from Scandinavian countries, right? Nope. Guatemalan migrants giving you fentanyl, okay? They're putting it in the food. They're making every white American addicted to opiates. Okay? They're killing everybody. Secret Guatemalans in every corner. That's what he wants to talk about. And here he is having to sit down and talk about his dumbass, talk about his fucking dumbass vice presidential pick that his dumbass fail son suggested to him. And is basically over here being like, no, you don't understand. Family values. He loves families. That's all it is.
It's good. In many cases, a lot better than a person that's in a family situation.
To women out there watching,
I think
who may not have kids. Mom.
Hold on.
By the way, and I did last time, I kept hearing, he's not going to leave. He's not going to leave. Look, they are the ones that are a threat to democracy. Number one.
But you will leave office.
That's funny. Oh, no, please. Wait, what? Trump? I mean, she's 60 years old. I didn't realize she was 60. I thought she was a little younger, but she's 60. She's talking a big game, but her game is pretty bad. Oh, no, please don't call attention to the fact that your opponent looks at least a full decade younger than she actually is. Anything but that. It's not like physical attractiveness has been repeatedly shown to confer an electoral benefit or anything.
A lot of people. I didn't realize she was 60. I thought she was a little younger, but she's 60. She is talking a big game, but her game is pretty bad. I mean, she was the border czar. She's trying to pretend that she wasn't. You know, it's an amazing thing that's happened.
Hinkle is straight up a federal operative, by the way. Hung out with Tulsi Gabbard. His new American Communist Party's blatant CIA front. The domain is registered to a Langley neighborhood. I mean, I believe it. Not the last time a federal agent was in here, you know what I mean? Oh, here, this is important too. Donald Trump had this, I forgot to mention the fucking Trump call for last election. Does anyone have the video, the OG video of Donald Trump telling Christians at Turning Point USA conference that this is the last election that they ever have to vote for? He was in Hoscord trying to start drama last week. Wait, that motherfucker is still in Hoscord? Oh, yeah. For those of you who missed it, Donald Trump had a beautiful moment this weekend at Turning Point Action Conference, casting a vision for 2024 and beyond. Let's hear what he had to say. I'm sure it was normal.
And again, Christians, get out and vote just this time. You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years, you know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine.
I'm sorry, what? You won't have to do it anymore? 4 more years and you're what, I'm sorry, what do you mean? What do you mean the last election? The funniest interpretation of those comments is that he's so narcissistic and knows he wouldn't be able to run for a 3rd term if he wins, and he doesn't give a fuck about Republicans after he's done being president. So he's like, you don't have to vote ever again. I don't care. I don't think that's what he's saying. I think he's like, no, it's over. No more voting after that anyway. You don't have to worry about that at all.
You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. I love you, Christians. I'm not Christian. I love you.
So he says, I'm not Christian here, which I think is very odd. I think he was saying I'm a Christian, but like just God didn't let him say it. So it just came out like I'm not Christian. I feel like that's what happened. Because it just doesn't make sense. Can't believe you're getting so libbed up about this. You're missing the point here, man. I'm not missing the point here.
Anymore, my beautiful Christians. I love.
If the point is that you think you can do a fucking top of the hour ad break debate at fucking 6:51, you're missing the point. Gorbachev, Jackson Hinkle, banned. Perm so desperate for viewers, you're leeching off the HasanAbi Discord. Don't quit your day job, brother. Jackson Hinkle breaking. American Communist Party officially launches. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, but like, doesn't this kind of make it seem like Gorbachev is responsible for Jackson Hinkle? I feel like he's kind of responsible for everything that this man has done. Not me, of course. Even though he was a ad break Dankies type HasanAbi head. At the top of the hour, Jackson Hinkle, back in the day, would go, ad break Dankies. Like he would spam ad break Dankies. Not a joke. He was also like a Bernie bro type. He was. Also, look at this. Fucking Gorbachev's not even subscribed. He's about to see an ad at the top of the hour. Like a broke ass dude. Here it is. Top of the hour. Top of the hour every hour. Top of the hour. Account created July 28, 2020. Following since July 28, 2020. Previously subbed for 6 months. Former HasanAbi head Jackson Hinkle. I haven't covered the NYPD Phantom stuff yet. I will now. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. No way that's real? No, it is real. He's either an American psyop or a Russian psyop. To be honest, I'm not really sure which one. a couple fucking weirdos have come out of this community, or at least point to me as their point of like right-wing radicalization, including but not limited to Jackson Hinkledink, but also Sneeko as well. Greaseball Guido, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Anyway, Sneeko said, I still regret not telling you that I thought it was a bad idea to watch that one random Sneeko on your video on your stream. Yeah. He's got a YouTube video on MAGA communism that's hilarious. I don't know. Look, I don't know if he's a Fed because, like, this chatter brings up a good point. If you were a PSYOP, why would his Israel takes be one for one of your takes? Frankly, all his foreign policy aside from Syria and Russia. Yeah, like, I don't know. I think he's just a grifter and not necessarily a Fed, because I feel as though if he was a fucking Fed, yeah, we're gonna watch Phantom in a second. Phantom got Phantom taxed. Let's finish this
Love
video.
you, Christians. I'm not Christian. I love you. Get out. You got to get out and vote. In 4 years, you don't have to vote again. We'll have it fixed so good you're not going to have to vote. And again.
Yeah, I don't know what he means. Like, maybe he means like you'll get all your wishes, so you won't even need to vote ever again. But like, I don't know. I just can't figure out. Anyway, we'll do the Trump stuff later. I want to save some good stuff for tomorrow. So I want to move on to Phantom. AMP's very own Phantom, beloved figure by all Zoomers and Generation Alpha, as responsible for the Phantom tax. Someone who I hung out with this weekend, who I very much enjoyed the company of. Yesterday, went to a Dominican parade in New York. Okay. And when he was there, I believe the police got a call. As you know, live streams often have like trolls, where I don't know exactly what they told the NYPD, but I suspect that they probably told him it was a stolen car or something. So cops stopped him.
Nah, get the cam on this. Nah, put the cam on. Get the cam on this, bro. Why you got? Why the gun out? Why you got this gun out? Why you got that gun out?
Yeah. And they took the car. But the story doesn't end there. Later, we found out that the NYPD, which is a gang, by the way, and unlike other gangs that are born out of like necessity or lack of access to, community or anything like that, not to justify gang activity, I'm just simply stating what the material reasons as to why these kinds of black market affairs arise and organized crime occurs. The NYPD is funded by taxpayer dollars, which of course, Phantom is a taxpayer. But the story didn't end there. One of the cops literally posted with the fucking Lambo and said demon time and said Dominican Day Parade, they outside, we outside too. So they just straight up took his fucking car and then took photos with it. Which is crazy. Here it is. Here's some more videos. Popular streamer Phantom and his associate Ray were stopped by the NYPD with officers drawing their guns during the encounter. The incident led to the arrest of Phantom's driver, and Phantom's Lamborghini Urus was seized/taken. Phantom and Ray were not arrested, but were forced to leave the parade following the incident.
Yo, what's up, man? It's because nigga, they're making them leave the shit. Bro. Oh nah, Muddy. Oh nah, this shit bad, bro. Shit, I should come to break. Oh my fucking god, bro. Oh my fucking god, bro. No way, bro. Oh, bro. Oh nah, Muddy. Oh nah, this shit.
Is he saying, oh, nah, muddy? Didn't this dude not know how to speak English like literally a year ago? Why the fuck does he know what muddy is? That's crazy. He skipped like multiple steps learning the English language. He went into like advanced linguistics, which is crazy. He learned English through AMP and TikTok comments. This isn't the traditional route to learning English. Anyway, I wish I could learn Chinese that way. Dude, oh my God, it was slap to learn Mandarin that way. Mandarin, oh my God. I would love that. Anyway, then Phantom posted this on his IG story. You decided to pull a gun on me and all them kids for what? We had a permit to be in the parade. Then New York NYPD carjacks me on stream. They pose up my vehicle like a photo shoot. Them suits on the way. I got bag and time. Let's really do it. And they should. He should really do it. Fuck these guys, okay? Like, bro, you're a public servant. Like, the fuck do you think you're doing? You know what I mean? Like, who the fuck do you think you are? Actually, like, what the fuck is this? And then, luckily, his driver, Walt, and his friend was released from custody. The NYPD confirmed the complex of the vehicle was stopped for driving without any license plates, as seen in the video below. Bro, first of all, it's in a parade. It has like official. It got official prior, as according to Phantom. They let him fucking drive at the parade, and they pulled a gun on him. They pulled a gun. For what is ostensibly a fucking parade float. Like, pulled a gun on him and a bunch of kids. The driver and the vehicle were brought back to the 44th precinct, and the driver was released with a summons for unregistered vehicle. Phantom addressed the situation during a live stream on Monday, reiterating his intention to bring the matter to court. My attorneys will be contacting you guys shortly. It was nice meeting you guys too. No bullshit. He said, you want to carjack me? Okay. You want to tax me? I'm going to tax you. No bullshit. Sorry. Nah, sorry. We can't keep doing this. NYPD, stop glazing me. Stop glazing everybody. Hasan spoke out on the stream saying NYPD is a gang. Do you hear what I'm saying to you? NYPD be moving like a gang and nobody will listen to me. Not even GTA 5 cops do this shit, dude. He's right.
Y'all this, y'all don't be believing me. NYPD is a gang. Do you hear what I'm saying to you? NYPD be moving like a gang, and nobody want to listen.
It's true. We're radicalizing the youth one stolen Lambo at a time. I mean, yeah, I mean, they're right. I'm sure they are. Do you plan on covering the accusations of Jimmy promoting gambling to kids via faulty giveaways? I don't fucking, probably not. I don't know. What is he doing? Is he's doing faulty gambling accusations? What? Jimmy Mr. Beast Donaldson, he's getting canceled? Phantom said he's got time and money, so he's suing. No, good. Anyway, let's continue with this.
Now, I know what's gonna happen. They're gonna be on dick. They probably might track down this U-Haul truck and get this shit the fuck up out of here. I'm telling you, this is how it's gonna go. They are gonna see all of this and be on dick for every time that I'm outside. But what they did to my man's V yesterday was crazy. Not even the GTA 5 cops do this shit, dude. Not even the GTA 5 cops do this. And you know the GTA 5 cops be dick riding. They don't even do this, bruh. Listen, bro. There's better ways that we can handle situations. Taking a car, cool, fine, that's cool. Being annoying for no reason, arresting somebody for no reason, all right, cool.
He's streaming from a U-Haul because they went and they like rented out this massive fucking penthouse in New York. They made this like big thing. They moved from Atlanta to New York. I think they were in Atlanta, right? And they moved to New York. They moved to this massive penthouse. They made all this content about the penthouse. And then the landlord of the penthouse literally turned around and evicted them like overnight. And I think he like sold the house. He used the promo from AMP to like, that's according to what Kai was saying. Yeah. And sold the house. In a span of like, a week, I would say, these guys went from, these guys experienced the worst aspects of landlords and cops. Which, I mean, listen, ultimately, you can't evict someone overnight. I don't know how the eviction process works, but listen, I'm sure they have a lot of lived experience in terms of like police being shitty to them, and also probably bad landlords too. It's not like these guys were rich when they were growing up. So AMP about to become Maoist? Yeah. The American Maoist Party. AMP stands for the American Maoist Party going forward. You understand me? Welcome back, Mao Zedong. Anyway. They stayed there less than 30 days and eviction wouldn't be required. They broke the contract. What contract? What contract did they break? Dude, what the fuck? Yo, they're like super rich now. So like obviously they can make content even out of the situation. But it is kind of wild that you just go, nah, dude. They broke the contract. Like, what contract? That's crazy. Like, I'm not thinking about Kai Cenat and like Duke Dennis and Phantom and Agent and I'm Davis getting fucking evicted or Chris getting evicted. I'm thinking about how this happens to average Americans on a fucking daily basis and how they have significantly less protection and significantly less coverage in terms of in terms of like what kind of access to amenities they have. Like they don't have any of that shit. The streamers don't work hard. Clippers are going to say that they deserve to get evicted. That's so strange. Like a lot of people don't understand that if this can happen to them, it can definitely happen to you. You know what I mean? It's infinitely more likely to happen to you than it is to happen to them. So, what are you talking about?
But bruh,
Is another earthquake happening? What's going on?
posted up on a V? Who the fuck? What's this nigga's badge number, bruh? Look at this nigga, man. No, it's not cool to get arrested for no reason. I'm just chatting. I'm chatting. But bro, come on, bruh. Phantom got money? No, it's not about that. Bro.
Anyway. Honestly, dream of a world where this stuff really radicalized the normies? I doubt it. Damn, you only got menthol and coffee? No, it's not menthol, it's spearmint and coffee. Those are my two favorite flavors. So now he's streaming from a U-Haul for funsies. I don't think citrus is that good of a flavor. In a separate clip, Phantom's driver seen being placed in handcuffs. And then they drive the car off. It's not clear if the driver has been charged with any crimes. Well, apparently they just released him. But let's see what he's saying.
If you can hear my voice, spam W. If you can hear my voice, spam NYPDK.
By the way, this is like unrelated, but I guess kind of related, but I listened to some of the AMP Cypher and Phantom really popped off on it. Like really, he bodied that shit.
Sorry, not sorry. I tried working with niggas, man. Difficult for no reason. Spam NYPDK. Chat. Yo, chat. Wait, hold on. I gotta mute the Streamlabs. Chat. Do I have the story time for y'all today? Oh my God. Let's clap it up one more time. Just one more time. No. We've been waiting. I've been waiting too. I've been waiting too. Trust me. Let me go to alerts real quick. Some events. Boom. Okay. All right, chat. So, let's start it off.
The clip is quiet because there's a lot of background noise.
Let's talk about it, chat. Yesterday was the Dominican Day Parade. We was outside. It was lit. Good energy. Let's clap it up. One more. It was lit, chat. It was lit. You know what I'm saying? Dominican Day Parade was active, chat. It was lit. Full screen. All right, back. So listen, thank you for the gift. Appreciate the Big 25. Get this card, Punga. Big 25. Listen. Y'all seen what happened, though. Y'all seen what happened. Just like you want to know what happened, I also want to know what's happened. Because we don't know what happened, chat. And we was on live, but it's cool, though. I want to clear up a couple misconceptions that's going on. You know what I'm saying? I know a lot of people were just coming up with their own ideas of what they think happened. But luckily for you...
How is he still in the penthouse? I don't know if it's the same penthouse or if he just got a different one.
I'm streaming, you're here, and you get the facts straight from me. No, I had a permit to be in the parade. For those of you who do not know, I had to submit my car, submit the info for the car. I had to, they needed all the info from the car, etc. I literally still have leftover tickets. Hold on. I have leftover tickets from the parade, leftover tickets, not bullshitting you. Had a permit for the actual Lambo to be in. Because if people were saying, why would I drive the Lambo illegally through the parade? Let's knock that out, all right? That's out the way. Okay, I drive through the parade, make sure no bad things happen. You know what I'm saying? Make sure no one gets hurt. You know what I'm saying? Let's clap it up for nobody getting hurt. You know what I'm saying? Nobody got had a great time. Let's clap it up for that. Let's clap it up for that. Real. Let's clap it up for that. Nobody got hurt. No. You know what I'm saying? Let's talk about a very important thing real quick. I want to specify certain things just in case. Because I just been seeing a couple comments and a couple things that I don't like. You know what I'm saying? Chat, have you ever seen New York host a parade, if that makes sense? Have you ever seen a parade in New York City? That's my first question. Have you ever seen a parade in New York City? That's my first question.
Bro, look at the soundboards.
The answer is yes. Okay. So that means NYPD is used to parades and they know how it goes and shit, right? Okay. We saw what happened last year. We kind of see like fans know us and stuff like that. They know me and know other members, you know what I'm saying, stuff like that. So we know that exists too, right? We know that exists. Okay, cool. I don't want to be stupid, right? I don't want to be dumb. I don't want to tell people on stream, yo, guys, I'm gonna be over here. Everyone come if there's no sort of police presence or some way to stop and mitigate the risks, right? Right or wrong, chat? Right? Let's talk about it. Okay, cool. Wait, a lot of logic right now, right? There's barricades 20 blocks long. So we got barricades starting at around 180th Street all the way down like 165 in Grand Congress in New York City in the Bronx. Shout out to the Bronx, I love that place, right? So we know all these barricades. At least, let's say, maybe 150 to 300 officers that I visibly saw, right? You know what I'm saying? I saw a lot of cop cars, so it's very protected, right? This is not like a random event. You know what I'm saying?
Cinematic booms left and right.
You've seen the energy, right? It's very good energy. We outside, boom. Once I finished the parade and I passed the sort of like where they told me to go, like after the car, cause I'm in the car, right? I'm in Thanos, I'm in the land. They told me go this way, go straight, and you good. So what happened on stream, chat? Do we remember? For those who were there, we saw Ray was there as well. You know what I'm saying? A crowd was around the vehicle. So in order to avoid something bigger, you know what I'm saying, from happening that would be, you know what I'm saying, considered outside of NYPD control or anything like that, right? I need to make sure that not only nobody gets hurt, but I need to get away from everybody because I don't want to cause a commotion. Right or wrong, chat? Right, you know what I'm saying? Right or wrong, you know what I'm saying? Okay, cool. Boom. I said, Ray, get in the vehicle. Let's go. So we leave. There was another misconception. People saying, yo, you ran from police. No, we did not. We never ran from police. Gladly, I was live.
It's so funny that cop dick riders exist in every community, including Phantoms, where they're just like, oh, well, it was your fault. It's like everything I know from my upbringing tells me that cops are always in the right, so it must be your fault. Like, it's just so insane. The immediate reaction for so many people, and no matter how unjust the circumstances are, people are so fucking hopped on propaganda that they just immediately resort to, oh, well, you probably weren't complying in some way. The entire process was filmed, live streamed. The VODs are out there. And they're like, no. You must have done something, because cops would never do something fucked up.
Ray was live, and it was also another 1,000 cameras. Nobody ran from police. We couldn't even run from police if we wanted to, because there was a whole bunch of people around the car. I had to go like Moses and literally spread the waters like Moses. Literally, you see me doing it once again on live. Okay, so we get all the out, you know what I'm saying, so people know what's going on. We spread the crowd, we go through, and we go to 165, we make a left, and I say on camera, yo, put the cameras down, because I know, you know what I'm saying, the fans get excited, they want to see where I'm at, so they stream sniper, it's going to keep causing commotion. So we have to, in order for the people of the Bronx and everybody to have, you know what I'm saying, a safe environment, I have to have that camera there. I can't keep it up and keep showing my location. I have to drop the camera. So let's move on to the next part of where shit starts getting very bad. You know what I'm saying? And not really for others, but really for NYPD for the dumbass decisions that they decided to do. Let's go ahead and watch it. You know what I'm saying? So go ahead and put this right here. Look at the drink of this. Man, let me bang my head real quick, chat. Hold on.
We're gonna the V.
All right, listen.
Nobody live on the phones, no nothing.
Look.
Listen, no. Keep going live, but listen to me. Point to your
Okay, let's get to the last part.
Why would you pull an HDMI cord on the camera, pointed at us, right? But there's kids near us, ranging anywhere from the age of 8 to maybe like say 16, 17. They seem very young. They're very excited, very happy to see me, see Ray, you know what I'm saying, see the guys, you know what I'm saying, we outside. And they have guns out, and I don't understand why the guns were pulled. It's not like you guys did not know what was going on. And the reason why I say it's not like they don't know what's going on, go full screen real quick. The reason why I say it is because when you approach the vehicle, you were very quick to pull the HDMI cord on Vinny's camera. So why would you do that? Why would you pull an HDMI cord on the camera if you don't know what's going on? You know what I'm saying? You know we streaming. You know what's going on. You know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. All right, let's keep going.
This, bro. Why you got Why the gun now?
So after I say these kids around this shit.
Like, how do you fucking approach? Wait, is he turning off his body camera or is he turning on his body camera? That other cop. Wait, hold up.
Why the gun now?
So after I say these kids around this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Why you got that gun out?
Why you got that chain? You heard the you hear the helicopter, right? All right. Look at the kids, chat. Look at the kids. Why was there guns out, chat? What's going on? All right, boom. So anyways, let's move on. Scuba Ryan. Look at this picture. This is crazy right here. But before I even get into this, let's keep it going, chat. So, they take Walton out the...
That's that guy who pepper sprayed himself on the face of the bridge? Wait, really? Dude, all cops look alike. I don't know. I mean, you know we do a little bit of cop racism out here, but are you sure about that? I mean, some of these are famous cops. Koppelganger. Top NYPD cop pepper sprays himself breaking up. Wait, bro. No. Oh my God. Wait, hold up. Bro, no way. No. That's not him. That's a... Nah, that's not the one. No way. No fucking way. Dude, wait, hold on. Is it him? Shut the fuck up. Wait. Nah, it's probably not him. Dude, cops look so similar.
So after I say these kids around this shit.
Nah. They just, dude, cops just have the same, dude, they all look like fucking out of shape thumbs. All of them. That's awesome. Cop phrenology, baby. ACAB. Assigned cop at birth. That's just how it is. The only real skull science is cop skull science.
So, they take Walton out the vehicle. They cuff him. They don't give me an answer on why they cuffing him and why they taking him. They don't explain why they leaving with the car. They just take the car. Well, they try to take the car. They don't know how to drive a Lamborghini, which is fine. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna like try to, you niggas don't know how to drive a Lamborghini. It's okay, I'll teach you how to drive it. So I had to teach them how to put the car in gear to take my vehicle away, which is crazy, no cap. You know what I'm saying? But it's fine. I said, put it on park, hit the paddle, do your thing. And then he drives the vehicle away. They didn't even tow it away. They didn't get a flatbed. They drove my land, you know what I'm saying, outside, you know what I'm saying? And not only were they outside, but they also said it, you know what I'm saying? One of the officers said, Dominican Day Parade, they outside, we outside too. 4K, chat. Everybody's paying 4K, chat, 4K. You know what I'm saying? Not only was they outside, but they said, yeah, we outside too. Like, you know, this is what they doing, chat. I'm letting y'all know that. NYPD took pictures with Phantom's Lamborghini after taking it during the Dominican Day Parade. The Dominican Day Parade, we outside too. Let's see the pictures real quick. They're throwing up their gang sign right there. This is the 44th Precinct gang sign right here, chat. Me, personally, I was gonna do a little troll and like kind of throw up the their sign too, like kind of like trolling it, you know what I'm saying, throwing it down. But to be honest, I don't want to be associated with anything criminal. So NYPD, y'all can have this, you know what I'm saying? Y'all can have your little gang sign. I'm good. I don't want to be associated with anything criminal. Thank you, but that's y'all. I'm a civilian, thank you. You know what I'm saying? They have my Lamborghini. They put their foot, you know what I'm saying, on the car, posing up. By the way, this is demon time with a wolf emoji, chat. Just want y'all to really look at this shit right here. If this ain't a gang, it's getting indicted for much less. So I just want to know if, you know what I'm saying, indictments happen. You know, I'm just saying, chat, I'm just saying. Because I basically got carjacked on stream. You know what I'm saying? Get out the car. You know what I'm saying? They took the car, they left with it, and then they post up flicks, you know what I'm saying, with the V that they'll never afford, but it's okay. We won't knock them for that. We won't knock them for that. All right? Moving on. Then shout out to Vinny, W Vinny.
Of course they found him, dude. Of course. This is awesome.
The chat, you know what I'm saying? Clap it up for Vinny. Real quick. Clap it up for Vinny real quick. You know what I mean? Because they thought, you know what I'm saying? I'm not even going to, let me focus on whatever. They say found him, chat. He's outside the precinct and shit. Look at this, chat. Look at this.
He tight. Look, he tight.
Look,
He tight.
Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. He's embarrassed. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
He tight. Look, he tight. He tight.
Nigga's embarrassed. Anyway, moving on, chat. Let's keep it going. Ah, man. This is the guy's IG. I know he wanted promo. Let's give him some promo.
You either a wolf or a sheep. To catch a wolf, you gotta be a wolf. Oh my God, he's fucking posting the dude's IG. That's awesome.
You know what I'm saying? Shout out to you, bro. I know you got dreams of being big and being famous and doing your thing. I guess that's what you want to chase. I don't know why, but you know what I'm saying? Shout out to you, bro. That's your thing. Keep grinding, keep doing your thing, bro. You know what I'm saying? Respectfully, I'm actually gonna follow you and I'm looking forward to the content. No. All right, moving on. Now we got, you know what I'm saying, multiple blog pages posting. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Complex. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Complex. Phantom's Lambo gets seized by NYPD. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. Over 150,000 people, you know what I'm saying, seeing what's going on. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
Oh, nah, Muddy.
Look at Ray.
Oh, nah, this shit bad, bro. Shit, I should come to break.
Wait, he went private on IG? He went private on IG, chat? I wonder why.
I bet he was watching.
Anyways, let's keep it going. You know what I'm saying? You see the post. And shout out to KC, NYPD, You know what I'm saying? All right, moving on. Moving on. Oh, we're not done. We're not done. Y'all, this is what I said on Instagram this morning. I kept it short, nice, sweet. I said, y'all decided to pull a gun on me and all them kids for what? We had a purpose.
What is the K in NYPDK? Don't ask questions if you don't know what the answer is.
To be in the parade.
Don't worry about it.
And then after NYPD carjacks me on stream, they pose up with my vehicle like it's a photo shoot. Them suits is on the way. I got a bag and time. Let's really do it. With that being said, my attorneys will be contacting you guys shortly. It was nice meeting you guys too. You know what I'm saying? Let's drop W's in the chat for that.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
You know what I'm saying? You want to carjack me? Okay.
Don't know something? Don't ask questions. Just don't worry about it.
You want to tax me? I'm going to tax you. No. Sorry, not sorry. We can't.
Anyway, look, he's right. He's absolutely in the right here. It's fucking bullshit. And cops get away with entirely too much. And that's it. Critical support for AMP Phantom. Did you hear Agent's part is so insane? Step your sound game up, little bro, before I migrate. Shut up, bitch. Yeah, this is the American Maoist Party Cypher. AMP now stands for American Maoist Party. Is he wearing a shirt that... Oh, it says Ablo. I thought it said Allah.
Your friend was talking crazy, I almost blamed that nigga. Treat her like some Kool-Aid, about to jam it in her. Special rock bottom, summer slam it in her. Beat a blind nigga ass, he ain't see it coming. Fuck a deaf nigga bitch, he ain't hear her moaning. It's a good day. I snuck in a special ed class and got straight A's. Straight up to the penthouse, got kicked out in 6 days. Shitting on these niggas, get a bidet. 7 figures, 2 months, throw a parade. Dick couldn't get hard, she thought I was gay. Show you how this fire work. Like 4th of July, 2 guns akimbo. We gon' slide, bitch nigga scream for help. Like aim high, pew, 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 pew. You might die. Shit can get scary, bloody like Mary. My hitters catch a can't stay out on bonds like Barry. Never duck the smoke, I'm more like Tom than Jerry. Ask about me, nigga, I'm on your phone like Siri.
I'm the talk of the city, you heard something different, it's getting ridiculous. Whole time I be minding my business, you gripping my dick while we taking a picture. But you can't do shit without glazing, nigga. Nah, I can't have a baby with you. I'll go bond for dumb shit, but this how you know when you made it, nigga. I feel like that I'm in my prime, like I'm Cam Newton, Carolina. If them shooters want you, they gon' find you, nigga. It ain't shit to drop a dime for real. I just gotta find the time, but shit, I ain't really got the time to kill. Really, it is what it is. I did what I did, no point in denying the shit. How about the lamb and get in the ghost?
Okay, everyone is copying like whatever their favorite rapper is. Come on, dude. Like,
stepping on all of their throats. Don't be surprised, she know who I am. That's why she call me the GOAT. I got a video on camera, yo bitch, while she was driving a boat. Nigga don't come to me asking me questions like, do I know her? And then I fuck a nigga when you know I did. Hey, nah, that's crazy.
you mad because the aura god was mean to you? No, dude, I'm not mad at all.
Hey, shit crazy.
I think Phantom was my, like, out of the ones I heard, Phantom was my favorite one.
I said, motherfuck the fame, nigga. I'm still the same, nigga. Motherfuck the fucking fame, nigga. I'm still the same, nigga. I'm still the same, nigga. And I'm still getting paid, nigga. I get paid for bulla, yen, and dollars. Niggas mad cause your bitch be tryna holler. Pop a collar, pop V's and pop Scotties. And niggas mad cause your bitch on my body. Back then when I used to dream about the linguini. Nowadays I push up in a straight Lamborghini. And it's not no luck.
Come on, dude. He's got linguini bars. It's just immediately I was like, that's awesome.
And it's not no Jenny, I know you wish it was trying to save your feelings. Back then I was trying to go and save my cheddar. And back then when I was reading immigration letters. And back then the shoebox fit the nice Beretta. And back then my uncles hopped out the green old Jetta. Make your body quiver, make your shake do the jettas. Discard you trash ass niggas, I straight letter. You living better, can't afford your babysitter. Your baby mom's at my crib, I'm straight with her. Straight with her, I'm a straight winner. I said every day I'm sorry God, I'm a straight sinner. I ain't gon' lie, last night I had some great dinner. My pockets keep getting fat, they don't get slimmer. I mean, I like Rick with the Margiela. My chain blind so much, I call it Helen Keller. My left hand mates, but my right hand a killer. And now freestyle this whole shit, I'm fella Ella.
Wait, it's summer. I'ma surround the car like it's winning. New V, I just got me a sprinter. Don't talk to me, you a beginner. 4 seasons, and a month and I spend me a bill. No reason, I be feeling low ballin' on grill. I'ma be honest, I've been trying like to rap for like 3 years. It's just not working that well. Hey yo, engineer, try the second beat.
Bro, what is this, bro? Come on, bro. All right.
Have you ever met Kai? Yeah, of course.
Wasn't looking for love. Then you came along, yeah. How we got along. You singing to my songs. How you sing so perfect, wasn't doing nothing wrong. I was feeling urgent, no, I couldn't wait too long. So I made you mine, girl, I made you shine. You was the only thing running through my mind. Only girl I wanted, the others I declined. You did all the right things, girl, I seen the signs. She ain't never rude, no. I swear she took my heart and can't nothing tear us apart. No broken hearts. You do for me, I do for you. You do for me, I do for you. I swear
That's pretty good.
took my heart and can't nothing tear us apart. No broken hearts. There's nothing to do for you.
When I say any means possible, it's not just a motto, it's more of a lifestyle. Hold up. First and foremost, let me thank God for all of these blessings. On the 1st of October, the doctor pulled me out my mama. Even my diapers designer, caviar all of my bibs. Papa, look all I accomplished. On the top of the world with my partners. New York. He just left the mansion. Into the fucking penthouse. They had a helipad on that bitch on the top of it.
No,
Yes, it did.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did, bitch. Hey. See for real, I be out the way. A&P been ballin', yeah, that back hit like a heavyweight. Told her bring her friends to the top road, we gon' celebrate. My circle on fire like Olos at the circus. And the crazy thing is that we ain't scratched the surface. It sound like my accountant asking me what the fuck did I purchase. I met this girl before the come up, could've swore she was perfect. Her heart was colder than a Eliante Nikki. Switch her hair every day, feel like I'm fucking on a different woman. Then she gave me distance, so I started fucking on different women. The thing I hate the most is niggas tryna put fear in me. I don't feel you, nigga. Oh, you got a gang outside? I don't feel them niggas. Big G.O.D. I feel the my account get low. My access gone. I still put it on like fashion show. She want love and affection, probably won't see her in my future. I manifested, counted the comments, they manifesting Kama Sutra. Go, go, go. Nah, niggas tryna blow my shine like a solar eclipse. When I started making money, everybody hates Chris. Steady typing tiptoeing around my name, you ain't make shit. I heard he was up in the pandemic, ain't had paper since. I can use my left hand, I can use my right wrist. Kick my feet up like a Tarantino movie. I feel like Kill Bill, all my exes tryna pursue me.
Better than Ice Spice's entire album. Excuse me, she got a 7, I think, on Pitchfork.
Heard you got a coupe, I got a coupe, but it's a Benz though. Kept it playing even when she tell me, but we friends though. Basing that earrings on the same size as Mentos. Just like Big Tigger, I bring rappers through the basement. Difference between you and me is I don't get complacent. If our cars get adjacent, please don't try to race it. Streamer of the year, next 50 summers, time to face it. If I retire now, I still be said I'm good for ages. Wouldn't wanna be on my deathbed, ain't no trading places. My life full Jackson Aces. Can't fuck with me if you're basic. My
Okay, that's like, I saw this part, and this is like old Gucci Mane. It sounds like it.
Look just like the Matrix, inside content just like Agent. Back and forth with my agent. If I press post, they raise the wages. Print up my bros, get open cases. I ain't care about where I sleep, long as my do script gets spacious. Bad if you twist my head.
Ice Spice wrote Kai's. He's not talking about dookie in his diapers, so I don't know about that.
Dude ain't even slay it. We heard the other Cypher jump, just didn't nobody play it. Anytime I told, make sure your ears wide like gauges. Done been on many stages, with one song they still go crazy. Rolling on my wrist, bust down, go exit, baby. You do this for fun, I do this shit because they pay me. Thank God I made it. I'm the people's champ, and they said I'm stamped. New whip off the ramp, jumping out the house like I'm vamp. Check my count, put that on my camp. Glow up like a lamp, and I'm never shy. Guarantee stamp, 2-seater cramp. Get rid of me, they can't. Facts.
Kai got a Ghost Rider or Yachty. That's insane that just Kevin Hart casually shows up to the AMP Cypher.
You know, I get a lot of questions on the daily. I think that business question is dropping where you've been. My answer to that is minding my fucking business. Sometimes you gotta pop out and show niggas, I guess this is my pop out. Let's get it. Let's get it. Drop a real rap raw, you already know what it is. Yo, all this talk about the big three. Fuck that, them not me. Goddamn, I'm mad. Oh shit, you sad. Well, it's time to get glad, cause I'm back and I'm really mad. Put my feet on the ground, now what you gonna do but hear the sound? Drop her, I've been a dog. Fuck that, I've been a hog. Seafood, I'ma grab it. Why? Cause it's my dog, I am him, you not them. Fuck that, I'm gon' win. W's and not for the West, it's for me, and I'm gon' win. Ow! Damn, it's been a while, I come back, I see your girl and I snatch her. It's mine, I take it, I get that, I do what I want that. Fuck that, it's mine. Kitty cat, now flip back. Beat bops on beat pips and beat tips on beat lips. Fuck that, it's me, not them, I am.
Bro, come on. You're Kevin Hart. Like, he just didn't even get somebody to write it at all. He was just like, no, I'll just go in there and actually freestyle.
Ooh, shit, I'm like on ding dong, ding dong, dong. Shots out to all them. Fuck that, I'm gon' win. Come on, say they last say they come there, they won't they. Onne, kundande, they said they want they. Ole, ane, come on, odunde. That's different languages, bitch. I got it all, it's in my bag. Fuck that, I'm running now. Oh shit, I'm getting down. Dropper, the
That's the point he's playing his character, Chocolate Dropper.
and what I'm doing, getting around. Feet on the ground. AMP, I'm with them now. I'm screaming with Kai now. What that mean? I don't know, but I'm in it. You not. Fuck that. I'm walking off now cause I feel like I done got a lot. All shit, big bags, big money, big stags. Come on, man, I'm doing too much. Fuck that. It's got a lag. Delay. Everybody, don't move, just stay. I didn't go nowhere. That was a delay. Fuck it, man, I'm done now. I can't. Fun now. Hey, Kai, man, y'all finished. I'm on the run now. I'm out. You don't get the mic back after I just did what I did to it. This mic got to be burnt. Bitch, I'll do another freestyle right now.
Okay. Somebody said Unk Flow and they're so right. I cannot rap for shit. So that's not happening anytime soon. Rank them? I don't want to rank them. But Davis was pretty good and Chris was pretty good, but I think Phantom was probably my favorite. That's my assessment. Rap about politics? No. Have you seen old Andrew Tate tweets? No, I have not. What? Oh, this is his old account, Mr. Plenty. The Taliban will fix all of your problems. I can't believe this motherfucker was able to go from like this random account that kept getting banned over and over again and being a fucking clown ass that was like, I have a car, I don't watch Star Wars, to like this fucking dude that like everybody knows about. Yeah, also, I can't come for the throne when we got 4G auto blow, 4G self suck. Taliban will fix all your problems. I will have sex with a woman a few times for free, proof of goods. Therefore, she either 1, gives me absolute control over life and complies absolutely. 2, works for me on webcam and makes me money. I have zero interest in sex for sex sake. It's a tool I use. Beautiful women who work for me and make me millions of dollars. They obey me because they love me. They clean my house and make me coffee and get naked. Demand. That's how I make over 300K a month. I own a webcam studio. It's no secret. I never try to hide it. Well, he does now. If I was forced to move back to London, I would instantly convert to Islam. It's the only way to protect yourself. Terrorists won't kill you. 70% of the people you meet are Muslim also. 5 wives. Leave them home and roll with the boys. Ever seen a Muslim get Me Too'd exactly? This dude was just like so broken by like potentially getting fucking Me Too'd for obvious reasons, which I mean he did. Tom Segura gave him his first drop of clout by having Tate on his massive podcast to promote Hustlers University and his general anti-woman grift. Yeah, I mean, it's like one of those situations. It's so weird because like I get it. From afar, he's like, I'm sure he never thought that like it would turn into this. You know what I mean? Like Tom Segura had him on to make a joke. It's like one of those guys. Everybody has guys like that. My guy is Luke Belmar. I'm a huge fan of Luke Belmar, whatever his fucking name is, right? And like I love watching his movement and like watching his grift. I think it's awesome. I think it's a lot of fun. But it's like, I don't know. I just like, I probably would never have him on for this reason, you know? Like I would not have him on because it's just kind of terrifying. What if they fucking get massive? Oh, this is hilarious. Yeah, I saw this. I mean, yeah, it is very similar to this. The Israeli couple. Did you ever rate these fits? No. Is Connie actually 33 or is this a joke? I don't know. Why am I supposed to know that? Yeah, I mean, I think someone says she's 22. We need a 3-day stream on Project 2025. More people need to be informed. Hey, remember when he said this will be the last election because it'll be fixed? It's because of Project 2025. I'm legit scared of that, honestly. I don't think people are talking about it. Dude, what are you talking about? The current president has literally brought it up. Like, what the fuck do you mean enough people aren't talking about it? Literally everyone is talking about it. It's such a fucking hot button issue that Donald Trump, recognizing that it's like a genuine messaging problem for himself, is now is now distancing himself from Project 2025. So, no, I'm pretty sure everybody knows about it. Also, guess what Project 2025 is? It's also Project 2024. It's 2023. It's 2020. It's every fucking year. The Republicans have been doing this for a long ass time. What is this? I'm an athlete. Oh, damn. They're doing like a field day thing, I'm pretty sure. You literally talk about it a lot on here too before it was Project 2025. Yeah. Ray's sneaky athletic. Did you see the new Trump interview? I watched parts of the new Trump interview, but I'm gonna watch it tomorrow because this is the last thing I'm doing today. I'm done with the broadcast for now. Okay. I will be live again tomorrow. Hey, trans first time chatter here. I know you probably don't want me in here because I saw your old transphobic TYT vids and you supported the Harry Potter game, but I really appreciate you spreading the word about the top of the hour ad break. Not people know that you can avoid the top of the hour ad break by paying $5 or free with a Twitch Prime. I'm done. Can you unban the Venezuela askers? No. And I'm going to ban you too, bitch. Y'all are so fucking annoying. Former Mr. Beast employee video when? I don't know. Maybe we'll get to it tomorrow. Yo, did you meet Tony Statovci at DreamCon? Yeah, I did. Apparently, I met him before. And he took a photo with me like a while back. I don't remember. I didn't know he was Albanian too. He's dope. Can you unban the Venezuela askers? Here, take a day off. So you can't fucking ask tomorrow and be annoying. Anyway.
Stunning lo-fi introduction.
He's great. He's hilarious. I like him a lot. Anyway, love you guys. I will see you tomorrow, okay? I got to do some shoots for Twitch tomorrow morning. But I'll be live after it. Probably around the 11, at the latest 12, but that's all for now. Peace. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden Discord agitprop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. on the street.